Yeah. Well, guys, great morning. We are live once again for the second day of the Way of the Revenue Warrior conference. Yesterday, it was an amazing day where we managed to discuss quite important topics to lay the foundation around everything that we understand in the world of SaaS and go-to-market strategies and, of course, revenue operations. And today we have a very packed agenda. We have a very tight schedule. We have lots of presentations. We have amazing people that are going to join us on stage and speak about very specific topics that are, I'm sure, are going to help you along the way of, fighting the fight of sustainable growth. That is why we call the conference The Way of the Revenue Warrior. We are actually also live on LinkedIn as well today. So you can find RevBrains. You can also share the link with your friends. We just want to spread the knowledge and meet you with great people. Now I have the pleasure to welcome on stage Alex Müller.
Hey, Ivan,
Alex.
how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm ready for an 8-hour marathon here. Like having some water and stuff around me. George is going to also join us later today. Really happy to have you on board. You're going to be the person that is kick-offing the day two, and having the first presentation. So I'm really excited. I will give you the floor because we have a very tight schedule, as I already mentioned, and so we have 30 minutes of slots presentation. So Alex is going to speak about something that is inevitable as debt and taxes.
Unfortunately.
So Alex, I'll give you the floor to you. I will join the presentation as well on the screen.
Cool. Good. So, yeah, I won't read out this topic once again to you because I don't want that anyone is saying out there, hey, Alex said that this is true. But the presentation today will be about annual planning. And I have to say, there are a few people that I met that said, yeah, I truly love doing this.
Oh, the two people that we met, maybe they're the same ones or what?
Probably.
Yeah.
I think you have to have a certain personal trait to really like doing this, but well, we
Yeah.
all have to do it. And in this presentation, I will show you my experience, how to do it better, and hopefully also how to make it a little bit fun and really show impact.
Perfect. The floor is yours.
Good. Thank you, Ivan. All right. So how did I even get into revenue operations? Out here in Germany, I had the wonderful possibility to actually scale two companies, their Revops teams, their sales development teams, built them out from scratch. And I actually even made it that one of them became eventually a unicorn. And I'm super proud of this company, of the whole team that achieved this together. And to a valuation of 2.1 billion, something that probably everyone who is watching today also wants to achieve. And yeah, during this period, of course, also the sales teams, the revenue teams that we were overseeing, they grew immensely. One of them from 20 to more than 100 people, eventually in over 10 countries, where I actually have been part of the expansion of those companies. And for me, it was always fun working in international teams, but it's sometimes also not making annual planning much easier. One thing that's certainly making it easier is actually if you know how to engage well with the people around you, with your C-level, for instance. And now everything that I've learned over the couple of years, the challenges that I've seen coming up over and over again, I'm actually helping companies together also with my friends Ivan and George to make their operations better, to build a sound operational structure. And yeah, to coach you not to make those mistakes once again that we have done in the past. So before we even get into it, why is annual planning even so hard? I asked, well, you can imagine ChatGPT. And surprisingly, once again, ChatGPT had a pretty darn good answer, in my opinion. And these answers that ChatGPT gave us, I cross-checked them, and yes, they do actually resemble with me pretty well, I would say. So it's, first of all, a very resource intensive job. You have your day job anyway, and everyone who is in revenue operations knows it. Firefighting, unfortunately, happens quite a lot. So putting something like annual planning on top, you can do it, but it's definitely a big job. And you need to gather all that information. You need to talk to many people. You need to check your forecasts. You need to align with different departments. All that on top, just a burden. And yeah, the second part that ChatGPT proposed here, actually, inflexibility. It is inflexible when you plan a year in advance, but hey, it will also be part of the session. You sometimes need to change it a little bit. You will need to adjust it every now and then. And guess what? It feels maybe sometimes like doing magic, like it's guesswork what you're doing there. But actually, whatever you're doing there, and that's the important thing to remember, is probably better than doing no job, than not looking into anything, and then not making a plan. And then probably the ones working in larger organizations know it. Conflict and politics, really a thing that's, well, when it comes to money, it's always getting a little bit difficult, but it's important. And the one who is sitting close to the money, who is making the plan, if you're the planner, if you're the boss, you can decide where to go. And last but not least, a whole plan is super hard to do if you don't have a company strategy that in place. So that is actually also one of the things that we will come to in a minute that is very important for you. Good. So haven't spoken now a lot about the things of why it's actually a pain in, well, somewhere for you. Why do we even need it? Can't we just not do it? Unfortunately, no. We will need to do it. And you probably know this person, Jeff Ignacio. I found this quote in actually one of his older newsletters from 2021, and I think he described it pretty well. He said that the purpose of annual planning is to align the team and everyone within the organization around a handful of priorities that, once completed, will move the company closer to achieving its intermediate and short-term objectives. And when he speaks of short-term objectives here, you need to know that he's speaking of a 1-year horizon. For him, everything that's longer is more like 3 to 5 years or even longer. And I think there are a few very important things in here. Aligning the team, having a handful of priorities. You don't want to run around with 1,000 priorities that no one can remember. And one thing that I always keep on saying is revenue teams, go-to-market teams, sales teams, how should they, among all of their customers, still know about also your 20 priorities? You need to boil it down to just a few that will help them actually, that they can understand. And with that, you can make the company achieve its objectives. So talking about this, let's look at it a little bit closer. And this picture, I'm not 100% sure where it was taken. For me, it reminded me a little bit of Madeira, somewhere in the fog. And you have to imagine you're out there. This is your company here in the middle, this little person standing there. And you need to make your way there. Ups and downs. It's foggy. It's cold. Probably it's not an easy way. And suddenly, finance is coming and saying, hey, this is the objective. We need to go there. We want to be all over there in the next year. You don't even see it yet in the fog. And the question now is, how do we get there? And that's actually the interesting part. Your company still standing here. How can we make all these mountains, how can we climb them within a year? And this part is specifically what will be your annual plan. It's your way, it's the way that you can define. You can decide now with that plan, where do I take a left turn? Where do I take a right turn? And looking at it, this is basically connecting the real world out there with your budget. So finance, your budget is often provided very much in a top-down manner. Here is what our investors want to see. Here is what we need to achieve. These are our growth objectives. But that's usually done a little bit like in the lab. And on the other hand, there is the real world. The real world where you need to see, hey, these are only the customers that we have. These are the possibilities. This is really how much average sales price I can achieve. And I can't just maybe double it from now to next month, but actually it's a gradual process over the next couple of quarters, actually. And the annual plan for me is basically connecting these two worlds, the top-down approach, and then you actually, with the annual plan, look bottom up. And this is where finance, which is usually planning the budget, connects with Revops and the commercial teams. So you might say, why me? Why do I have to do that? And I put in Revops right from the beginning. There wasn't even a question mark if you should be doing it. For me, the question is more, have you already started doing it? Will you do it? And if you don't really answer those questions with a strong yes so far, on the next pages, I will show you why you should be doing it actually. So let's think again of our real world, the revenue teams. They are out there and they are busy every day, right? Finance, sitting there, putting numbers on there. And sorry, finance guys, if you're listening to this and you're not agreeing with me right now, I know there are a lot of really, really, really amazing finance guys, but often, when you're stuck in your Excel or spreadsheets, you're sometimes, maybe a little bit too much in your, scientific conversion rates and just top-down planning where you really need to be at what probably also investors said. But you basically, as Revops, you can connect all these teams. And I just put a few on there, like marketing, sales development, sales, customer success, account management. And guess who is the trusted advisor that's connecting all these? Yeah, surprise. It's revenue operations. And revenue operations, you work with these every day. If you don't have a Revops department established already, but you're more like a sales development, sales operations, or maybe a customer success operations, I've seen quite a lot of companies. I think once again that this is actually a great, great reason why you should be establishing yourself as a revenue operations team that's spanning the whole area from marketing to customer success to actually growing with your customers. And if you're thinking of the wonderful bow tie funnel that was established by our friends at Winning by Design, from the very left side to the very right side. And why do I believe that revenue operations is actually such a good person or such a good team for doing that? You bring in this cross-functional perspective. For me, and I keep on saying this, revenue operations is the ultimate team sport. There is probably, besides the CEO, no other team in the company that is as connected as you are. Nobody that needs to understand the product, that needs to understand the numbers, that needs to know the processes, that needs to know the tools as much as the revenue operations guys. And while you do this, while you're so connected to all these teams, while you're understanding actually what you're doing, and by the way, if you're not already shadowing your teams, you should definitely be doing this. You're following a data-driven approach. You are the backbone, the data house for the commercial org. And bringing in the customer centricity, knowing how our customer is behaving, and knowing probably also from having talked to them how customers are thinking, you are the right one for preparing this annual planning. And you can be the baseline, or actually this annual planning is going to be the baseline for your overall go-to-market strategy, for your territory planning, for your quota setting, for your campaign planning. It's across all those teams where the annual planning is important and where you can establish yourself as a trusted advisor. And I know that Tony from Growblocks, I just met him here in Berlin last week. He's also having another presentation, how to become strategic Revops. And if you're not following me here so far, you should definitely tune in another 15 minutes from now, where Tony will tell you a little bit about how to actually become strategic Revops. So, okay, this is really a lot. You need to keep in mind all the teams. You need to know how your customers are working. You need to know the way how to reach your targets. How do you even start with that? Where's the beginning for anything there? And I will show you how to go there. Before we start, there are a few rules. And the first one, please keep this in mind. Don't overcomplicate it. Unless you're already working at Apple or you're working at Microsoft and you're consolidating for the overall financial planning and for the overall company annual planning, don't make it an exercise like this. It should always feel right to your team. It should always be the right thing that your company needs right now. If you're a 5-people startup, probably you won't need the same financial planning and annual planning as 150 people. And at 150 people, probably you won't have as many stakeholders as when you're 2,000. Trust me, I've lived through it. I've seen it. And when you are doing a annual planning at a company that's 150 people, that more feels like you're in an enterprise with 10,000 or 50,000 employees, you will lose trust. People will think, hey, this is overdoing it. So keep it simple. The second rule you have to remember is it's never too early to start. So first, don't overcomplicate, but also second, do start early. There are people out there, there are companies out there that actually do start their annual planning in August. And yeah, it's not wrong because it takes time. It's very, very cross-functional. You always need to wait. You need to include sufficient buffer. And probably it will be the big bang when you start the new year. Ideally, you don't want your salespeople, your go-to-market teams standing there and not knowing what to sell, how much to sell, what their strategy is when they are starting in the new year. You want to take that hype from the beginning, from 1st of January or whenever your fiscal year is starting, to drive this strategy through. And that's why you have to really, I beg you have to start early. I've done the mistake before. We started too late. So if you haven't started right now, you should actually consider doing it as soon as possible after this call. Feel free, ping me. I will send you all my tips again. I will also support you with a template. It's really the time to start now if you haven't started. So here's going to be our plan. If you are starting, you have to get the budget from finance. Finance will probably have something like a multi-year plan. They will probably also have already a plan for next year because they're usually iterating on this on a rolling basis. And this will be the baseline for whatever you're doing. Remember this top-down approach. Then the second thing is get your project team. You will be acting as the PMO, the project management office. You will be the one that's connecting all the dots in the company once again. One thing that you can probably do best. And you can set up, or you will need to set up the project planning. Rule number 3, C-level is needed. You will need to bring them in a room if you haven't done so to get their long-term strategy, to understand what are actually their priorities. What are the 3 things where they will put their eggs in next year? It shouldn't be all in one basket, but there will probably be a few drivers that they see that are very important. And if you believe you already know this, please do me a favor. Confirm it back with your C-level. Confirm it back with your stakeholders. You really need to know what will be your drivers for the next year. And from that, or with this in mind, you should go in the next phase. You should review the current motion, the current drivers of your business, understand the budget that you received from finance, interview your leadership, what is actually important to them, what do they expect of next year, and then prepare some common assumptions. One thing that's always taking a lot of time is actually when you have different teams with different assumptions all over the place. For instance, one team is planning with 120 ASP next year, the other team is planning with 180K next year. Yes, that can be the case. Maybe you have different segments and they are planning with different numbers, but it must be explained why. And it's your job at this point to also follow up here and ensure consistency. Once you have this, you're starting with a waterfall. You're looking, hey, what's my expected revenue for the current year? If I keep on growing like this, unchanged, what will be the outcome next year? And this is kind of what you're picturing up first. So is this all even achievable? And probably you will feel a gap between what finance gave you initially and where you're at. And this is exactly the next stage. And by the way, I will show what this waterfall looks like in just a minute. So here's my rule number 4. Know your growth drivers. Your growth drivers are basically the things that really change your business. For instance, it could be something like a product initiative. You're having a new product release next year. It could be something like a macroeconomic development. You cannot sell as much anymore. Gartner is predicting that the market is shrinking, and hopefully you're not in that market, but you're in one of those markets where Gartner is also saying, yeah, we do see a lot of growth over the next years here. And you should be incorporating that in your annual planning. And this will help you to actually then recommend a plan to your teams, to your leadership, to your finance teams. You will prepare the growth assumptions. You will set the growth drivers from 2 perspectives. 1, look at the market, and 2, look at your internal perspectives. I've just mentioned those, right? Market, benchmarks, economic developments. I think Winning by Design also has a great new website with a lot of benchmarks on there. You can also always reach out to people you know, your investors, whoever. They are probably also very well established or stacked up with general benchmarks. And then your interviews, your internal expectations. New products, when will product release something, always try to attach also a time to this, right? Because if a new product release is not coming in Q1, but in Q3, of course that has implications. How should your sales team sell that then as quickly? And yeah, based on that, update your waterfall. Now, talking about this waterfall, what is it even? This is just a picture of your waterfall, and it should include your growth drivers. And there will be on the left-hand side, this left part is the 2023 ARR. You see the linear growth, and the 2024 ARR, which is basically depicting your current trajectory. And then you have the new initiatives, new market, for instance, entry, price increases maybe as well. There might also be some unexpected churn that you're seeing because of the price increase. You can already include that here, and so on and so forth. And hopefully this is then driving you to the to the right-hand side to your 2024 initiatives. Rule number 5, ensure frequent reviews with stakeholders. You need to include every stakeholder. And trust me, there will also be another very, very important rule. It's gonna be an iterative process. You won't set up that waterfall once and it will be perfect. Probably instead, you will set it up several times. Your first version will not be the main version. And I'm very sorry for telling you that. There will probably be a lot of hard discussions. It's never easy. It's never nice. It's never a walk in the park. But all these versions will get better. And while the first iteration is probably still very far away from the real world, the third, the fourth iteration will probably be a pretty good shot over the developments of the next years. And at this point, please also don't confuse forecast with annual planning. Forecast is something a little bit closer, a little bit nearer for you. Annual planning is really then your initiatives. So again, number 5, include stakeholders early on. And number 6, be aware it's going to be an iterative process. So these things or these rules will now help you to actually consolidate, to bring it all together, to prepare your recommendation to the teams. So you will have your V1, you will have review meetings with your senior leadership, and you will assess potential gaps to the original budget. Probably you will also need to go into discussion with finance again if the gap is too big. And then update it again if needed, review it once again. And hopefully that will bring you to the big bang, what everyone is looking forward to. The sales kickoff in January when the new year is starting. You know, a plan is always just as good as your communication. You need to tell the people around you. Your teams need to know where they are running. You should show them, if you're into racing, how the race car is driven. And remember, also in Formula One, also in other racing series, every driver is having a lot of test drives in the beginning. And they need to familiarize with the new car. They need to familiarize with the new plan. If there is a new track, you need to show them how to get around quickly. So once you have had the sign off by your senior leadership, and yes, at one point you will have also to commit them to the plan, you need to communicate it to the line management, communicate it to all the sellers out there, and finally we release it in the sales kickoff, which I abbreviated here with SKO, probably something that you've already been started planning as well. That brings me to my rule number 7, reassess and monitor later in the year. And that's also my final rule for you guys, because the plan is just as good if you regularly review it, if you reassess your growth drivers, and if you look at this again. And actually, I think later this afternoon, one of my friends, Pavel, he will also look into this, and he will have a session on mastering pipeline dynamics. And I think this is actually a very, very good session for you guys to look into when you want to understand how can I actually then track my current plan, my annual planning to my overall forecast. All right, these several steps, I won't go through them again. You can take, of course, a screenshot now, but what you can also do, reach out to us. You can review the video afterwards, and it will be amazing for you if you have a structured plan to follow.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Just to say, you're just wrapping up, right? I haven't interrupted
Yes.
you. Okay, great. Yeah. Thanks a lot. I think those are very straightforward and clear steps that you need to undergo when you do the annual planning. And I think annual planning, in terms of the efforts and the activities that needs to be done, it's actually a good exercise of something that we all always like to emphasize and highlight about in revenue operations. This is the constant sync between the stakeholders around the goals and around the direction that the company is heading.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had a major discussion yesterday about revenue operations and its in the introduction of revenue operations within the company, and of course everybody speaking about the different sizes of the startup, or it's a startup or a scale up. What would you say in terms of the annual planning when you are a smaller company, let's say 1 million of ARR or less, or you're about to sense the power of the market, of course, versus already a company that has its engine running to some extent?
Um, I mean, it's a different game, right? It's when you're small, of course, you need to do it easier. You shouldn't do as in much detail, but planning is always helpful. And when you're a scale up, and that's probably where annual planning is really coming in, right? When also
Yeah.
your investors are expecting you, then it's a little bit a different game. And Ivan, actually, while you're asking this, there's one last thing that I want to show the folks out there, and
Yeah.
that's my unofficial rule. Yeah,
Okay.
this thing, the annual planning, it will make you a strategic partner for your C level. It will make you a trusted advisor. And if you're not doing it yet, especially if you're in a scale up, you should be doing it now. If you should be doing it for next year, because it makes you important, it brings you into the discussions with the C level. So
Yes.
that's one recommendation I can give that to startups and scale ups across the board, basically.
Yeah, it's if I will just, add Tony to the stage.
I was about to like, okay, let's go. Everyone, hey, Alex, nice to see you again.
Hey,
Actually,
Tony,
Alex and
good
I,
to
we
see
just
you.
met each other in Berlin the other week, right?
Oh, great.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, the world is small, of crazy people like us. But it's interesting because I'm going to pick on the word strategic and on the word planning, of course. But
Yeah,
go over the website of Growblocks. There is a solution for revenue operations specialist experts, and it's called "Become the Right Hand of the C-Suite."
that's it.
Like here we have, be a strategic partner for your C level, and I think that's the great mixture here. And when we speak about annual planning and how actually we achieve great things, the one thing that helps us is the technology. And there is first of all, Alex, thank you so much for the insightful presentation, and being the first person to trust and go on stage today. So we're continuing with Tony now for the next topic that we have here. I'm just removing the
Right, Tony,
presentation.
Hey.
take it from there. And I think I heard that it's also about a similar topic, and you will show the people how to do it very strategic and how to
Yeah,
be
so I mean, we're going to talk about being strategic and actually kind of taking part of
nice.
the annual planning cycle is totally part of that. So, and I think this was the cue for Ivan to, but let me just bring Tony on stage as well, right? I think that was
Yeah,
the idea here.
exactly.
Nice. Cool.
Have a great day, Alex. Thank you.
Take care.
Alex, have a good one.
Yeah, man. Hi. Really happy to see you. We are going to speak about something that is, around revenue operations world. It's always about the constant fight. Is this a tactical or a strategic role?
Yeah,
And we always, the people that we work in this industry, we always think that, revenue operations is far more than just setting up some systems and doing some reporting. So you guys did a great job with the grow blocks, and now recently with the ebook that you're going to speak about. I hope
that's it.
uh, I saw it more than thousands downloads, so people are really interested about this.
Yep.
And giving the floor to you, really happy to have you on board.
Ivan, thanks for having me. So I'm
Yes,
I'm
I will join
sharing
the
the. There you
presentation.
go.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, let's go. So I think it was pretty cool intro by Alex, actually, kind of talking about some of the pieces that do make Revops a bit more strategic than it sometimes kind of comes out. And annual planning and kind of having this forward-looking piece and having this focus on financials, really, I think it's a really important piece in this. And I just
Yeah.
wanted to kind of peel the onion a little bit here today to talk a little bit more into, what does it actually mean to be strategic? Why now, and how do you actually kind of become or can become more strategic, right? And I think, and probably many here have seen those two graphs. It doesn't matter that it's PLG and non-PLG. Actually, what matters is that all of them are going down, basically, right? So we're talking like really core numbers here that Inside Partners has assembled, both about the revenue growth and the valuations, basically, right? And everything is basically kind of going south. So what does it mean for revenue operations? Well, if you ask actually inside partners and Pablo, he actually thinks, well, I get back to that in a second, but he's pretty convinced that revenue operations is actually more important now than ever. And there are a couple of other folks thinking the same way, right? So we had, and by now I'm sure everyone has seen this already, but Revops is basically the fastest growing job in the US. I think here in Europe, in Germany, and UK, and the Nordics, and so forth, we're still very far away from that. But in the US, kind of that wave has certainly started. And then we have some research here from Forrester. So 41 of companies with revenue operations actually see improvement in revenue growth. So that's a pretty important one. And also when you think about this, right, Forrester is not saying 41 of companies with revenue operations implement tools better. No, they're linking it to revenue growth, which is really why your CEO, why your CRO has bought that function, right? And 25 of companies with revenue operations saw increased profitability. So this is then also something for the CFO. Why would the CFO be interested in revenue operations? Well, it's because of especially that, right? The thing is, though, and this is really the big problem with RevOps today, is tools and buying software that doesn't actually create any kind of revenue. You need to become a strategic partner. You need to think about financials. You need to think about revenue. You think about cost. You need to think about your revenue engine, how it's basically kind of achieving those outcomes, right? And I wanted to take some time basically today to talk a little bit more about this in detail. And obviously kind of we have this ebook you can find on our website, on my profile, and kind of download and check it out. So first off, we have talked to a couple of, let's just say, pretty important people in the community. So Dave Kellogg, he currently is an executive in residence with Balderton Capital. Before that, he's built companies from, I think 10 million to 1 billion in ARR in revenue, not in valuation. So like he actually has built massive companies, and he's also the guy behind kellblog.com, if you guys know that. And I'm just quoting him here. RevOps, to me, you have the chance to be the trusted quantitative advisor that everyone trusts, right? And when he kind of talks about everyone here, he's talking about the CFO, the CRO, the CEO. And the reason why this position isn't taken yet is, you can't really trust everything that comes out of the CRO. The CFO only also has his own little view from, an FP&A and a financial perspective. RevOps is actually the only team that can bridge those two worlds, right? That can bring sales and finance, if you want to break it down, sales and finance, or GTM and finance together, and be the trusted source across both, and also to the CEO. Pablo from Inside Partners, very, very, very kind of interesting kind of point here. You don't walk into a strategic role. You create a strategic role and you earn it, right? So it really speaks to, there's no one gonna, tap you on the shoulder one day and say like, you know what, Jim, today you're gonna be strategic. That's not how it's gonna work out. You need to go and take it. You need to go and, fight for it. And you need to prove to the other people around you that you actually have earned that role, right? And this takes you to be proactive instead of waiting and being like, oh no, I'm only implementing tools. That's not fair. You need to turn around and take the initiative here. And then Chris Walker, CEO of Refine Labs, kind of, he's a big LinkedIn persona. If you haven't followed him yet, kind of totally do that, please. RevOps is in the most opportunistic, great seed to fundamentally change this specific problem that unlocks massive growth. So what he does a lot, right? So he's coming a little bit from the marketing angle, actually, Chris. But he's actually seeing, himself engage with more and more RevOps folks to unlock kind of the growth problem that sits in those organizations. And he has some very cool and very specific views on how you need to kind of move things in the GTM around, but just simply redistributing resources, not by coming up with something like, super creative and awesome, but by simply, distributing resources differently, and then therefore kind of getting to a lot more growth. And RevOps, so he basically kind of said on the show here, the VP of RevOps is probably one of the top 2 personas that he's engaging with in the companies at all times, right? And if you think about this, and if you think about what Chris is doing, kind of, it sounds odd when you hear it, but kind of him explaining it kind of made total sense. So what is tactical? What is strategic? What does it actually mean? Kind of everyone wants to say like, oh, I'm strategic, and everyone wants to be strategic, but sometimes people struggle to kind of really figure out, okay, cool, what does it actually mean, right? And I think if you break it down on the tactical side, you're really servicing teams. Yeah. On the strategic side, you're driving revenue, right? So you're support versus really building stuff and achieving results for the company. On the tactical side, what that breaks down to, because it's not like RevOps, being strategic, driving revenue, should pick up the phones and close some deals. That's not what that means, right? It within their realm, within their remit, within their focus on data and logic, what does tactical versus strategic mean, right? On the tactical side, they're reporting on missed targets, which then usually leads to finger pointing in the organization, right? That sometimes is also connected to, hey, where's this number coming from, and can we trust this, and so forth. And on the strategic side, you basically have revenue operations basically facilitating that everyone simply knows why the company has been falling behind. And that's not the sales reps were lazy or they didn't ramp fast enough, which is like 95% of the way that CEOs and CROs currently still kind of interpret the world. Revops can actually come to the table and be like, hey, the MQLs were off by 20%, resulting in a gap to opportunity, worth maybe 1.2 million. The overall gap towards the end of the quarter was 2 million. So the other 800K, that was actually coming from sales. Most of the stuff was actually kind of a volume problem, right? And then taking these insights and taking these aligned KPIs and kind of really building strong QBRs and MBRs to, number one, educate the organization. Because and so I've been a CRO myself. I've been talking to a bunch of CROs, and they still have a very simplistic view of how their revenue engine works, and it's usually very focused around sales and the sales team, not neglecting, but kind of forgetting about the other two wings of the bow tie here. So it's really kind of building good QBRs, MBRs to educate the whole team, but also, and this is really important, building insights that lead to action. Just creating insights like, oh, thanks, Scott. That was good to know. Thank you very much. Let's talk next again in 3 months. That's not good enough. You need to kind of really come to points and conclusions where they're going like, okay, shit, we need to take action on this now. What do you propose we do, right? Then back on the tactical side, and this is maybe a little bit of a Tony thing, so apologies for that, but eliminating friction without understanding why you do it is sometimes actually not the right thing. And for me, this is sometimes a symptom of the person in charge not understanding how the engine works, just blindly kind of trying to make everything kind of easier, which in 80% of the cases is, by the way, the right thing to do. But in some areas, you want to have some friction. You don't want to take the friction away, right? And on the other side, on the strategic piece, really utilizing some of that friction for growth, right? What could you, where in the engine is friction the right thing to have in order to push growth for that? Then, and this is almost like semantics, but support, seeing yourself as a supportive role, as a servicing role for sales, marketing, and CS, versus orchestrating sales, marketing, and CS. It's a fundamentally different thing. I sometimes see or feel CROs, good CROs, see themselves as orchestrating sales, marketing, and CS. And I think good RevOps should actually kind of have the same approach to it, right? And the flip side is, if you see yourself as supporting sales, marketing, and CS, well, what's going to happen more and more is they will ask for more support. They will send you more requests. They will ask you to, hey, can you just get these slides done? Can you do this, report real quick? You will kind of, you fall into this personal assistant kind of trap to a department. And that usually leads to being reactive, firefighting, not having enough time, and so forth, right? So there's, again, it's also a mindset shift that you need to execute yourself. And then finally, and I think Alex talked about this also, right? I only kind of actually listened or was able to listen to the last 5 to 10 minutes here. But on the servicing side, finance builds the revenue plan, and they usually focus on the top down, right? So they break it down in a way, okay, you want to get to 20 million, you're at 10 today, 10 are left. 5 we can do from the existing team. For the other 5, we need to hire another 5 or 6 or 7 AEs. Check, right? Kind of that's how finance in many, many cases still goes about. And I'm not saying this to kind of, make fun of them. That's still the status quo of how most teams operate. On the strategic side, and this is really interesting, And I feel many RevOpsers don't actually utilize this well enough. Take charge of building the model, the GTM model, build charge of building the revenue plan around it. And instead of trying to rebuild or do the same thing that finance does, focus on the bottom up. The bottom up is way more interesting. The bottom up gives you the thing that you will actually hit versus the thing that you want to hit, which is the top down, right? And once you have a data-driven way kind of to build the bottom up plan, you will have a gap, and then you can have a good conversation about this gap. And what is top of mind for CEOs and CFOs all the time? It's planning. They're looking forward. It's and they're thinking about financials, revenue being a really big part of that. If you start to become an important voice in that conversation, that's gonna help you a lot in becoming a strategic partner to them to a degree. Yeah. Just kind of checking time real quick. So what we actually did in the ebook, we talked to senior RevOpsers from Drift, HubSpot, Nihilist, Superside, and Gong. Interviewed them. We actually also have like a podcast series on this if you want to check it out. Sorry for the promo here, Ivan. But basically kind of what we really found out is like there are two different sides to this. One is you need to manage yourself in order to become strategic. And then kind of the approach to the company needs to be a bit different. And we actually kind of have really cool insights from these folks at those companies, coming out of this. So managing yourself, the number one thing we hear all the time, basically, oh, we don't have time. I can't do it. We're under-resourced. I'm a one-man army. I'm, whatever. I can't actually break out of this cycle. So therefore, I can't be strategic. And one really interesting insight was that people were saying it's not that you don't have time. It's that you actually don't know what to do with it and or to use it to do strategic stuff, right? And the number one insights here were ask your CRO, CFO about their biggest challenges, right? Try and align yourself to what they worry about, because what they're worrying about in many cases is strategic stuff. And it breaks down to, ultimately two things: the future, how to make more money or how to, spend less money, and how to mitigate risks. This 3 now, I think I said. But anyway, so it's really those 3 things, right? It's forward-looking in all cases. It's always about dollar signs. It's never about, oh, I really worry about this conversion rate from, MQL to op, or I really worry about the MQL count, or really worry about, I don't know, something else. They don't care about that. They care about money. And then last thing, they care about risks, right? And so kind of being in their seats is usually about, risk taking to, I mean, it sounds corny, but that's actually what it is. You kind of need to operate with not full transparency or with, understanding of the future. Obsess more over the metrics than your boss. I had this saying to my own VP of RevOps: if I know the numbers better than you do, you didn't do your fucking job. And that was actually great because it also allowed me to not obsess over those metrics all the time, which kind of then, it literally, this guy became my strategic right hand immediately. And then, you need to understand where you are today and where you need to go in order to figure out how to get there. So this was like a Shantanu from Gong who said like, well, you need to understand where you're today, as in, are you at the bottom of Everest? Are you at base camp? Are you kind of on the way to the summit? And where do you want to go? Okay, the summit. But only once you understand where you are today and where you want to go, can you create some kind of a structure of going from A to B, right? If you don't have an understanding where you are today or where you want to go, it's basically going to be extremely difficult for you to navigate this. And really, the approach needs to be a little bit different, right? So yes, you need to kind of really think hard about the metric obsession that leads you to find problems before anyone else actually finds those problems, right? So it's really the Soumya from HubSpot was basically saying like, hey, you need to find the stuff that no one else was even thinking about. This is where you suddenly bring massive value to the organization, right? Kind of, this is like, oh, okay, we didn't see this at all. Now we're seeing it. Thank you very much. Now we can take action, right? And you need to be aligning your work to really what matters. And again, right? So I'm throwing out, well, it's, make more money, spend less money. But in many cases, this might be just, broken down to hitting this quarter's target, hitting next quarter's target, hitting your net retention rate, hitting, improving your gross retention rate. improving your CAC payback, whatever it might be. Those kind of metrics might be closer to the operating cadence that you guys run, and you need to find ways to attach yourself to it. If you're kind of leaning back, it's like, well, I implemented Salesforce really successfully, and the Apex code rolls through nicely. I did my job. Then you fucking failed, right? That's not then being strategic. What they also do is they try and understand the question behind the question. So if someone is asking them, "Hey, can you pull this report for me?" It's not only that they pull the report, but they also like understand the intent and or ask for what's the intent behind the question, and then deliver what the person potentially actually wanted, right? So it's not that someone wants to have an industry report on conversion rates. They want to understand where they should divest and where they should, focus their teams instead. And then you can come with that suggestion instead of just sending a spreadsheet with those numbers and then leave it at that. You can take it a step further, and that step further is really then what turns it from, hey, you're tactical, you're servicing me, versus you're helping me actually to figure stuff out. And then they have a sense of purpose that obviously goes beyond just tools, right? So for example, the Revops, so Sean Lane Adrift, he now moved on to kind of his own consultancy, Minot Partners or something like that. Check them out, please. He basically implemented a North Star in Drift, on what Revops should be and what Revops is doing. And he basically, every time he, Drift onboarded a new class of people, he stood in front of them and educated them on what Revops is doing at Drift and what the North Star is actually for them. Then in many cases, they obviously aren't responsible for all of those metrics going in the right direction, but they're taking ownership, right? So it's, yes, I'm not being the one, I'm not the one being fired for, bookings per STR trending down, but I will make it my problem to figure out why that is and how to improve it, because I understand that has a massive impact on the success of the organization. And yeah, I mean, I've said it a couple of times throughout this deck already, but they do feel responsible for revenue and for cost. And that's just simply a mindset shift from, should I buy HubSpot or should I buy Salesforce? Or, outreach is kind of a little bit better than Salesloft. It's different. Those are the words that the CROs and CEOs actually care about. It's the dollar words. That's what it is, right? And if you keep talking in tooling, then it will be really difficult for the senior folks to kind of see you as a strategic advisor here. Then on the company side, so really kind of we had the self and then the company. And what they're and this was Nihilus actually. She did a pretty cool Mallory at Nihilus. She did a pretty cool kind of piece here. So what they're doing, or what she implemented, is basically kind of building accountability in the organization. And basically the way it works, and actually I'm not sure if she implemented it or if this was something that was kind of there in Nihilus already. I don't want to give undue what is it, like, pros to someone. But basically what they're doing is they the management team each owns a core metric, and then on a rolling basis, so every week basically one of them does this. Then they run a forecast for the next 4 quarters on how that metric is going to develop. So for example, Mallory, she chose net retention rate as her metric. And then she, every other week when it's her term, or every 4th week or whatever, when it's her turn to discuss net retention rate and how it's going to evolve over time. It's not about specifically calling the number that it's going to kind of have. That's an outcome. But the main point is actually to say, like, well, net retention rate is impacted by so many things. And we see this problem coming up on product. We had a weak Q3 that will impact my net retention number for in 4 months 4 quarters from now, etc., right? So it's really about forcing a conversation in the management team on those are the really important numbers and how will they develop. Again, right? It's forward looking. You need to look into the future, and you need to attach yourself to the money words. And in this case, net retention rate is a really big money word, right? And then lean into different projects that you could execute in order to figure out how to improve this, right? And a quote from her is, we won't wait until we get to Q2 and say, next quarter's pipeline is looking light. We're looking at that today, right? And I think this is also one of, if you will, Growblox's pieces here. It's like, hey, you can't always optimize for the ongoing quarter. That's kind of a sales only mindset. Many times the quarter is already lost when you enter this. You need to prepare next quarter. You need to make sure you distribute your resources properly, to make sure that you have revenue consistency, revenue growth in there. Sorry for the plug here, but it just fitted extremely well. And then the other piece where you can, on the company level, really drive strategic value is by running the operating cadence. And the operating cadence might differ from company to company, where you are, how big the velocity is, and how big the organization is. But usually it breaks down to weeklies, monthlies, and quarterlies, which are basically on top of the annual planning cycle that you might be running through, right? And the idea here is to systemically improve revenue performance again and again and again and again. And it's, when I write on LinkedIn, when we talk in the podcast about, continuous improvement and efficiency, everyone's eyes rolls over and they're like all super bored by it. And I totally get it. But at the end of the day, it's, we talked about this with Jacko from Winning by Design, and it's the same thing. Hey, what people don't understand is that these things compound, right? Kind of here's this 7-10 rule. So if you find 7 places in your funnel that you can improve by 10%, that equals 100%, meaning you'd have doubled the output of the funnel. So why does 7 times 10 equal 100? Well, it's because they compound. It's not that it's 7 times 10. It's actually kind of, to the, I don't know, power off or something like that. Don't know the math right now, but that's basically kind of how this thing works out, right? So don't underestimate those small improvements. And the way you identify them and drive them is basically kind of through this quarterly, monthly, weekly, operating cadence that you can roll out, right? And really the important bit here is don't just only identify continuous improvement areas or ideas or I don't know, metrics that should be going in a different direction. You have to take it from the inside to actually drive action. If all of this is kind of lost and it's kind of like thanks very much, Jimmy, it's not gonna it's not gonna be impactful. And at the end of the day, what C-level is constantly looking for and like hungry for and thirsty for is like, how can we improve this thing? And especially in the last couple of quarters or 1 or 2 years, the mindset shift from let's just spend more money to, hey, we have limited money and we need to kind of improve what we can do here. The only thing you can do is find efficiency improvements, right? That's the only thing. And you can do 2 main things. One is try and improve the efficiency throughout the funnel, and number 2 is find things in your funnel that are not as efficient. Stop doing that. Take the money and put it into other areas that are more efficient, right? And revenue operations can play a massive role in this. And I think I'm actually running out of time and running out of slides, so it's actually kind of perfectly timed. So if you have more questions on what strategic Revops actually looks like, just find the ebook. It's on my profile on the website. Download it, have a read. And otherwise, if you want to know how to reach revenue consistency in your revenue engine, check out globals.com. Happy to jump on a call. Ivan, I think that's it from my side.
Thanks, Tony. Really insightful. And I think, yesterday Jacko spoke about, like exactly the same thing, or, to some extent about, when you reach a growth level where you are, most of your revenue is coming from retention. You cannot speak anymore about, throwing money in sales and stuff. It's all about quality of the product and, efficiencies around the whole pipeline performance. And I think we need to start, speaking about this also from the perspective of revenue operations, because yes, it's mostly about marketing, sales performance, and how we align those things. But actually, as Jaco mentioned, the C-level, they don't bring to lunch the CS manager or the CS director. They always talk about marketing and sales. So I think this is also something that we're going to see in the future, in the near future, and we're seeing this as of now. I really urge you also to download the ebook from Growblocks and Tony, and they did an amazing job there with lots of insights. We have a comment here. I would just put it on stage from Taps. it would be great to also show a slightly detailed link between marketing and Revops, because for the most part, the marketing budget is slightly bigger, and being able to put
Yeah.
numbers and KPIs within that link would be great, as you did show it with finance CFO.
So I think so. Number one, right? I mean, it speaks a little bit into the marketing ops being part of RevOps kind of conundrum, right? Kind of there's kind of one part of this in here, and my quick take on this, by the way, is if RevOps really is a revenue operations and not just a rebranded sales operations, then marketing ops should be part of it.
Yes.
Otherwise, I can understand why marketing ops sometimes is not happy about this. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of the understanding of the financials that happen on the marketing side, they need to be understood by you as well. I don't think revenue ops needs to fully deep dive into what you spend on the campaign and how the creative looks like and all of
Yeah.
that stuff. What you need to look at is in as much detail as you can, ultimately, what is the CAC payback of that revenue stream, right? And not just inbound, but maybe Facebook, maybe LinkedIn, whatever kind of using. What's the CAC payback, including the ad spend, including the people that work on this, including the inbound SDRs you have, including the AEs that close it. You need to understand that, and based on this, you can give immense insights to the CFO.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks a lot. Really insightful. Once again, pleasure to have you on our second edition of the conference.
Of course.
We're going to speak soon again. Thanks, Tony.
Have a good one, Ivan. Thank you.
Yeah, now we're moving to our next amazing person. I'm just bringing on stage Brooke. Hey, Brooke. Hi.
Hi.
Really happy to have you here on board.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah, great. So we are now, we spoke about annual planning. We spoke about the strategic end of revenue operations, and addressing some stuff around marketing. Maybe in the future we're going to speak about also retention, client success. But now there is a very, very important topic that you're going to bring on stage here, and actually it's something very similar to the annual planning. People hate it because it's really tricky, but it's actually an essence when we speak about the motivation of the people that are really involved in the revenue generation stream. So really looking forward to your presentation, Brooke Treside, the Senior Vice President, Revenue Operations at Volt. It's an honor to have you.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here.
Do you want to share your screen, or you're
Yes,
going to?
I will. Let me.
Or you wanted to,
present.
because you also can upload the presentation here if you like.
Yes, let me share from your computer.
Yes, so it's.
Am I able to just share it? I've not used Vidyard before, so slides.
Yeah, you can just upload it from whether from Google or just from your computer. It's no problem.
Okay, let me get that. I was planning to just share my screen because I have the Google.
If you want, just share the screen. That's no problem. So it's more convenient to you. I'm just showing the wiggling revenue wars here where we're waiting.
Okay, so let me. I'm selecting that. So let's see if that comes up.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think it's. Today we're going to speak a lot of things about how we're going to improve the revenue engine, and there are two sides of the coin. The one is the technology and the process, and the other one is the people. I really hope that you are going to, meet those two sides on your presentation as well. If you want, okay.
Yeah, there we go. All right, we got it. Perfect. Thank you so much. So I'll do a quick brief intro of myself and then dive into my thoughts on compensation strategy and principles, because I think everyone has slightly different views. I'm not sure there is a single source of truth for this. So I am originally from the San Francisco Bay Area and spent most of my career either in sales in software and mostly enterprise SaaS companies for about 8 or 9 years, and then revenue operations about 8 or 9 years in software running compensation and all things revenue operations within the Silicon Valley. So today I'm going to talk about my compensation principles, and this is mostly based on my experience in the US. And I do recognize that things are different in Europe, especially around compensation structures. So how much is split between base and variable and that sort of thing. In America, everything is like hired gun. We pay for our salespeople. So just to caveat that, I do live in London now. I've been here a few years. I do understand the regional differences, but just to call
you
that out.
sense the difference, yeah.
Yeah. So these are my compensation principles when I'm generally starting building out a comp plan. So and this is the what I tell sales is kind of the rules of the road. So we will pay you on the dollar, every dollar or amount of revenue that you bring into the business. So a future dated contract, that sort of thing, it's every dollar in the door you get paid on. Quota must align from top to bottom. So especially in a smaller organization and a startup, it's really important that the way reps retire quota is the same way that you would retire quota for the business, the CRO, and all the way up to board reporting. You shouldn't really have more than 2-3 different compensation measures. You're not driving behavior if it's so confusing. Sales doesn't know how they get paid. And especially in a startup situation, complexity is not helpful. It'll just make it harder to manage, and your reps will be confused about what they're supposed to be optimizing for.
Yeah.
And then as my time as a sales rep, my bonus principle, decelerators suck. I don't think you should have decelerators in a startup comp plan. I think when you are in an organization like a LinkedIn or a Microsoft, where you kind of assume 50% of quota attainment is kind of the low end of what a rep's going to do because there's so much inbound or there's so much organic growth. I can understand having a decelerator, but in a startup, it's hard. The sales reps are out there, trying to knock on doors, build a market for you. I think you should keep them as hungry as possible, and every dollar is hard to bring in. So what does this look like in reality? And this is what I've structured in a couple different software organizations. So we will do different structures around 3-year prepays, where a salesperson can get a merchant or a customer to pay 3 years up front. If they pay 3 years up front, sales is paid in all 3 years. So that goes to the principle of, if you bring the dollars in the door, you get paid on them. If you get a 3-year annual pay, so they pay annually for 3 years, sales is paid on the first year, and then they're paid on the out years. So year 2 and 3 are considered out years when the company receives payment.
Mm-hmm.
But the out years won't retire quota. And generally that's my philosophy on things, because if we go to number 2, quota must align from top to bottom. Unless your CRO and the board is going to consider out years quota retirement, you're not going to retire quota on out years. You pay them because that's principle number 1. They brought the money in the business, but you likely are not going to be measuring your business on total contract value, on TCV. You're likely going to be reporting up to the board on annual contract value, ACV. So if your measurement from top to bottom of the business is ACV, then rep should be quoted on ACV. Yeah. What the worst case scenario would be, you have a bunch of reps hit quota and the CRO and the business have not hit their board number. That's where the misalignment is really becomes a problem. And so that's why, especially in smaller companies, you want to focus on it needs to be the same top to bottom. And when I talk about this as a startup principle, it's very different at companies such as LinkedIn. So I always am asking the sales reps that sell to me, how do you get paid? What are you getting paid on? What retires quota when we're negotiating things? So I can understand what they care about. Like, do you care about a 3-year contract? Do you care about it prepaid? It always helps to understand what the sales rep wants to get paid on. And over the years of me asking the sales reps that sell to me, bigger companies like LinkedIn, they'll pay on a 3-year contract that's an annual pay, right? LinkedIn's owned by Microsoft. They don't have cash flow issues. They want long-term contracts, and they're very confident that they will be able to collect on those. So you know, a bigger company will have a different structure, but in a startup world, you normally are more focused on cash flow. So you pay on the dollars that come in, and you're not wanting to pay future commissions for dollars you haven't received. As far as measurements in your comp plan, so generally what I've seen in sales is you want to pay them on ACV, so the annual contract value that they bring in, and that goes towards their new revenue number. So they could have a 500,000 euro revenue number, and they have a contract for 100,000 euros, and so that would retire 20% of quota. In some organizations I've worked, we also had a renewal quota, and that was essentially all of the deals the rep had sold prior year. They would also have a quota to get those renewed. This was so that they partnered with the account managers or the CSMs to make sure that the merchants or the customer contracts they were signing were actually good deals and would renew the following year. And we typically would pay a much smaller rate on renewals, because otherwise you will never make back the money you've made or you've paid on a deal. So renewals would normally be 2 to 3%. And you will find that most of your sales reps will say, okay, well, that's a really small percentage. I'm not going to focus on renewal quota. Why bother? It's such a low percentage. And so what we have done previously, when we really cared about renewals and wanting to make sure the sales reps cared, is we would have a total quota, which was essentially a combination of their new ACV quota and the renewal quota, and they couldn't get into accelerators until they had hit both quotas. So they might not care about the renewals from the perspective of it doesn't pay out very high percentage, but they'll care about it because they can't get into accelerators until they've hit both. That's when you really want to make sure you're getting a high renewal rate, and you might be struggling with renewals in the organization. I believe the organization I was doing this with, we were at about an 83% renewal rate, which is not great. In order for you to be profitable with a SaaS contract, it normally is not until year 2 or year 3. So if you're losing deals after year 1, that's not good for the business. And so we really needed to get our renewals up to 92, 93%. And that's why we built in the renewal quota. Again, it depends on what type of behavior you're trying to incent in the business and drive. So next, additional guidelines. So in SaaS, the base commission rate, or BCR, is the flat rate that a sales rep is paid on a deal. In software, it is generally around 10 to 12%. Again, and I'll go over how you derive the base commission rate, but that is kind of the rule of thumb. I've seen 8%, 15% is incredibly rich comp plan. So any sales rep that's listening to this, if your company's paying you 15%, you're doing very well. Professional services. A lot of SaaS companies will either sell professional services. Sometimes they give it away for free. I worked at a software company where we did need to sell professional services to get the software integrated and set up. So we would sell those as contracts. We would pay on the professional services 3% up to 5%, which would be quite high, but services never retires quota. It's just not, unless you're a consulting company, it doesn't make any sense. You're not making money on your professional services. So you don't generally want to pay out a high rate, because most of the time software companies are selling professional services at cost or a little above cost, right? Accelerators. So in the table below, this is generally how I've done this, is once you get over 100% in quota attainment, we would go into 1.5x. So if your base commission rate is 10%, when you're in accelerator, so above the 100%, you get 15%. And then if you can get to 200%, normally 2x. So they would be getting 20%. Obviously, you need to model targets very closely, because although you want everyone hitting quota, you would probably break the comp plan if everyone got to 200%. So be careful with accelerators. You need to model out, what does this look like? What would it have looked like on a prior year? And see how many people would have hit 100% or 200%. And just make sure that at the end of the year, your CFO is not asking you why you've just paid out someone commissions because you've modeled the comp plan poorly. But this is generally how I've structured comp plans. Again, the more levels you put in, the harder it is for you to manage. And in Revops, I normally end up managing these. So I try to keep things simple for me, simple for sales to understand. And just to be clear, this is always for the dollars that cross over, the revenue that crosses over 100%. So you're not paying 1.5x backdated on anything. It's, if they did a 200K contract and 100K of it got them to 100%, they get 10% on the first 100K. And then they'll get 15% on the 100K that has crossed over into the accelerators. Reps are always asking in every org over and over again, so I get the accelerator on everything. And no, it's the amount that has crossed over into the accelerators, 101% plus. Calculating base commission rate. So I have seen where reps want to negotiate their base commission rate. It doesn't make sense. You don't negotiate base commission rate. You negotiate your salary or your variable and your quota. And base commission rate is just the math output of those numbers. So in here, I've shared a standard 50-50 plan that we often have done when I worked in San Francisco, very high cost of living, where the base salary would be about 150K and the variable is about 150K. So this is a 50-50 plan, and that 50% is base, 50% is variable. We've set the quota at $1 million. So then that means the base commission rate is 15%. Because we've taken the variable of 150K a year, we've divided it by $1 million quota, and 15% is the base commission rate. This is a very rich comp plan. I would probably not do this comp plan because the base commission rate is quite high. So in this case, the levers you would pull, because assuming variable is not changing because that's in the sales reps contract, the lever you would be pulling is quota, right? So you would increase quota to 1.2, 1.3 to get the base commission rate down. You don't start with BCR. BCR is the output of the other compensation calculations. So targets and quotas. Sales cycle length should be the key driver for determining your quota period. So it makes sense. If your average sales cycle is around 30 days, you're going to have a monthly quota target. If your average sales cycle is 90 plus days, you're going to have a quarterly or an annual quota or yearly quota. You also the driver of your sales cycle length will be your average sales price, your ASP. If you're doing more transactional business, such as 5K deals, that will likely be a monthly type sales cycle, and then a monthly type quota. It's important when you're doing your quotas and your targets that you have modeled both top down and bottoms up. I have seen this happen in orgs. It is not great if you don't do both. So the business, the board, your CFO will come say to your CRO, we need 10 million new. Great. Next thing you need to do is model it from bottoms up. What does that look like? We have 3 sales reps that are fully ramped. That means you're taking 10 million and giving it to 3 sales reps. And that is 3.3 million in quota. Is that viable? No, it is not. So this is where you start negotiating, because although the board wants a certain number, you also have to go from bottoms up. How many fully ramped reps do you have? If you only have 3 fully ramped reps and your historical numbers are reps can do about $1 million a year, right? You have a hiring problem. You need to hire more sales reps. You cannot just take a top-down number and then assume that it'll be hit with 3 fully ramped reps. And not only, because otherwise you'd end up with a gap, right? Overassignment of quota. In an ideal world, and your CRO and your sales leaders are going to want this, I refer to it as the buffer. So what is the overassignment? So you might have allocated out, let's say you have 10 sales reps and you've given them 100K in quota each. So that's $1 million a year in quota that's been assigned. That would then mean you would want your board number to be about 800 to 850K. Again, these are really low numbers. I'm just keeping it simple for easy math. You want some sort of buffer. You don't want so let's say your board number is $1 million for the year. Again, it's very startup-y numbers, but if your board number was $1 million, you want at least 1.3 million assigned out to the field so that you are taking into account that, not every rep's going to hit their quota. There's going to be some misses. There might be a mishire, and you don't want a quota that is only attainable if everything goes perfect in the year, every sales rep hits their quota. That is not reality. That is never reality. I have never seen that before. If every rep hits quota, you probably have set the wrong quotas, or you've had the most birds of any bluebird you've ever seen. And that might be an American saying, but a bluebird is essentially a deal that falls in your lap, right? So someone calls up, they know someone, hey, I want to buy this. It's a bluebird, and you get some sort of big deal. If you get a lot of bluebirds in your business, good for you. That's like ideal if you have that many inbound deals that are coming in that are easy to close. Most of us in startup land are not getting that. And so you need to assume at best 80% of your reps hit quota, and then figure out what your over assignment is. Then you're going to have some negotiations because the CRO is going to say, well, that all I can do is, I have 5 or 10 fully ramped reps and we're going to give them 500K each. I can only do X. And then the board is obviously going to want a more aggressive target. And that's when you start to negotiate. And normally in Revops land, you start this in October. So this is the right time to start planning for next year and figuring out what your top down number is, start modeling your bottoms up number, and start the negotiation process. Because ideally, if you're on the calendar year for your fiscal calendar, you want to make sure that this is all ready and your comp plans are ready to be sent out for signature in January. Now is the time to be negotiating. And I've been in some heated negotiations in a room with the CFO, the CEO, and the CRO, and we're all trying to get to a number that we think, the board will be happy with, but is doable and the CRO feels is attainable. So, all right. So quotas by segment. Again, I did talk a little bit earlier about average sales price, what's the average quota for that sales price in the different markets, and then quota period and sales cycle length. So this just breaks it down into an easy to read table. SMB is under 25K generally, and it could be down to 500K if you're in a really transactional business. Average quota is about 600K. Mid-market, 900K, enterprise, 1.6. Again, the base salaries are normally higher for these in the enterprise, and then their variables higher, and it's much longer sales cycles. The guidelines is that whatever the OTE is, that quota should be 5x of that. So if the OTE of a rep is 200K, then they need to be at least doing like 1.3, right? 1.4. I had a CEO whose philosophy was, I will keep any sales rep as long as they're covering their costs, right? So if the cost for them was base salary of 100K and the cost for their SE was 100K, let's just say, so a sales team working together, and their base cost was 200K for the business, he felt like if they covered their cost, he was fine with keeping a sales rep, even if they're underperforming. It just depends on your philosophy. It is in some markets much harder than others, whether like in the US, it's very easy to sell into New York. The Midwest is a lot harder. So sometimes you have to regionalize your quotas as well. Really, one thing to note, sales reps love to game comp plans. That is what they do for a living. The monthly comp plans are the easiest to game, right? Because it's so easy to just say, okay, I'm not going to hit my number for the month. I'm going to sandbag all these deals and carry them over into the next month. And then they hit their number for the next month, and then accelerators if there's monthly accelerators. So on a monthly comp plan, I generally would advise against accelerators unless it's some sort of, your total quota for a 6-month period. And if you hit your total quota, then you get accelerators. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a very lumpy business because sales will optimize for compensation, and they will withhold deals, and they'll have 10% and then 120% and then 10% and 120%. So just word to the wise. Think about any way that the comp plan can be gamed, because it will be, and then just make sure you're okay with it. If you're okay with a lumpy business and you want accelerators, that's fine. Just beware, you're going to get some, it's going to get gamed. So also, when you're setting quotas, you really need to take in ramp time for a sales rep, because you cannot assign a full quota, or you should not, to a rep that walks into the door today. So we normally, and the better data you have to be able to look back at what it took for a sales reps in your org's previous sales reps to ramp, you want to use that to model what does a full ramp time look like. The higher the ASP, the longer the ramp time. So you could hire, again, this all comes down to like modeling your bottoms up quota for next year. If you're hiring 5 sales reps and they're starting on Jan 1, you cannot just give them full quota on Jan 1. You should at least assume there's a ramp for 6 to 9, sometimes 12 months. That means it's very costly to hire sales reps and not have them perform, right? You could have a sales rep that doesn't get a full quota for a year and they're not generating revenue to cover their costs for a year. This is where hiring will kill you. You have to get it right, especially in a small company. You lose a fully ramped rep, you've just lost, in some cases, your ability to hit your annual number without getting lucky. And when you do hire them, you invest a lot of money and resources to get them ramped up and be successful. You need to make sure that they succeed and they stay and you retain them. There's a whole other topic we could talk about in sales enablement and how do we shorten the ramp time of reps. That's a different talk. But anyway, you do need to take this into account when you're thinking about, ramping a quota. So we often would say if a fully ramped reps quota is $1 million, we would assign a new sales rep quota starting on Jan 1. We might assign them $500K for year 1, depending on if you're on an annual comp plan. And it would likely be, if you're modeling out what you think you're going to do in the business, it would be all weighted to the second half of the year. So you would assume $0 for the first 6 months and then weight all of it in the back half of the year. Pay mix. This is very US centric. This is from Insight Partners, who does a lot of work with their portcos on understanding what other companies are doing. There's other resources online that will tell you a little bit different of things. This is the bottom is what I've generally seen in the US. It's always 50-50 for sales reps, 50% base, 50% comp, so 50-50 plan. Account managers or CSM, 60-40 is very common. SDR, BDRs, yeah, actually, you know what? Our SDR plan at Volt is about 75-25 split. And then SEs, yes. SEs are normally very risk averse. They're very good at selling the technical aspects, but they are not your elephant hunters. And so typically, yeah, their variable will be much smaller. On target earnings. This is just a guidelines again from Insight Partners. I can share this out because we're running out of time. So we'll share this after, and then I'll just jump into my last slide. Payout frequency and commissionable events. So best practice, pay as close to the event as possible. So if a sales rep, in this case, I generally always do contract signature. I know I say when they bring in $1, but I mean that a bit more metaphorically. When they've signed a contract, they should get paid within 30 days. You want to pay as close to the event. So if they signed a contract in October and your November pay run, you want to pay the sales rep. You want a short feedback loop. Sales closes a deal, they get paid. You want them to stay hungry and feel that they're being incented for the work that they're doing. I don't think sales should be, unless you have a very specific business where you find you know collections is challenging, or you have customers that don't pay. I don't think sales reps should be held responsible for collecting of invoices. I think they get the contract signed, assuming it's legally binding and they haven't done anything dodgy. They should get paid on a signed contract. You don't want them out there chasing collections, and really it's not in their control. So you've reviewed the deal, you've made sure it's clean and legit, then it's booked, then you count it as a deal. And then my last slide, which is, I only have 3 minutes left, so I'm just gonna give you a high level. In the software world, I've always used Salesforce as a source of truth. And we would not allow a sales rep to put an op into closed won until Deal Desk had reviewed the op, made sure the contract matched what was in Salesforce, so everything aligned. Then we would book the deal and move it to close won, and the op would be locked so that no one could edit it. And then we would be able to do a bookings report at the end of the month to show you exactly what we booked. And there's different ways you can build this in, so that you can build in, all right, total contract value is 300K because it's a 3-year agreement, and the annual contract value was 100K. And we would run this all out of Salesforce, and we would just say, all right, end of the month bookings, you validate the deals as it's coming in. Last day of the quarter, normally all of your Revops people, your deal desk, are all working until very late to get all the deals booked into Salesforce. But by midnight on the last day of the quarter, you can generally send out a bookings report to your E team with 99% accuracy. And then tracking in Salesforce is a whole nother complex sort of how I built it. I won't touch on that, but I will, if someone has more questions about that, I'm happy to answer if you send me a LinkedIn. So I will stop the deck and answer a question. Yeah. I think you're on mute because I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much. It was really insightful, and I think very, very to the point. So we have, ask from John. First of all, can we get a copy of the slides?
Yeah.
For sure, you're going to get the recording, John, so you can do screenshots as well. And then there is a question from him. What do you measure to establish full productivity?
Yeah. So in an ideal world, you are going and you have enough data that you could go back and look at what does, ideally we're saying quota should be 5x of their OTE, right? So let's say that's $1 million. How long did it take a rep to get to $1 million? And you want to have a few reps that you can model this on and see, okay, one rep did it in 9 months, one rep did it in 12 months. All right, we're going to kind of average it out and say fully ramped takes 10 months. That is so hard in the startups. And where I am now, we're still trying to figure this out because our business is changing so quickly, and what fully ramped looked like a year ago, and then we go into new markets, and everything is so fluid. So it is somewhat of a finger in the air. You want to make it fair to the sales rep that they feel like it's achievable and attainable, and you need to make sure it still aligns with the numbers of the business. But that fully ramped is, I'll tell you, it's challenging. There's just no right answer. Keep it fair. I mean, yeah, it's the more data you have, the better, the easier it is. And in startup land, it's almost finger in the air. What do we think it would take?
Yeah, Brooke, I actually wanted to ask more foundational questions around your current position and the differences between US and UK and Europe when we speak about building revenue operation structure and like you're a Series B, I think, or beyond company, right?
Yeah, so we did our Series B in July. Yeah, and we're in payments. So payments is entirely different comp structure, and which is why I didn't go over that today, because it's all consumption based and it is an entirely different structure. So I can do a payments one, but I'm not sure that'll apply to a lot of people on this call. But it is. Yeah, payments is gonna throw everything I just said out the window when you're doing payments.
Yeah, actually, I do wish to invite you once again, maybe to speak in our other formats about consumption-based motion, and of course the way that everything is built in Vault.io. Thanks so much for being with us. It was really insightful, really useful. Now we're moving to the next session right away. I'm just we'll remove you. Bye.
Thank
Real
you.
pleasure. Yeah. I will address later the comment from Taps. It's really a very interesting comment here. So if you have a marketing expenditure budget around 40%, and how you explain to the CFO we need to reduce it with 10% and use this for Revops foundation building, it's a very, very interesting thing, because nobody looks at that way. But we are going to discuss this now. I am going to invite on stage Kostadin Leov. Hey, Kostadin.
Hi, Ivan. How are
Hey,
you?
hi. Really happy to see you. Actually, it's interesting because we spoke a lot about sales performance to some extent, and normally in the world of revenue operations, we see most of the people understanding this world as the world of sales operations and sales driven structure once again. But it's actually a place where we align the three revenue generating teams. And yesterday, I don't know if you managed to look at Jaco's presentation, for example, but he spoke really about recurring impact. And recurring impact is in the moment where you actually look at the retention and the strategy around keeping your clients happy and expanding the impact that you have on them and your product. With Kostadin, we're going to speak today about the customer success and operations and how AI actually impacts this department. So Costa, the floor is yours. I'm really happy. Do you want to share your screen or
Yes.
no?
Let's give it a try.
There is a
Share
simple stuff there.
screen.
Yeah, thanks, John. It was Brooke was really amazing with very insightful stuff. We're going to request the presentations from all of our speakers. I hope all of them are going to send them to us. So joining the presentation of Kostadin here.
Absolutely.
All right, great. Just a sec, Costa. I will be placing this here, and I'm removing myself from the stage. The floor is
All right.
yours.
Can
I'm
you
here in the weekend.
just confirmation? Can you see the slide deck?
Yes, we see the slide.
Wonderful. All right. Thanks, Ivan. Yeah. So I listened, of course, to Jaco yesterday. I've been listening to him also in the past about recurring impact, and in the world of customer success, that's what actually drives the retention. And of course, at the end of the day, when customers want more expansion from your product or services. Today, I'm going to touch a little bit on something that a lot of people are talking about, but there's a few things that we always need to keep in mind when combining the existing customer operations that we have and the AI. And in the past couple of months, and also in the past experiences I had as a head of customer success, I've had some practices, good and bad, that I want to share. So here today, we're going to talk about unlocking the power of AI in customer success operations to drive growth, enhance customer satisfaction, and scale your operations effectively. Of course, customer success operations is one of the three pillars in the whole revenue operations motion. So it's really, of course, an entire by its own function. But of course, what I want to address is, of course, overview of customer success operations. It's an effective customer operations department is responsible for a range of tasks related to keeping customers happy, ensuring they succeed with products and services, and extending customers' lifetime value. Tasks related to those goals can be from creating playbooks, setting customer success initiatives or companies, assessing risk management, forecasting, examining existing processes to look over for upsells, and of course, conducting customer churn analysis. As you can see, there's a lot of things on the back of the customer success operations professionals or head of departments that are actually also dealing with that. Personally, I have managed this and also other related tasks as a head of customer success, and I think AI is where is going to really revolutionize the way we do customer success operations. And there's of course, this is where the importance comes in, because AI can empower the success teams to analyze large volumes of data, uncover patterns, and gain actionable insights. By leveraging the algorithms, businesses can identify potential churn indicators, understand the common customer behaviors, and predict upsells and cross-sell opportunities. This is something that I see more and more as a trend coming up, and I'll share some examples of how the traditional customer success operations and even customer success platforms that are selling the overall added value of streamlining your customer success operations and entire team are moving to a new direction from what I've seen in the latest trends. Some of the challenges that customer success operations face is lack of data visibility. A lot of the data is like in silos or in the multiple sources, and it's very hard to have like actionable insights and to deliver personalized experiences for the customers. Scaling customer success, it's very often like headcount strategy to efficiently expand your customer success operations, but that's not always like the most efficient way, because when the headcount grows, of course your costs grow. So there's like, of course, other ways that we need to leverage this in customer success operations, and AI is definitely the way to go in the future. Ensuring customer satisfaction, consistent methodologies to proactively address customer needs. When you don't have the right data and you have too many people the same working on the same issues or working on siloed data, there's a lot of things that are unknown for the end success manager, and yeah, I think that's where the customer success operations can really come in and help, and together with the AI. How can AI help in customer success? When you align your data across all your platforms, when it comes down to aligning your CRM, your behavioral data on the analytics, your product analytics, support, customer interactions, CRMs, everything, then the predictive analytics for customer behavior is where you can leverage the AI. It can really anticipate the customer behavior, identify opportunities for proactive engagement and intervention. That's where you can actually foresee patterns with the help of AI, and you can automate like your workflows, and actually AI can give you like the health score of your accounts. You can automate routine tasks for your team that are very time consuming, and it's gonna actually really free up the time of for something that Jacko, as you mentioned, Ivan spoke about yesterday, that you can have like recurring impact for the customers. Because very often one of the bottlenecks for customer success teams is that they're swamped with admin work, with follow-up things that they need to do, rather than focusing on what matters for the customers. You can also personalize the customer interactions. You can deliver tailored and meaningful customer experiences by utilizing the AI technologies. Uh, when the AI really analyzes the data and it provides you with recommendations, what you need to do next as a CSM or even as a support member, because also the technology is moving in that way to have like also more proactive support members rather than reactive. That's where you make the difference for your end customers. Some of the best practices is like to make data-driven decisions, to make informed decisions backed by data insights, ensuring that AI applications are aligned with your strategic customer goals. It's very important that you align your AI notions with your overall customer success strategy. Whether you have like a digital customer success strategy or more high-touch customer success strategy, or you have a combination of all of that across your customer journey, it's very important that you mark these touch points with the customers throughout your customer journey. There's also like, of course, huge importance that you actually break down your customer journeys by the segments and the use cases and the vertical of customers that you're working with. And that's where AI can really help in tailoring the customer journey based on your customer base. Because if you generalize the entire journey for all the customers and all the touch points, very often like the end customer is not going to receive the impact that he or she needs. Training, upscaling the team. Once you leverage the AI, you can empower your team with the necessary skills. It's very important to train the team what AI tells them, what the AI can be used for, and how they can actually leverage on their day-to-day tasks and weekly mundane tasks. That's like very important thing that I have learned over the past couple of weeks, where we have forgotten, for example, to do the regular admin notes, because basically we have tools in place that are taking those things for us. Also, like the follow-up with customers, or the predictability of what needs to be done for the customers, because everything is AI driven and scheduled for our customers. And then you can also have like continuous evaluation and improvement establish a culture of continuous improvement by regularly evaluating AI-driven processes and optimizing them based on customer feedback and business goals. This is something that inevitably, as a customer success operations specialist, you need to do, or as a head of customer success, you need to do on a weekly basis to analyze the data and actually tailor the AI and, of course, the learnings to your team, to empower them, to enable them, but also like to see whether the machine learning or AI behind the scenes is actually really giving you the right data, because this is also something that we need to, of course, be aware of, that sometimes if we provide the wrong statistics or the wrong metrics and data, it can also mislead us. So there's also, of course, things that we need to keep in mind there. Some scalable examples of like what I've been experiencing. I think machine learning customer success platforms are driving that drive the health score and the playbooks is kind of the new trend. There's a lot of those old school, I would say, customer success platforms where they say, yes, we have native integrations. We integrate everything very easily. And that's fine. That's great. They do it for you, for example, or you pay for the service or for the integration. But then as a customer success ops, you have to go and figure it out after that. You have to go and find, okay, what is a healthy customer for me? What is the perfect playbook that I need to put in place for my team? What are the basics that I need to set in place for this platform so that actually the team can have some valuable insights? And I think this is like the something that is going to become slowly is going to start disappearing, because there's more and more machine learning customer success platforms that basically spit out for you as a customer success professional like everything that you need. They give you the healthy and unhealthy customers. They tell you like what is the next action based on the actions your team has taken in the past, learning whether a phone call or a meeting or email actually made a difference and made that impact for them. And also something that is very often forgotten, but the admin tasks that the CSMs are doing on a weekly basis. I've done researches in my previous teams that I have been running, and sometimes 40 to 60% of their time on a weekly basis is taken by admin work. And that's insane when you have to look at like what actually customer success professionals love to do, what they're hired to do, and what they're meant to do on their day-to-day basis. So I think AI note takers, which we actually see nowadays everywhere in the meetings. Sometimes it happens that I have mine and the customers have theirs, right? So it's like sometimes AI note takers are more than the people present in the meeting, but actually it matters what happens after that with that software, what it does for you beyond the taking the notes or like giving a recap of the meeting. I think this should be like very well synchronized with your CRM or CSP to drive automated summaries to action items that you have agreed with the customers, with reminders and tasks already created for the CSM to take, or not only the CSMs but also other teams involved within the customer journey, or let's say within the implementation or integration with the software, and also schedule follow-up meetings on agreed times with the customer. This is going to take a big chunk of the customer success admin work, and it's going to help them to focus on the value-added tasks. Like it's really going to help them a lot to for me, like that's going to save like 30 to 40% of the admin work on an average CSM, no matter if they're doing low touch or high touch customer success. Some of the conclusions from the meeting today, I think also like one important thing to think about is like to focus on having the data right. It's very important that you have your data aligned, that you have your IDs and everything across the platforms ready before you start implementing any customer success platform or any AI-driven platform, because of course, that's not going to make a difference for you. It's actually going to just create problems internally if you don't have that in place. So that's my recommendation here. And implement AI step by step. Start slowly, like start with some of the examples that I gave, like automate some of the workflows out of your note takers, and then try to look for systems or platforms that are machine learning driven, where you can actually predict the health, and then you can synchronize it with your CRM, or you can actually drive playbooks directly to your CSMs based on the historical data and the interactions and events that the team had with your customers.
Yeah, Costa, thank you. Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. I would love to, speak about the interplay or the coloration between the other departments. So,
Yeah.
and what do you see as the dynamics in terms of how this relationship evolve? Maybe if we speak about the different sides of the businesses, of course, like when you're a startup and building the engine and more focused on acquisition, on more clients, on expanding the current client portfolio. But then there the moment comes where you also start thinking about the retention and taking the words from Jackie yesterday, and our go-to-market singularity moment, I can think I can match really good both examples and say that the end goal of a SaaS business would be to reach this infinity loop model where actually the peoples that are most taken care of are the current clients, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what is your view about this kind of improving the quality of the product, not so much reducing cost, because you cannot reduce endlessly cost, or increasing acquisition cost, or just spending more money on finding more clients, which is not effective anymore.
I think in the periods when you're only focused on acquiring new customers, what I've seen in the years that I've worked from seed stage to Series C and D companies is that very often, like, companies forget to look at their ICP customers. They very often forget to find, okay, what is a qualified customer for us that in the long term this customer is going to stay with us, because they might be solving like one small issue that after just a couple of weeks or months they might drop because the problem is no longer existent there. So this alignment between in the RevOps and figuring out who is your ICP, what is the qualified lead that actually stays with us long term, it also comes down from the feedback from the customer success team on that. I've had the experience where we sat down together with sales and we figure out, okay, this is like a qualified customer based on certain criteria that we see, whether it was like number of website visits, number of bookings that they make a month, and so on, based on different products that I've worked over the years, or size of a company. So you would see that typically if you're focused too much on the SMB, whenever moments like this year or during the COVID comes, of course SMB customers are the first ones to start leaving your company. So at some point you have to start thinking beyond this. And of course, if you're going for this go-to-market strategy on mid-market and large and scaling, you have to find your ICP before actually taking that step. Because if you just go out and just all guns out and try to acquire everything out there, mid-market and large and enterprise, it's not going to work, because everyone is different. Every industry and vertical is different. They have their requirements from that perspective. So I think the feedback from customer success and sales on the new acquisitions, it should be like really well established. And that's one of the things that I always look at when starting as a head of customer success, is like, what is the handover process, or the handoff that's being done? How can we optimize that? And what are also what are the reasons for customers to churn? So then actually we can make the difference at the end for the customer and to make the impact where the impact comes. What are the values that we achieve, like the first time to value and the overall values? Because there's a very good notion that I've listened from other customer success leaders, and I try to apply myself on and teach my team on it, is you have to have your customers always, you have to challenge them always to have like next goal with your platform. The minute they don't have a goal with your platform anymore, that's the minute that they're starting to think to churn or to cross to another platform. That you have to challenge them if they don't have the challenge themselves. and you have to know what is their next goal every single time. That's where also like something like as a success plan, which is very commonly used nowadays in the success world, it's very important, so that you can keep track of like the customers, not only on the short-term milestones when they start, but also on the long term. What is their end goal? What is the reason they started at the beginning? You have to also remind them that from the very beginning, because along the way, because of frustrations or bugs or whatever that happens throughout the customer life cycle, they might forget about it. So you have to,
Yeah.
you know, it's the customer success job to remind them and to actually help them achieve it. That's where the impact comes, and it should be recurring impact, of course, altogether.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, from the perspective of scaling the company, it's the role of customer success is to some extent more, supportive to marketing and sales in terms of those insights. But then as soon as you grow and, focus more on the retention and delivering more impact and growing your, lifetime value of the customer, then, marketing and sales are starting to support customer success,
Indeed.
because there is more about us knowing the client that sits in the client success, customer success domain, than on marketing and sales. And it's just really a great talk that we need to start talking about when you see the size of the company in the scaling way, and then also revenue operations, actually, because when you start building the foundation of revenue operations, it can be below 10 million of ARR, even between. We have clients currently that are between 3 and 5 million of ARR, and they're really building the foundation without really having the necessity in terms of, oh, there are fires all over the place, we need to find a solution for that. It's more like a visionary decision from the C-level people, the founders, that they want to undergo this transformation as soon as possible. We spoke about that yesterday, and I think this is very important to send as a message today, is that preparing this in a earlier stage and then building on the alignment between the revenue generating departments actually gives the ability after that for customer success to be more like impact driven department, and really to reach this kind of repetitive sustainable growth that each and every of the SaaS businesses are trying to achieve.
Absolutely. The earlier you have the revenue operations figured out, the earlier you're gonna figure out what customer success stands for, because customer success in various organizations, depending on their stage they're in, it means different things, right? For
Yes.
some companies, it's like white glove support. For other companies, it's really like account management motion, but those are like the more, I would say, in the advanced stages of their seats. So that's where they start breaking customer success and account management into different segments. Further into the different C, D, and stages. That's where you also see that, as you mentioned, like customer success starts being very supported by marketing and sales. They come to them because they see how much expansion, retention there is. Because if you're bringing, let's say, 1 million a month, but you're retaining, like, let's say, 10 million a month, and you can expand like 10% of that, and at the end you're equaling how much sales brings. So this is like where the difference comes, and that's where go to market strategies and expansion on the global level comes in. Customer advocacy becomes very important as well, with references and from customers as well. So all those kind of things, of course, are supporting the entire go-to-market notion for all the teams. So I agree with you. Like the earlier the revenue operations, the better. You might not have like customer success specific operations person. It can be run by your head, lead, whatever it is, even the single CSM that is there. But he should be aware like what are the, I would say, the basics and the fundamentals of like the customer success operations, and what the revenue operations team can help him with.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think introducing AI, from my experience, or there is no such thing as experience with AI, because it was something that blew our minds in the recent 2 years. But I think yes, you're right. It needs to be introduced step by step. But I think you need to think about introducing step by step AI in the whole go-to-market architecture, and different departments. Not maybe like focusing mostly on marketing, then introducing what you can do there on AI, and then move to sales or to customer success. I think AI can be also very nice red tiny line that also connects, also helps revenue operations align
Indeed.
goals and align KPIs and align people around the same direction. So I would rather suggest, like picking some small pieces of the different departments or different,
Absolutely.
layers, and then, implementing there, because there are lots of solutions already. It's just mind blowing. So yeah, I think that's the way we can do it. Okay, Costa, it was real pleasure having
It was a
you.
pleasure as well. Thank you very much.
Also, like being part of RevBrains as well. It's a pleasure for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you
I
too,
think
guys.
we're going to build on that during the conference and speak a lot about client retention and success. Have a great day. Now we are
Thank you, you
moving
too.
to the next session.
Good luck with the rest of the sessions. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, we are doing great. I think in terms of timing, I really try to be very sharp on that end. So we have another sharp person coming in, and I think he is going to expand the topic around sales. Taps, we haven't forgot you with the marketing end, but we are still talking more about the side of the engine where everything starts normally, because when we speak about startups, we have also the founder-led sales motion that everybody starts with. Founders are selling, founders are marketing, whatever it takes. But I will join on stage Oli Sharpen. Hey, Oli.
How are you?
I think you're muted, or at least I don't hear you.
Don't think muted.
Yeah, now I hear you very slow. Like, are those iPods?
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. If someone hears us currently, maybe just to write in comments. But I hear you a little bad. Like it's very slowly.
Does that help? Does that help?
Yeah, maybe. Let's try.
Maybe. Let's. Sorry, I don't need to. Not a clue why that's happening now.
I would love to record you, just to see how it goes, but it will be not possible. Can you try maybe to reconnect the headphones, or just to do some small troubleshooting, maybe rejoin or something? I don't know, but that's the normal things that happens when we are live, and everything is like, even though if you can do some testing, internet is always playing around at the last moment of truth.
Is that better?
Yes, I think now it's much more better. Just say
Good.
something.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Yeah, it's like lagging. I don't know. It's lagging, and I hear like a metal voice.
I will leave and
All right, guys. Yes, as soon as like Oli is joining us, we can have a small, of course, break, and everybody can go to toilet or something like that if you want. But otherwise, we are moving forward with his topic. We're going to speak with him about different scenarios on how you scale sales organizations when it comes to the size of the business, of course. Joining him once again.
Is that any better? Can you hear me now?
This is a melody for my ears.
Good.
Now it's
Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened. Apologies.
now it's all fine. Thank you, Oli. Just how is your surname pronounced?
Sharp.
Sharp, right?
Sharp. That's the
Okay,
one.
yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you need to be sharp in what you're actually doing all your life, right?
I try to be.
Yeah, really an honor to have you on board and to being part of this converse and having this conversation with you. We're going to have an interview with Oli, so I would, love just to give you opportunity to say a few words about yourself and your professional background or whatever you want to say.
Cool.
Maybe something about the picture behind you at all. I don't know.
My wife, and we got married. So my name's Ollie Sharp. I am currently VP of Sales at a company called Abacum that we do FP&A and strategic planning software. I've spent my life in sales. When I left uni, I did 2 years door-to-door sales, which was a big learning thing, a big learning curve. Then I spent 10 years in recruitment. Then I spent 10 years at LinkedIn, where I learned a lot about culture and leadership and stuff, and built new teams. And then when I joined LinkedIn, it was very much a startup. So it was like 14 people outside the US.
Oh,
Then
wow.
I moved to a company called SalesLoft that do sales engagement tool, American company. I set them up in EMEA, got them to about 25 million, 125 people before leaving. And then I did a bit of, while I was looking for my next move, I did a bit of consulting and advising with a number of different startups, mainly European-based startups. And I did that, and I'm still an advisor to a couple of companies like Trumpet and OneUp. And now I work full-time at Abacum as well.
Yeah, great. And from your amazing and extensive background, what is the success? I know I have some questions here. We already discussed that, but I will twist it all. Maybe I think, or just we're going to forget something. But what is how the success in sales feel, and in terms of like how you are actually making the impact within the company? Is it about how you structure a process? Is it about how you actually master the reading of data, or is it about how you actually motivate, engage, and inspire people to be better in what they do?
As in, from a sales leader's point of view, or from a sales leader's point of view, I mean, I must admit, when I went into sales, I did it for the money. I mean, no one plans to go into sales. I did it for the money, and things happened in my life that changed the way I think about things. And I started helping other people with like developing people and stuff like that. And I realized I wanted to move into leadership. Then I realized that how much joy I got from coaching people and seeing them develop in their careers. And I loved it. Loved seeing people develop to the next stage and improve as they went. And it was less about me and more about them. And I became very unselfish, which was weird, because I was just money before that. But I think that where I get a buzz now is I like the creative side. That's why I like the startup scene. It's when I'm creating a narrative, a team, a culture, all of those kind of things. I mean, I did a graphic design degree, and there's the creative element to me. But I came out of doing my degree, and I went for an interview, and they told me to do something on a computer. I was like, I can't do it on a computer. I'm a drawer. I like drawing. So that creative side, I like creating everything, the narrative and the process. In the UK, we have obviously the North and the South, and I'm a Northerner, and as a Northerner, I'm quite simple. I like things as they are, and I think one of my few skills that I have is simplifying stuff. So, and I love going into a business where and you talked about founder-led sales, and I think that founders tend to confuse the way that they sell because they just want to talk about their product rather than. And I like simplifying that so that we can take something to market. And I think it's one of the big errors that companies do. And the other bit for me of leadership and the startup side is I used to be really unstructured, very unstructured, and I think it was things that I did at university maybe made my brain unstructured. Let's not go there. But it's and so I had to teach myself to be structured, and I had coaching from Bain and stuff like that helped me put structure in. And when I look at what drives me and what I love about what I do, it's all of those things together. So that's what drives me as a sales leader, especially in the startup space.
Yeah. You mentioned something very important, and from my perspective, because I was, from my background, I actually moved from the various positions. I was, first of all, something like an account manager, client success for Hewlett Packard for the whole EMEA, no EMEA, but the DACH region, so Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And I was mostly responsible for contract expansion. But then I founded a marketing company. So I was a B2B marketer, and I needed to sell my marketing services as well. And now, we're speaking more about HubSpot, CRMs, and then, of course, at the end, everything logically has the shape of revenue operations, and the RevBrains is actually something that I'm really, really proud of. And this unstructured thing was always, in my mind, the good salesperson is unstructured to some extent, creative guy. But the other one, in order to be a leader in sales, you need to start, building processes, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's when it comes to the different sizes of the company, maybe we can elaborate on that. You're advising startups as well. What do you see there, the dynamic, and you say also, the joy of bringing something to the market. It's like, bringing a baby. So you're helping someone get a birth, right?
Yeah.
If I need to say that, what are the steps? What is happening there? What are the like if you're advising a startup, and we speak here a lot about ICP, product market fit, whatever.
Yeah, I think that companies in the startup space, they go through certain stages, and I know the scientific stages. I'm not that person that reads lots of books and stuff like that. I like to switch off in my own time, which means I don't tend to read business books. So I can't talk about those stages scientifically, but the way I see it is most companies, they're very much, they're trying to build an MVP, and they get to the stage that they've been founder-led sales. That's normally where I come into them. And the two areas that I speak to them a lot about, and whether it's as a consultant or the companies I've gone into, bear in mind that the companies I've worked with, it's always been at this part of the curve where we have to educate. So when I started at LinkedIn, believe it or not, no one knew what LinkedIn was. Yeah. And I mean, this was...
You need to educate the market about the product, right?
Yeah. Oh, completely. And when I started at SalesLoft, we couldn't ring people and say, we do sales engagement, because they'd go, what the hell is that? And at Abacum, we can't say FP&A or anything. So it's that going in and educating the market is what excites me. But what it means is you need to very much change the way that companies talk about the product and stuff like that. And I think that, to me, founders rave about their product. They don't think about the pains and the problems that they solve. And they want to show everything, and they're proud of it. It's great, but that's not how to sell. And what they don't do is they don't create a narrative or a sales deck. A narrative or a sales deck, it's not like you go, right, this is your script, you talk about it. It's just a common story that drives consistency about how you speak about things around the same pain points. And I've been into a number of companies, and I did this first at LinkedIn, then SalesLoft, and then consulting, going in with a basic structure of who we are. This is the current situation out in the world and your industry, that why we exist, sort of thing. This is what we do. This is what we impact, and this is how we work. Yeah. And once you have that, and I'm not saying you have to have a script or have always talk in that structure, but once you build that, it helps you go to market. And it's about telling a story where you sell around the pains and the value proposition, but it's simplified, and it's taking them through that. Especially if you're taking something new to market, hopefully from that first conversation, they go, oh, okay, I get what you do and how you can help me. And if you can do that, then it's different. And I see that as very much, a lot of the time, the first stage of startups once they've gone past that MVP founder-led sales. And then the second bit is hiring. And I think that hiring, I spent 10 years in recruitment, and building SalesLoft to 125 people, I was pretty busy hiring, basically. But the hiring side is, I see a lot of common mistakes. And in a startup right at the beginning, everybody does everything. And you've got to get, as you mature, you've got to get your swim lanes in place. It comes a time that everyone should have their specific roles, and yeah, we help each other, and yeah, we can get our hands dirty and stuff. But and also, what you've got to do is, when it comes to efficient growth, which obviously is what everyone cares about at the moment, it's about the role versus the cost of that role.
Yeah.
And the ROI, because what I see in the startup is they have these one or two young superstars that are maybe in BizOps or something, that they are so bloody good at what they do. Guess what? They get asked to do absolutely everything. And it's literally, they're cleaning the floor one minute, but then they're putting the board meeting prep together at the next minute, and it's making sure they're doing the right things. But the next bit is hiring the right talent, because as you grow, a lot of companies I see, they go, oh, this person worked at IBM, let's take them. Or this person worked at Dell. Probably not the right person for a startup, because they use their name. So, but also, it's how much do you pay? Sometimes you have to pay more, or the going market rate, to get the right person for the role. And what I've done at all the companies where I've led is, as well, SalesLoft and here and the advisory ones, is I've always tried to work out how to sell the opportunity, but be honest about the negatives. You don't want someone coming in going, oh, you told me this was going to be, I'm going to get loads of support. You got to go, no, you're going to get no support. And if anything, it sounds worse than it is. Because you've got to get people to have their hands dirty. But there's two things that I've learned from hiring teams, and I've spoken to this on other podcasts, where I first messed up with my team at LinkedIn, because I hired everybody the same. And what I think people really need to think about is, I see it as, I want separate superpowers in everybody. So if I hire a team of 4 salespeople and they've all got their own superpower that doesn't conflict with, isn't the same as someone else's, I'm building a good team. And on top of that, I try hire for future roles. So when I hire my first CS or my first SE, I'm trying to think of, find a person that can help me build that, put all the processes in place, and in a year's time, we'll start hiring. So the hiring side is very, very tough, and you've got to attract the right people and do it in the right way. And it's hard to do.
Oh, yeah. People.
Yeah.
We tend to, like, we created the AI of, creating the, or automation, just, to have more or less of the human element in processes. And from one perspective, of course, that is fine, because, speaking about the narrative of, repetitive tasks and whatever, yes, this can be automated, this can be left to the AI. And I think yesterday, when we started the conference, I just got my phone, and because the ChatGPT on iPhone has the ability now to speak, and we can have a conversation, and I just said to Melanie that she's now on stage on the conference, and she needs to act like a speaker, and ask her about how big of a percentage in the next decade or so from the SaaS engine is going to be impacted or fully automated by AI. And she said around 60 to 70%. So 30% is left for us.
Yep.
More meaningful people, more meaningful task, more strategy, more creativeness, more design.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that, but I do think sales has already changed a lot. And first of all, because of my role at SalesLoft, I get approached probably 3 times a week by companies saying, we're AI for sales. Can you talk to us about our product? Can you give us some feedback and stuff like this? So, but I do think sales has already changed a lot. And this is more about the culture of sales. I think that, and I'm proud of the fact that sales has hopefully changed in this way, that it's more around empathy and building trust. And a computer, not yet. I don't think a computer can really do that yet. So hopefully that continues. As long as technology and AI are taking away the manual tasks, I think that works. I really don't think we're there yet. I get approached a lot and by what I think is AI. And as soon as you start interact twice and they send you the same message back, you're like, I'm not going to do it. And if anything, it really turns me off because there's no personalization to it, as in I want a person talking to me. So
There's
I
no
do
context,
believe
there's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe that AI is the future as long as we're doing it in the right places that doesn't actually annoy the person that we're trying to sell to, or they don't take it in that way. But it has a massive future. I'm speaking to a couple of companies in the US at the moment about what they're doing. And I've got some friends over there running these companies in the AI space, and it's really interesting. I mean, I'm rubbish at it, absolutely rubbish. My
Yeah.
team do it well, but I'm just like, I'm too old for that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's like same was a couple of years ago with the automation in terms of when we speak about sales sequences and those drip campaigns you're sending, like tons of emails, and then someone responded or says thank you on the 6th or something. And now and lots of companies are just overwhelmingly using this and spamming you over. And the same is now with AI. Everybody's rushing to adopt AI to almost everything that they can have, just not to fall behind the competition.
Yep.
And that's an interesting balance. And when we speak about essence of a salesperson, I really like this differentiation that you brought. And I think when we hire, when the moment comes to hire people on our team to be salespeople, yes, we need to think about our product, and we need to know, do we need to educate or we just need to sell, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're already in developed market and you have some kind of a competitive edge, but everybody knows what it's about, like a CRM, it's the next CRM, okay, but I have something very edgy there. I don't need to educate you about why you need a CRM, right? But there are different mentalities in sales, right? So I really find it hard, and this is interesting that you're telling us, because I'm the person that also gets motivated by the educational part, like just to be confronted with the other person and having the ability to explain him why this product he doesn't have or he doesn't heard about at all, now it's something that he needs today. And that's the different reality. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. And when coming to hiring, I did a talk at SaaStock a couple of years ago about hiring, and the way that I think about it. And you've got what Mark Roberge says about the skills that you look for and those kind of things, which I do agree with. And I think that someone that's keen to learn and can be coached and stuff. But very much in a sales, when I'm hiring salespeople, I look at what's the rhythm of how many sales they need to be doing, how many opportunities do they need to be managing, and what type of sell is it, and what type of person do they sell to? Because if it's an education type sell, and I don't mean selling education software, but where you have to educate because it's new to market, you don't want someone that is purely doing a competitive sell, because it's a different kind of sell. So putting all of those pieces together, when I was in recruitment, I believe too many people came to me saying, yeah, we sell BI software, I want someone that sells BI software. But it's like, okay, tell me the skills that someone has that sells BI software that makes them relevant. Or is it literally you want someone from your competitor that you want to take people from? And I think that it's more of a skills-based recruitment rather than a CV-based who they've worked for is what we should be doing.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I have a very specific ask. We had a client of projects, and like they're moving, scaling fast, and they're trying to optimize their sales team performance. Normally, what you do is, when you use an outbound sales motion, you have different elements of that. The one is calling, the other one is emailing, the other thing is LinkedIn messaging, and there is this cadence is building of, like someone built the cadence and they gave it to the sales rep, and they say, okay, now you need to call twice, then you need to wait 1 day, then you need to send an email, then you need to go to LinkedIn, whatever. And from what we saw doing interviews with those salespeople, the reality is that I don't know, but it's all also about knowledge and skill set and trainings, but it's also about talent. There are people more talented in cold calling than the other ones. There are people
Correct.
that can write a great message, custom message on LinkedIn, but they're shitty scared about calling someone just cold. Do you have something like an example or maybe idea how? Because I just decided to tell to the client, okay, we can maybe divide people based on skill set and not based on like size of a company or something else.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, to me, when you hire SDRs, it's as long as you're hiring people that have got some experience. I tend to hire people with some experience, so we're lucky we can do that. And the cadences that they get are basically a framework for them to play with. We should know within the cadences, we should really know. I mean, cadences are there to test. Let's test the message. Let's see if this subject line works better than this. But they are there to test, and they're there to set a rough structure, in my view. If you're just taking everybody and go, right, just use this cadence, then just get robots to do it. I think that a manager of SDRs should really be there to say, okay, what we do know is that if you put 50 companies in every week to your day one cadences and you don't have any overdue tasks, then you can realistically hit target. Whether 80% comes from emails or 10% comes from emails, it depends on your strengths and your weaknesses. But what we do know is this messaging works, and this is how we do the sort of the more the personalization side. But then I think you've got to empower your people to actually build their own ways of doing it and think about things. People don't want to be a robot, and if you can say, we know this works, but build your own and use these, and you're tracking that actually your emails are getting a better success rate than average. Let's go heavy on the emails, and your calls aren't. That's how we should be working, because people want that empowerment and to feel that they are themselves and being developed.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And in that regard, and maybe in correlation to the scaling of the company, the relationship technology in human in sales is really, like there is lots of dynamics there. I have implemented lots of HubSpot CRMs in my previous work, and like in my previous life in the other company. But the salesperson is always the one that says, I'm so good at selling, I don't need any kind of like administrative work, or calling today, I called this the outcome of call. What? No, I'm just calling this guy. And but then when you scale, you need data, you need the right data. So any kind of the advice is here on how you actually bring the data generated by salespeople in the right way in a CRM or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, data to me is very important in more than one way as well, because I think one thing is that lots of companies build a sales capacity model too late. And this is sort of about data, but this is working back from where you want to be. And I see a lot of companies, they go, right, we want to close this much. How much can we get from sales? We can get this much. How much can we get from you? Can you get? And what that happens is it's just not the right swim lanes or anything like that. So going, right, we want to get to X million in this time, and that means growing by this amount, how much revenue per quarter and per month. Let's look at our ACV, let's look at our win rate, and building back from there is what you will be doing in a few years' time. Just get doing it now. So that data is very important, and you can build what most companies should be doing is your rep roll-up, which is if you add the target of all of your salespeople, that should be higher than your plan to the board. And how it's normally 80 or 90%. So if you've got $1 million worth of reps out in the field, just for math's sake, it's easy to say $1 million worth, then the plan number on that should be 800 or 900K. And that's how they should work, because you'll always struggle to find someone, etc.
Okay.
But data further than that, what happens is it comes into two bits for me: pipeline and opportunity management. A lot of companies are quite late in actually building their stages in Salesforce or whatever their CRM is. And it's the way I see sales stages, they should be more about buying stages than sales stages, because it should be about the client. And what you do is you really analyze from each stage what the win rate is. So I know that 10% of our meeting booked go to revenue. I know that 20% of qualified opportunities go to revenue. So if we can actually have and constantly track that data so that you know what pipe you've got and also what you need, where your gap is, that puts you in a good place. So making sure that you're doing that is instead of just going, we need 5x pipeline, which most companies do, and going, actually, we've got $1 million of pipeline, but weighted because of the sales stages, it equals 310K. We only need another 90K. That's a different way of thinking. So all of this data helps you be intelligent. With efficient growth, it's about making sure that you're using your resources where you get the revenue from. And if you're building pipeline for the sake of it and you're not winning them and spending time doing it when you could have just done it with 500K, it's not the way to be growing efficiently.
Yeah, yeah. Totally agree with you. And we have a couple of minutes more left, so I would really love to ask you a final question. When it comes to the journey of a company, and we are speaking mostly about SaaS here, because it's a very interesting and different way of making money and, recurring revenue, whatever. The role of leadership and, the people that founded the business, their, life changes, and that their position towards what they're doing also changes. But what are your practical advices in terms of exactly the moment where you need to let go? Because yes, if I'm a founder and I'm selling my business, I'm overcomplicating stuff. I think that, using complex wording is, sexy, and people are going to get impressed. And actually, my business is complicated because it solves lots of problems, and it's very, straightforward. So I'm just telling you, and you need to buy it, and then you need to change this mentality. And then from the moment where you find people that are actually doing it better for you, what are the next steps? What is the role of leadership in the scaling?
I mean, you're 100% right, because most CEOs are really good at the technology. I mean, they're techies gone into and they've built it, and this is why they're so proud of what they built. I mean, I paint a painting. I'm proud of it. I'd love to talk about it the whole time, but I may not be the right person to be going to sell it. So I think that and a lot of the time, I think that the technical founders can develop into the leader that they need to be. And sometimes they're just not right to be the leader. It doesn't make them any less a person or anything like that. There can be another role in the business for them. But if they want to be a leader, I think they need to become more of that visionary leader, the kind of person that inspires the people around them. And that is different. There are lots of really good books around about this, about being a CEO and stuff. And it's a different role. You're setting the standards. You've got to really lead with your values. And I'm not saying they wouldn't before, but it is a leadership role. And one thing I learned when I went into leadership, going from a first line to second line leader, that's quite a different role. And it is, because to me, it's more about how do I inspire my team? Not just how do I manage them and get involved in deals. It's how do I actually inspire them and motivate them to be their best, and how do I develop them and keep them? And really, that's the role of a CEO. And I do think that it's good that CEOs keep their hand in lots of areas. But I think a lot of CEOs try control each area.
Yeah.
And there's a difference. And it's like making sure you should be hiring a sales leader that is better at leading sales than you are. You should be hiring a marketing manager that is a VP of marketing that is better at running marketing than you are. And taking them on to do, you should be aligned on the goal, and they should be the ones that are planning the journey of how to get there, and let them do that. If you've hired the right person, they'll get you there. If you need to tell them how to get there, then you've hired the wrong person, or you're too hands-on.
Yeah, I think the biggest question in SaaS in the coming years will be, why are you working in this company? What motivates you? Is it the higher cost? What is the higher cost in SaaS? Like everybody's putting out products. So maybe the leadership is one of the questions. So I'm just inspired by the people that are moving this company forward. And I think not only, you need as a founder move from this, your technology mindset perspective, but you also need to start learning how the engine works. Know how the product works, but the engine, so the go-to-market engine, know shit about sales, marketing, customer success. But to that level that you're really, well-known, you understand things, but then you can just really communicate with the people that are really experts in that, like the sales leaders.
You're the conductor. You're the conductor to the orchestra, and 10% about every instrument in there, but you don't need to know 100%, and you're not the person going to play the trumpet. And 100%. And I think it also, what you said a minute ago, they need to. LinkedIn did some research, and they released something a few years back about purpose-driven companies, and I think it's very important nowadays. even for salespeople, it's not just about money. It's about if they understand the purpose. And
Yeah.
I was talking to my wife yesterday. My wife's a therapist, and we're talking about the purpose wheel. Basically, if you can actually find something that you're good at, that you get paid for, where you're giving something and that you actually enjoy and puts a smile on your face, you have your purpose. And
Yeah.
for me to see a CEO that understands that and has their purpose and can provide purpose for me is bloody motivating and inspiring.
Yes.
And that's how I think they should be thinking.
Thanks, Ollie. It was a real pleasure and insightful talk to have today with you. I will be inviting you once again to some of our other formats and webinars. We're going to do exclusive breakfast with some of the revenue leaders in Europe. Thank you so much. We're moving to the next session. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ivan. Take care.
I'm bringing on stage my good friend Charlie. And here we have also George Stoyanov, who is joining us today. And we have also the Wiggling Revenue Warrior on the background. Hi, Charlie. Hi, George.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, I know that you're actually watching the conference, right, so far?
Yeah. Enjoyed this morning and managed to catch a bit of Yako yesterday as well. So it's really enjoyable conversations.
Great guy, and I actually really like that we did it with him yesterday, so we can actually build on some of the things that he said. Okay, and now we're going to speak about we're coming back to the words of Revops and modeling and architecture, which is really nice. I'm also feeling quite better now, but we will leave the next presentation to you, Charlie, and to George, who is going to be hosting the panel. And I'm having a small, well-deserved break.
So let me see.
Okay, yeah, you can also, yeah, exactly. I will just bring the presentation on stage. Let me see. All right, we have it.
Perfect. All right. Well, as Ivan says, my name is Charlie, and in my journey into revenue operations, I've really come to the conclusion that the most strategic word of the two is revenue, and less so on the operational side of things. And what I want to walk you through today is the revenue acceleration flywheel, and also give you two specific ways that you can help to make Revops deliver strategic revenue growth in your organization. So to kick off with my journey into Revops, 2020 with the pandemic was a tough year for many of us. But for me, living out in the countryside, the impact was mainly limited to my inability to get a haircut for nearly a year. But there were some benefits from the pandemic. Like many people, I wasn't able to commute into the office for a good period of time. And so I actually used that extra couple of hours to collaborate with the SDR that I was working with at the time. I was in a strategic AE role, and wrote and published a book to help first-time sellers and SDRs really understand the foundational aspects of being a technology AE. And one of the unexpected byproducts of publishing that was that I had some lovely inbound requests to do some sales training, sales coaching, speaking at some sales kickoffs. But already I decided that wasn't what I wanted to do with my career.
I'm just jumping on to say, great picture, guy. Charlie, it's amazing. Thank you so much, man.
That's a lot of hair.
It's a lot. I don't have any kind of, so I'm really jealous.
I'll send you some. But yeah, so I decided that I didn't want to become a sales coach or a sales trainer for a living, because I could already see that the world of sales was changing, as Ollie was just saying in the previous session. And I'll give you a couple of graphics to give you some background to that. So this shows the typical lifespan of a technology AE or a SaaS AE. Now, of course, it varies depending on the segment they're selling into and the specific product. but on average, around 5.5 months to come up to full productivity. And at that full productivity, 66% of reps are going to hit quota. And this report came out during COVID. So actually, these numbers are pretty much lower than this right now. But even at that level of productivity, an AE will stay in the business for about 22 months at that level before they voluntarily or involuntarily leave the business. And that seat is then empty and the cycle starts again. Now, I look at this and I have a little laugh. I sort of can you imagine buying any piece of equipment or machinery for your company that took 5.5 months to install? And once you'd installed it, it only worked 2/3 of the time. And after 22 months, it packed up completely and you had to go back and buy a new one. But that is the world of SaaS AEs. The second chart I'll show you is also from the Bridge Group. This came out earlier this year, and it looks at the number of quality conversations that SDRs are having each day. Now, they define a quality conversation as it could be email, it could be a call, it could be LinkedIn, but it is a conversation that either moves an opportunity or a lead meaningfully forwards, or they qualify it out because the customer's not in the right stage of their buying process. So it's a connection and a meaningful conversation. And you can see here that in 2022, SDRs are having less than half the number of quality conversations that their peers were just 8 years ago in 2014. And that's despite all of the automation, the sequences, the cadences, and now the AI that's dramatically increasing the volume of these communications. So something isn't working. And if we look at this stat from Gartner, they do a lot of research around the buyer experience. They say that buyers are spending only 17% of their buying process in front of vendors. And if you imagine that a buyer is speaking with maybe 3 vendors in their shortlist, then you could say, well, only 5 or 6% of their time is spent in front of you and your team. The rest of it, they are spending doing independent research, speaking to analysts, speaking internally with their own teams. I'll call out 2 of these. If you look at the top left there, 27% is researching independently online, and the bottom right, 18% researching independently offline. So 43% of their buying process is spent learning, educating themselves about the problem and what their peers are doing. And so this is really my journey from being a seller into Revops, because it's clear to me that you can't just fix sales to solve a lot of this problem. And so many of our organizations are so siloed in that we just have a marketing function, a sales function, a customer success function, and we each own a little part of this puzzle. When the reality is what our buyers want, our customers want, is to interact with an entire revenue engine, marketing, sales, and customer success all aligned. Well, where have we heard that before? That is revenue operations, and that is my definition of my journey into the ecosystem. So let me show you what I call the revenue acceleration flywheel, which helps companies to understand the different capabilities that bring this to life. It's split into 2 halves. The top half is really looking from the outside in. It's the external perspective of our prospects, of our customers, maybe our consulting or implementation partners, as they travel through their own buying experience. So figuring out the problems or opportunities that their company faces, coming to find out about your company and traveling through your social feeds and your website, traveling through your sales teams, your SDRs, your AEs, your onboarding teams, contracting, and hopefully upselling and expanding and becoming a long-term customer of your company. Below the line, you've got the internal aspects of the revenue engine. And these are often the things that people most commonly think of when they're thinking about revenue operations. So we're thinking across your marketing, your sales, and your customer success teams, their strategy, how they're architected, the systems, the data, the reporting, all of these capabilities that enable us to deliver at the top half of the flywheel. Now, what I want to do to help bring this to life, I'm going to focus in on just two of these capabilities and some of the advice and suggestions that I share with clients. And we're going to start on the left-hand side of the external side of the flywheel with the dark funnel. Now, I mentioned earlier, Gartner provided some great content around buyer enablement, and they provide this graphic where they talk about buyers having a set of discrete jobs that they need to do in order to get towards signing a contract and being a customer of any type of product. Now, these things don't have to be done in series, one after another. In fact, a lot of them will happen in parallel, but nothing happens unless they can do the top left-hand block, identifying a problem, which in a way helps identify an opportunity that they've got to change something in their business. So how do buyers go about identifying a problem? Well, let's think about what's happened in marketing over the last 10 years with the rise of tools like a Marketo or an Eloqua. It's all about attribution. How do we link what our buyers are doing with some of the investments that we have had? We're going to gate content so we can get a form filled in. We're going to do paid social where we can track people back to a campaign. We're going to do content syndication, or we're going to ask people to contact us or request a demo to see what the product looks like. But as buyers, we're so tired of this. Like, we just don't get involved with it. So what do? We actually spend our time in the dark funnel, lurking about, speaking to our peers, speaking to friends, speaking to colleagues, word of mouth. We're on WhatsApp groups. We're in social networks. And I think a lot about how we work as consumers. So if you think of you want to buy a new car, you're going to speak to your friend. You might watch an edition of Top Gear. You might read Auto Trader magazine. The absolute last place that you will go is the dealership, because you know exactly what is going to happen when you turn up there. So you will get yourself armed with all of the right information and educate yourself on what you want to buy, the size of the engine, the color, and how much you should be paying before you identify yourself. And it's exactly the same in business. So what I encourage you to do is go back and remember and refine who are the different personas in your customers' buying group. So yes, that's going to be the main user, the admin, you might call them the champion or the product owner, and maybe the executive that is responsible for your product. But there will also be a set of other people that can say no to any buying decision. So we know the CFO is very influential in these deals today. We know that legal are going to be reviewing contracts. We know that system integrator partners are going to be involved with implementing, integrating, and configuring the tool, and the security team looking at how we're storing and dealing with customer data. And each of these are lurking in their own specific dark funnels. What we then want to do is then consider, where are all of these different personas hanging out? Now, a very common one at the moment are niche Slack communities. I'm sure many of the people following this conference are members of things like Revops Co-op. And this is a screenshot from within Revops Co-op, where there is a channel called Tools and Software. And this is a really typical question. Does anyone use digital sales rooms? If so, would you be so kind as to let me know which ones you use and provide some indicative prices that you pay? So this isn't a Revops one, but exactly the same thing happens for CFOs, for CHROs, for CIOs. Everyone is trying to figure out what everyone else is doing by asking peers. So they're either in these Slack communities, or they're in WhatsApp groups, they're in Discord, subreddits. There are now Twitter communities being launched, or just one-to-one messages or LinkedIn. And then when we think of offline, they're going to networking dinners, either with Pavilion or CIO or CHRO specific dinners or breakfasts. They're speaking to their trusted third parties, their consulting partners, their technology partners, their business advisors, or people that they've worked with in the past that are now in similar organizations. And they're just asking these questions. What are you using? How did you understand the value? Forwards. Next thing I'd suggest thinking through is about product review platforms. Now, the most dominant one of these at the moment is G2. And it might not be where your champion is going day one because they're in those niche communities, but all of those other people in the buying group are going to be coming to a site like this to just validate that they're not making a massive mistake. So if I just give you the example here for data warehousing, I might have had someone in my team say, Charlie, we want to buy Snowflake. You know, it's the thing, we need to get it. We want to provide some analysis across all of our data. So I'm able to come in here and very quickly see, oh yeah, right, here's a grid. It's based on real reviews rather than analysts who are a bit more pay to play. I might be a small business and I can click on the small business tab and it's going to drill down to the reviews just from small businesses. I can then click into Snowflake as an example, and I can see that this is a very vibrant and claimed page. It's got 4.5 stars. I can see there's a number of reviews and discussions, and I know that they've claimed it because I've got a video or images up at the top there and a very clear description of what the product does. As I scroll down, I've got some real basic buyer enablement stuff. They've even gone for cloud data warehousing for dummies. So if I'm a CFO or someone that is not in the technical weeds, I can get a real beginner's guide here to what I'm talking about as I go into some of the demonstrations later on in the sales process. They've got screenshots here. The second one along, if you can see there, is you only pay for what you use. So the pricing model for cloud data warehouses is complex. But so how do I understand that as a CFO so that I can become a bit more armed with information as I go into these meetings later on? And then I can scroll down further and I can start to see video reviews from people like me talking about their own experience and some of their ratings, and there are discussions and questions. So this isn't the vendor telling me what I want to hear. It's me getting access to what other people that are using the platform are saying. Another common one of these is Gartner Peer Insights. So as a vendor, you can do less here. It's less about you putting your word in there. It's more about customers rating and scoring. But what you can do is start to influence your customers going to these sites. So the third thing that I would encourage is about building in a strategy and systems to enable your customers and your partners to spread the word on your behalf. The dark funnel is not about you answering that question in the Slack community. It's not about you putting your own comments into these discussions. It's about enabling your customers and your partners to do it on your behalf. So think through how you can give them this content to share. Maybe you go on their podcast. Maybe they come on your podcast. Maybe you do a lessons learned interview for your YouTube channel. Maybe you work with your partner to create architectural diagrams or typical project plans or roles and responsibility org charts. It's giving your customers and your partners the type of content that they might want to use then to share amongst their own networks. So you might then ask, Charlie, I thought I was coming to Revops conference and you're talking to me about marketing. But for me, this is the point, that where does this sit? Like in most companies, you'd think these product review sites and maybe doing something in social is marketing responsibility. But the content that your buyers want actually comes from much later on in the process. It's about getting the information from sales and from customer success. So in my book, that is revenue operations, about aligning these three teams. So a couple of questions that you can ask yourself and of your own business here. We're aware of the private communities that our target personas use to engage with their peers. Yes or no? What could we do to improve that? Do we actively provide content and responses into our listings on product review platforms? And do we enable our customers and partners to spread the word about our products? The second tip that I'm going to share with you is moving on one stage, and that's into owned content. So your customer has figured out about the problem. They've now heard about your company and they've come to your website. So now's the time that we smash them over the head with our solution and why we're the best thing. Well, no, it's not. The customer is still desperate to learn about the problem. They might be wanting to learn about that problem for 80, 90% of their buying process before they're ready to actually start thinking about the solution and solving it. And I see this a lot with technology companies. There's this content mismatch. So the buyer is coming into your website and into finding content, trying to learning about the problem, learning from their peers, learning about the opportunity for solving this thing. But all of the content from a vendor it just screams, I want to sell, I want to sell. Everything, whether it's a blog post, whether it's a video, finishes with, and that's why you need the Acme 200. But instead, you need to just forget about this and start educating people and giving them the tools that they need for that problem identification. So Gartner talks about providing these buyer enablement tools, the types of things you can have on your website that help the buyer in that early stage. Calculators that help them to understand the scale of the problem, diagnostics help them to figure out where they are on a spectrum, maybe an advisor that gives them a set of repeatable steps to go through their buying process. Think about it from your view as a consumer. You might go to a car website. Okay, well, it's quite complicated. Cars got different engines, different colors, different trims. Well, they help you to configure your car with a build your Audi, and they take you through that process to make it quite understandable. iPads, very technical solutions for the majority of people that are buying them, but they make it very easy to select 2 or 3 different versions and then to compare the differences and what that might be in a cost. So when you're thinking about your buyer enablement content that you're putting out onto your social feeds and out onto your website, they need to be relevant to help the person with where they are in the stage of their buying process. It's obviously got to be useful. It needs to be super easy for someone to use, like that iPad selector. And above all, it's got to be credible. They've got to believe the results that are coming out of it. So here's a couple of examples. This is a Clary one where you chuck in some data on the left about the size of your org, your sales org, and on the right, it gives you a number. I have a little niggle here about whether this passes the credibility statement. And you've got to be super careful here that the numbers that come out, someone's got to see this and go, am I really losing 8 million a year? So that would be one thing just to double check. Here's another one from Cognizant, which is a data provider. So one of the things that I might be as a buyer early on in my process wanting to think about is, what is my total addressable market? And they provide a very easy tool. You fill in the types of companies you're trying to target in terms of the size, in terms of the sector, in terms of the roles. And they give you this output that within your target addressable market, 450,000 leads. And they split that out via the titles and the size of companies and the country. So that's useful and credible information for me as a buyer. You then get a lovely email the next day that says, thanks for using the calculator. Would you like to have a look at what's inside that and get 25 free leads? So that's a really nice way of enabling your buyer and bringing them into your sales process by dangling a bit more enablement content. So once again, well, why is that a Revops topic? Because a lot of this owned content that goes on the blog, that goes on your social feeds, sits at worst just with marketing, or at best with marketing and a bit of sales input. But the real content that buyers want when they come to your website is actually coming from a lot later in their buying process. They want to know about people that are onboarding. They want to know lessons learned about how people prioritize their rollout. They want to know about how they've structured their project team and their roles and responsibilities and which partners they worked with. This is the information that allows you to create fantastic diagnostics and benchmarks and enablement tools earlier on. So for me, 100%, that is revenue operations, because it's aligning these three functions. So 3 questions to ask yourself. Do we educate our buyers on the problem that we solve, or is it really just about the solution that we provide? Do we provide our buyers with great diagnostics, calculators, and benchmarks to help them assess the scale of the problem? And do our buyers see our social feeds as a place that they can learn, or is it just where they get spammed about our latest product release? So those were 2 of the 22 capabilities, and you can see how there is so much to get your head around as you travel around both the top and the bottom half of that flywheel. How to get started. One of the things that I've provided to everyone is a Revops maturity model. So for each of those 22 capabilities, you can measure yourself on a beginner, a builder, or an advanced of what does good look like to help you see what you might be aiming for. And you can download that at that link, and I'll provide that to Ivan to share out as well. If you want to get a bit more interactive, then you can go through a 22 question assessment where there will be one of these questions for each of the 22 capabilities. And that will help give you a score against that Revops maturity model. And for those of you that are like me, who love a bit of analog and a pen and a physical book, I've actually published this as a physical book that you can order on Amazon. And each of those 66 questions, so I showed you 3 for each of the 2 capabilities we covered. So there are 66 questions in total. And with your leadership team around the boardroom, you can go through each of these and score yourself against that capability. You can ask yourselves, what are we doing today around this specific capability? And what can we do to improve? And this is going to help you as a revenue operations function to deliver these incremental compounding revenue gains across each of these functions, which you may not have thought of as revenue operations. And so there we come to the end, 30 minutes talking about revenue operations, and I didn't talk about systems, data, or reporting or spreadsheets once. Thanks, George. I'll hand back over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Charlie. Great presentation. So yeah, the interesting thing which I've always admired about you is you've been so much in the trenches, being a salesperson, knowing so well what really it is to be, in a go-to-market team, go-to-market leadership. And because, in revenue operations, we have different career paths, but most of the people, from what I see, they come from operations, finance, enablement, this kind of roles. So what do you think the advantages to be in Revops right now, but before, having this background in sales, in go-to-market in general?
Yeah. Generating revenue operation, it's not a computer game. It's not just sitting here with spreadsheets and rows and this is how my salespeople are and filling up a capacity model.
Right.
To sell something to someone, you are in front of them, either physically or today more on screen. And it's about looking in their eyes. It's about building rapport, as Ollie said. It's about really understanding their business. And Ollie talked about empathy. I always ask the question, or I say to a customer, if I was on your shoes, this is what I'd be thinking. And it really puts me in their business. And that's what I really think. Like, if I was working for your business, what would I do? And if the answer is not buy my product, then I'll tell them. If I was in your shoes, I'd be thinking about the tool that you've already got. There's a module in that. And if you do that, blah, 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 blah. Now, you might not win that specific deal, but that customer absolutely knows what you are good for. And you'll spend a lot more time focused on deals that you are going to win. And so I think, while there's so much technology coming through now, there's so much AI, there's sequences, there's cadences. Yes, that's going to help pick up a lot of the manual stuff for sellers, but we've got to help young sellers coming into this profession, or more tenured sellers that have been here for a long time, remember that what sales is about is looking someone in the eyes and really helping them with their business. And if you can do that, they will send you an order form. And as revenue operations, we've got to figure out, how do we enable people to do that? It is not just AEs are lines in a spreadsheet and they're hitting target or they're not hitting target. We've got to think from the buyer's perspective, and how do we help that seller to be more effective in the work that they're doing in front of human beings.
Right. Great. And that's why I think many people that are into revenue operations really love it, because it's, on the one hand, there is a lot of operations and technicalities involved, but at the same time, it's such a creative role, right? And involves so many different things and fields.
My one bit of advice, or recommendation, I would say, rather than advice, is go and speak to customers. Go with salespeople to sales meetings. It's tempting to say, oh, well, I listened into Gong call recordings. It was as if I was in the meeting. No, go to their office, go and see the customer, ask them some questions, and it will really help bring some of their experience to life. And that stuff we talked about buyer enablement, about content, it will all be informed by what you actually saw when a customer told you what was going on in their world. Right.
Great. Thanks so much, Charlie. Great presentation. Hope to see you in our next conference as well. And now moving to the next speaker that we have, and bringing Marcus on stage. Marcus.
Hey, George.
Great to see you here, Marcus. It's a pleasure to have you in our second day of the conference. Marcus is one of my favorite Revops leaders. You've been, how many? More than 6 times, I think, Revops leader before. But yeah, Marcus has been in very interesting organizations, being a leader in outreach in Microsoft, and now is an independent Revops advisor, also a part of the advisors team at RevBrains. We have done some very successful projects with him, so really looking forward to what Marcus has prepared for the conference today, and giving you the word, Marcus.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me. Yeah, fantastic conference. From what I could see, really, really good topics and great conversations. So I'm going to try to share my slides here. And while I do that, okay, so do I need to upload the slides, or how does it work?
I think no need to upload them. If you share, it would be okay as well. But if you want, you can also upload them. If you click on present, that should be fine, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to find it. Here we go.
All right, adding your slides to stage. Here it is.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to find the presentation mode.
Great.
And here we go. Can you still see me?
Yes, great. Now hiding myself
awesome.
and giving you.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, welcome to the Catalyst for Commercial Effectiveness. What I want to do today is walk you through some of the learnings that I've made on my journey about revenue operations, and Thanks to George's intro, a little bit about me. I founded Bain Consulting last year after more than 20 years in initially management consulting, and then I spent about 15, well, actually more than 18 years in B2B software, SaaS, sales strategy, and sales operations. Had the opportunity to lead or build sales ops or revenue operations teams and functions about 6 times. And right now I'm working with private equity and or venture capital backed companies to drive go-to-market efficiencies effectively. So anything about revenue architectures, blueprints, how to get revenue operations set up in an effective way. That's what I do, and I love the work because it's such a wonderful area, so much to learn and so much impact to create. So let's dive in. So we want to talk about revenue production and what I mean by that, and then some of the elements that are needed to basically produce revenue in an effective way. So the model, overall, the data model, an example. I brought you an example of a revenue architecture, and I want to close with some hard truths, which are some learnings I made over the course of the years, which might be interesting to kind of spark some discussion. First off, revenue production. So let's go from left to right on this slide, which is a little bit loaded. I get that. So first off, what we need to be successful in operating go-to-market functions is a methodology. And what I mean by that is essentially the North Star, the common language, clarity on skills, capabilities, the architecture. How do I set up the team? Which roles do I have? I need this clear strategy. Where and how do I want to grow? How much money is available? How many funds do I have to grow? What are the cultural aspects? By the way, oftentimes they got forgotten, right? What's the empathy for the actual people that are driving the model, that are driving the methodology? And then very importantly, also the product strategy, right? What am I selling and why, and how does it fit into the market opportunity? So essentially the methodology needs to be clear, and Revops has a strong role in either enabling those discussions or in many cases also driving those conversations and owning, for example, topics like revenue architecture. And then we have something that I call the operating model, which is basically the organizational model of how to drive scalable processes, which systems and tools do we use. Very importantly, we're going to go into that. What's the data model? How does it look like? How do we measure success across the funnel? Roles and responsibilities, enablement framework. What do we mean by that? How do we make people successful? What do they need in order to succeed? And it's not only onboarding, by the way. So basically everything that works toward process excellence, or what I call productive players, meaning the players that are part of the go-to-market model. They want to be and they need to be productive. And in times of like today, even more so than in the past, everybody's speaking about efficient growth, and that means effectively being productive, right, and driving productivity. And if I put those two aspects together, I get to something that I call revenue production. So that's basically, and similar to what Jaco also talks about as a factory, right? A revenue factory, a go-to-market factory. You need to have the processes clearly documented, well landed, well adopted. You need to have a clear supply chain. What does that mean? You need to have a product that makes sense. You need to understand the customers. You need to basically be able to position the product in the right context in the market. You need to have the production figured out, meaning how do you create this ideal recurring model of revenue production? How do you measure success? And then last but not least, of course, you want to really have a very strong commitment to customer centricity. Nowadays, it's even more important to serve your customers well because it's so incredibly expensive to win new customers. So you really want to focus on your existing customers and making sure that that baseline of growth and expansion is there. And ultimately, what you produce is basically a combination of quantity, cost, and quality, which drive ultimately sustainable growth in an efficient way. That's basically the equation. And this is why Revops is such a game changer for go-to-market efficiency, because we're the ones that drive through our engagements and connections with the business, that production of revenue. Let's quickly move to if we now drive a little bit more into what I mentioned and talked about the revenue operations model, this is something that I've built as I have engaged with clients and also learned over the years. This is a model that that I use to basically start conversations about RevOps. What is RevOps about? What are the key elements of it? It's almost like a landscape. And what are the enablers? So let's go through this. You know, ultimately, there are three outcomes I believe that RevOps produces. Everything RevOps does either leads to operational excellence, and that's of course a broad term. Go-to-market or individual seller or CSM productivity, and or business predictability. Now, very important, you know, all the boards on the globe want to know, you know, how are the unit economics looking? How's the forecast? We're in Q4. Q3 didn't go well. So you want to be able to run a predictable business. And those are basically almost like a mission statement. It should be a mission statement for RevOps, depending on the stage, of course, depending on the context, whether you are pure SaaS, whether you are maybe a verticalized SaaS, whether you are not SaaS, by the way. All of these concepts, they also work in non-SaaS companies. And then if you look at it functionally, you have this mindset that unifies marketing, sales, and customer operations, which you see in the middle, that horizontalized bar. And you see a couple of examples listed there of the things that usually operational practitioners that work in these departments or areas actually worry about. From budget planning through lead and data strategy, you know, managing the tech stack in marketing, sales, and customer operations, sales planning, sales strategy, analytics and insights. There's a host of things to do. And because of that pretty wide approach, which is important from a mindset, usually many companies actually choose to start in a center in the sales operations side, and then gradually expand to the left and right. But I've also seen companies actually starting revenue operations initiatives from a customer operations perspective. In the end, it doesn't matter where you start. What matters is that you have this unifying mindset and that North Star, that you really want to think in terms of how to connect marketing, sales, and customer, both strategies and operational aspects. And then we go a little bit deeper, and you see on the bottom something that I think is defining what RevOps really is, which is what I call the 5 enablers. And any RevOps leader or any go-to-market leader really needs to have an answer on each of these 5 pillars, right? So you want to know how and why are you strategy, where is your strategy going, and why are you planning for it? Especially now, it's planning time. Everybody should be focusing and spending quality time on planning. If you haven't started, it's too late. And then, of course, process and execution, almost like the bread and butter, right? How do we enable efficient processes? People and enablement, something that often gets underserved. You know, how do I enable people to be successful? How do I create great user experiences? Do I have a clear balance of the gives and gets of the players in the go-to-market motion in the factory? It's not only training, you know, it's much more than just training. Systems and tools. Many RevOps motions in companies start on the systems and tools area, where somebody figures out, oh, we need a CRM, and then somebody is asked, okay, can you set that up? The moment you ask these questions, you basically setting the seed for RevOps, and then it's very important to stay to think beyond just system and think about the processes that system really supports. So basically then going up and thinking about the functions and what do we want to accomplish with that system and tool. Usually it starts with a CRM, but nowadays we know that there are many ancillary and connected systems. So it's very important to have a holistic view on how systems and tools add value. And then last but not least, the data model and insights. So how do we measure success? What does success look like? How can we predict the business forecasting, for example, right? And then all sorts of data analysis, which ideally in the best world should be proactive and not only reactive. So how does that look like if we were able to take a look at that scenario where we started in setting up a CRM? So you would say that we're in basic starting on crawling mode, right? So this is an example for a maturity model that helps me engage with conversations with senior executives and understanding, okay, what's really going on in regards of RevOps. And very important here to call out that being on the basic or crawling or starting level is not a statement of value. It's not that basic or starting is worse than medium or high. It's basically just a situational analysis on where the company and where the revenue operations path is currently situated and where it would be or could be or should be going depending on analysis. And this is what I usually do when I engage with clients. I run a maturity model analysis, and then jointly we define where the areas of focus should be, right? Is there a problem that, for example, forecasting doesn't work? Well, we should focus on data and insights and on processes. Right? Is it a problem that our capacity planning is not correctly set? So we're constantly basically underperforming, and we need to find out what the root causes are for that. Do our sellers that are joining our company take too long to get productive? Well, we might focus on enablement. So it really depends, but this model is helpful to basically establish a starting point, and then setting up a roadmap, which is, we're going to talk about the roadmap in a minute, which is very important to define and focus on the right areas of impact for revenue operations. Because one thing is clear, the scope of things that revenue operations can focus on is almost unlimited. And it's very important to have a clear North Star and to define priority areas of focus, and very important also to be able to say no, meaning select and pick your battles. And one way of doing that is basically starting with a maturity model, and then jointly with senior leadership, with key stakeholders, establishing where the focus should be to evolve capabilities and to gradually set up a more scalable model than what you would have today. Now, if we go a little bit deeper and beyond the actual maturity model, when I then say, okay, I know where I am right now, and I have a clear idea where I want to go, then this is something that we should look at in regards of connecting the RevOps approach with inputs and outputs. So again, inputs, you see a lot of the intangibles there, but they're very important and they often get forgotten. People think RevOps is something about data and sales stages and analysis and reports. And actually, I do think RevOps is a people business, because ultimately it's not possible without understanding the cultures, the geographical differences, backgrounds of people, leadership approaches, that whole beautiful set of diverse opinions that exist in any group of people that form a go-to-market team. You really need to go and understand that, down to basically setting up what are the rules of engagement. And that's a key driver of what RevOps then should focus on through the 5 enablers, which you see in the middle. And ultimately then you focus on driving results, right? And how do you do that? In my opinion, there are 4 things that are really needed to get things going. So you need to have clarity about the organizational structure, meaning who does what. And even if you have only 2 or 3 people doing RevOps, you really want to be clear in defining what they do and why, and who do they report to, and what is their title, and what is their job description, what is their profile of excellence. You want to really have a clarity on the accountabilities, and defining priorities. The data model, we're going to look into an example in a minute. Absolutely critical to basically get things going, and also in even involved RevOps functions to really have the common language or the common currency actually of insights, which is basically the data model. And last but not least, the roadmap. So you really want to focus on, and good RevOps teams do have a roadmap that goes beyond just listing a couple of bullets on a slide and saying this is what we're about, but rather really building that out in close collaboration with key stakeholders, being aware of dependencies, available resources, and of course, the business priorities and the objectives of the company. And that's basically the mix for a starting revenue operations model. Yes, there are other aspects, but usually the combination of these 4 leads you to a pretty good and pretty solid and a comfortable model that you can go and operate with. And by the way, we're calling it revenue operations model. It could be called anything. It could be called commercial ops approach or sales ops engagement document. You know, doesn't matter. Don't focus on labels. It's about having clarity what the outcome is, and then things get flowing, and then that's the way revenue operations adds value and basically drives commercial effectiveness. Let's look at the data model. Most of you, I would think, have seen this famous bow tie model. You can actually find in the scienceofrevenue.com. It's open source. You can download templates that describe it in much more detail. But this is very important to basically get clarity on. So no matter where you are and which stage you are and whether you are SaaS or non-SaaS, in some way the business and the go-to-market motion can be mapped into a data model that does not have to look exactly like the one we're looking at. This is just an example. But it is very important to basically define what are the volume metrics and what are the conversion rates that define key stages, the so-called moments that matter in the business. And you focus, of course, on the acquisition side, which is the left-hand side, and on the expansion and impact side, which is the right-hand side of the funnel. And allowing you to map these steps and these key steps in the go-to-market motion drive clarity, number one. Number two, create common understanding and common and alignment across all go-to-market players. And last but not least, measurability, because once you do that, once you define what is CR5 or what is CR6 really, you stop these cycles that happen everywhere where people basically look at reports and then start to doubt them and basically going back and forth. Oh, I'm not sure what measure you really mean. We measured this differently. Or that data set is wrong. You basically get away from all that guesswork, and you define basically a common platform on how you measure business success across the funnel. And that's why the data model is so important to really drive commercial effectiveness. Now, you can also map the data model with the customer journey. Some companies spend time on basically saying, okay, once I have clarity on the data model, now I'm going to basically look at, okay, what happens as I engage in key segments, in key markets, with different products, with different success metrics. So the differentiation is important here. And by the way, look at that number on the right. A surprisingly large number of companies do not have a well clarified or understood customer journey. And that's a huge opportunity for Revops to add value, to basically get people into a virtual room and align on defining what are the real things that matter to map customer journey with measurable outcomes in form of a data model. I always say if there's one thing a Revops team should do is basically driving that conversation and own that and carry that flag across the company, because that's where the value lies. And many of the hidden opportunities to improve effectiveness, they come out of this exercise of mapping the buyer journey and aligning it with a data model. Now, I was mentioning in the intro that we also wanted to look at an example how this really can look like, and this is taken from a real project. This is a result of going through the journey of defining the Revops areas of focus and then figuring out, hey, we need to do something in the approach for, in this case, it's an enterprise. The company wanted to start an enterprise sales motion, and the question was, how do we set up the different roles across the customer journey? And how do we define those? And there's a little bit more detail that I'm not showing here, which is the actual metrics of success. And then also the related data flows and the related reports that show the productivity layers, for example, of a group that of a role in the middle that you see, which is called product specialists. So what are they really accountable for? Why do they exist? What defines success? But this is basically the culmination of linking sales model work, the revenue architecture itself with the actual data model. You see elements of the data model on top, and then you make it segment specific and say, okay, this is our go-to-market model, our revenue architecture for the segment of enterprise customers. In this example, you see on the right-hand side the key account manager role, which is a role that additionally was created to address the expansion opportunity in a predefined set of highly strategic accounts. So basically high growth opportunity, high revenue relevancy. And that's the reason why this additional role was created in this example. And any company should have these examples and these documents around revenue architecture figured out and documented for every segment, because the segments behave differently. And then, of course, as I mentioned, this goes deeper than also to mention the associated KPIs, down to how are we using the CRM for the specific segment, and with the associated enablement platform too. So the documents that actually enable sellers to be successful in this context. Finally, and I'm looking at the time. Yeah, we're, I think, doing fine. We have over 3 minutes left. Couple of hard truths, as I call them. So my learnings from being in the field and having built and run revenue operations functions, and by the way, I'm still learning. It never stops, which is why this is so much fun. But some things that I've learned and that have helped me. So the first thing is the 3S. You know, the moment you start engaging and looking at Revops, and even if you are a go-to-market leader that looks at building a Revops function, or you are in Revops, or in some form of a go-to-market operations role, it makes sense to always have these 3S in mind. Simplicity: how can I make things simpler than they are today? How can I make things or design a process in a way that it's scalable? And then where are the opportunities to standardize? Because especially companies that do not have a strong hand on operations, they grow into, I would call it, unstandardized approaches, where everybody thinks that their unique solution is the only way to run the business. And before you know it, you're basically looking at something which is very difficult to scale, because it's so custom and it's so far away from standardization, which is not your friend if you think about operational efficiency. You really want to focus on standardizing, and you always need to ask the question, why would this process be that complicated? Is there a way to make it simpler, easier, and have to run the process in a standardized way? Next one, data. I'm a big fan of data in the context of the business, because if you just look at data then by itself, it doesn't mean much. It's really just noise. So you want to be basically combining the ability to be very analytically with strong business acumen. And you want to either have those capabilities in your Revops organization, or you want to build those strategic alliances in the company so that you can combine data with strong business acumen, so that the right questions are asked with the right data, with the right level of granularity. And that's basically the contextual element of converting data into insights. That's very important. That's one of the key value drivers of any Revops organization, to be able to do this, because not many others in the organization can do it. It actually ideally moves to the point on the right-hand side of the maturity scale to be the team that is reached out to and that is pulled in to very strategic analysis that are combined with planning, with resetting, for example, the go-to-market strategy. When those questions come up, you want to be prepared and you want to be ready as a Revops team to be able to answer that. And the only thing that helps you to do that is the context. Enablement is one of the 5 pillars for Revops, and it's absolutely crucial. Unfortunately, oftentimes it is underserved in terms of saying, oh yeah, we have an onboarding program. Yeah, we have a document that we give our new sellers or our new CSMs. That's not enough. You know, enablement needs to be a holistic approach beyond an onboarding. It needs to take into account ongoing learning and development. Ideally, it should be competency-based. And those competencies that we define that are drivers of success, they need to be role-specific. So it's basically a programmatic effort. And it's not enough to just buy a cool LMS and say, okay, we've got a tool, we're done. No, enablement needs to be an embedded approach, and it's absolutely crucial for success. In Revops, and what helps me also personally, I always try to balance outcomes with empathy, you know, and science and art. You know, there's very strong scientific aspect in Revops. It's also art. Let's be aware of that, because it makes the results usually more fun and better. But that balance is actually super fun to constantly detect and then also execute toward. Do not try to over-design, be iterative. Yeah, that's something that's really helpful, especially for operational teams that sometimes dive too deep too quickly. You know, so the idea is to basically follow this idea of planning, performing, elevating, and gradually elevating the capabilities by being on purpose iterative and also on purpose saying good enough is good enough. Although sometimes we don't like it because we're perfectionists, but we have to basically hold ourselves accountable to balance the effort with the outcomes. And that means just taking an iterative approach. Embrace the P words: process, people, and product. Product is also something that oftentimes gets forgotten, right? Revops, everybody thinks Revops is part of go-to-market motion. Well, yes, it is, but guess what makes the go-to-market really work? Well, it's a good product, it's a good service, it's an offering. So you want to understand where that product is originated, how is it built, what's the innovation, how do you create the context between customer success-driven feedback loops to product development and innovation. That's super important. So if I would just pick one of those 3 P words, although I love them all 3, focus on the product. I said this briefly, not only SaaS, right? And I have I'm in a lucky situation of working across SaaS and non-SaaS, and Revops matters everywhere. The moment you have a go-to-market function that achieves outcomes, you need to raise operational questions in the form of Revops. And interestingly enough, the answers are oftentimes very, very similar between non-SaaS and other industries. Very interesting experience that I'm going through now as I engage with a multitude of different companies in different sizes, also in different industries. And then final one, this comes up all the time. You know, people ask, who should Revops report to? And I always say, it really doesn't matter. The most important thing is the clear charter, the North Star. You really want to know why you focus on Revops. And then if that's clear, Revops can report to the CFO, to the CRO, to the Chief Customer Officer, to the COO. It's secondary. The most important thing is to have that fundamental alignment across the go-to-market leadership team and the go-to-market stakeholders that Revops is here to drive commercial effectiveness. And then going a little bit deeper, developing a plan, a clear roadmap. And once that is clear, then off to execution. And don't worry about discussing who the reporting lines should be, because to me, it's secondary. Great. Thank you so much. Great fun. I went a little bit over, but I think we might have a minute or 2 for some questions.
I'll just bring the other person on stage that you ate his minutes from his presentation. So just so you guys can meet as well.
It's an honor to yield time to you, Marcus, every time.
Hey, Stephen.
Yeah, George, do you have any questions, right, or comments with regarding Marcus' presentation?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we can wrap up the presentation just with one more thing, because we discussed what are the requirements, basically what are the strong foundations that we need to have in a company in order to have really, as Marcus has mentioned, how do you say it, commercial, to make it really a catalyst for commercial effectiveness. Yep. And what we are missing here, maybe it's just saying a few words about who is the best person, what's the best profile of a person who can lead this kind of division in a company, what are the best characteristics, the best traits of this kind of person. And wanted to point this out and discuss this with you, Marcus, because I know you have a very interesting way in which you are describing what a very good Revops leader looks like.
In a brief way also.
Yeah, brief way. So yeah, exactly, because Stephen and I know
no worries. I can be brief.
Yeah, no, but I know your content is awesome. So
whatever Marcus said, do that.
No, but brief question. So a brief answer. Business acumen, very important. Of course, operationally sound. So analytical understanding and loving processes. You need to be able to live in processes. And then also having a strong affinity. You do not have to be a technical expert, but you need to have a very strong affinity for technology and the combination on how technology adds value to business processes at the highest level. And ideally, you want to also understand how CRM works, right? So those things, business acumen, analytical, data, a strong affinity to data, and knowing how to leverage systems and tools. Those are key, I think, aspects. And then you can just go and get things started. And then also being a good communicator and seller, because you always need to sell Revops internally. I've never been in a role where I didn't have to run around and explain people what we do and why we do it.
Right. Yeah, that's why it's
Thanks,
a great
Marcus.
combination of skills. Thanks so much, Marcus.
A real pleasure having you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having
Now
me.
we're
I
moving
would
to the
second
next
this.
topic.
I would second this, especially the last.
Sorry, can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just Steven was saying something.
Yeah, I would second what Marcus just said, especially the last part. It should be somebody who has a standing and can stand their ground, else Revops runs the risk to become the dashboard people that just are there to fix Salesforce and can we have a different dashboard? And that is a dead end for Revops.
Totally agree. Okay, so next topic and next presentation, we have the honor to have Steven Morel here on stage with us. Hi, Steven. This is the
Happy
Wiggling
to be
Warrior.
here. Thank you.
Revenue Warrior.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So we're going to speak about, we spoke a lot about how we actually gain revenue, how we actually gain growth, but we haven't spoken a lot or actually at all about how we actually find out why we're losing revenue or what we are missing in order to be more better. What is the crime that is undergoing in our company that we can actually find out and solve this mystery and then, be better in what we do. I think your presentation is about that. So we're giving the floor to you. Sorry really for extending a little the previous presentation, but I know that you can make it in far less than 30 minutes.
It was well worth expanding. Yes, I'm bringing a true crime story. Who doesn't love a true crime story? We'll be doing a little bit of forensics today. And then I think I have 30 minutes, now a little bit less. I'll try to give the audience a little crash course in crime prevention. So if they have something they can take with them from today and apply tomorrow and make sure it doesn't happen to them. I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, you can share it.
How do I do this? Share screen. Window. Here we go. Okay.
It's coming now at the stage.
Yes. So I don't see the audience. So if I'm going too fast or too slow, maybe Ivan, you give me hints for this. Okay, I brought a little forensic, real, true crime story. The case that I'll be showing is a real case. It really happened to a startup company. I called it CSI, the crime scene investigation of revenue, or you could also call it, I know what you sold last summer. Okay, let's dive in. So what you're looking at is a chart. For me, it's not a chart. For me, it's a crime scene. And I hope it's going to be a crime scene for you in a moment as well. The chart shows sales cycle times. So each dot here is a closed deal, closed one, and the vertical altitude of the dots mean the amount of days it took from opportunity created to opportunity closed, or how long did it take to close that deal. And if we look at this, we see dots all over the place. But if we squint our eyes, we see a trend line. I'll gonna go back and forth a couple of times. You can clearly see sales cycles are becoming longer. Sales is slowing down. Why does that matter? Because these people only have 24 hours in a day, right? So if deals are slowing down, if sales is slowing down, they will have more open opportunities. They will have more follow-up tasks. They will have more and more on their plate, and their capacity has a limit. If they're over capacity, it will just swap over to the next month and then the problem becomes bigger and bigger. And salespeople who are overworked, who have to attend to too many opportunities, to too many prospects, they simply drop the ball here, left and right. They cannot attend them as well, and then this has impact on closing rate. This has impact on the customer journey. This has impact on results. So it's important. The problem here is the dark line that you're seeing, that's the average. And I would love to see the audience. I would go like, raise your hand if you know your average sales cycle. Because if you know your average sales cycle, then you know one number, but sales cycle is not a number. Sales cycle is something that develops over time. So what they're seeing here is they're seeing one number. Their median is 90. I would say this is somewhere maybe around 130 days average sales cycle. But what they really should see is that the sales cycle is becoming longer. And this here is the problem with average and median. It doesn't move. It doesn't move for a long time. So actually here around October of that year, if they would have measured their sales cycle in this way, they should have noticed, there's a trend line going up. What is this? Why is this? What can we do? But they didn't. Things were good. Things were just like in the last month, and then the month before, and then the quarter before. Then there was even a time, maybe a month and a half, maybe two, where things felt good. They couldn't prove it in the numbers. It's not like they're closing more deals. It's not like their average sales cycle is moving because it's an average. It doesn't move so easy. But it felt good. Deals were just easy to close. But then the year went on and the trend came back. And it isn't till July of the following year when they suddenly see, oops, our sales cycle are becoming longer. What they really are, they're becoming longer for 3 quarters already. They're 3 quarters later recognizing or realizing that their sales cycle, and this is when they start to investigate, and this is when they start to react. Now that sales cycle, that they realize sales cycle are becoming longer, they also see they're not hitting their numbers because sales cycle were longer for 3 quarters already. They react with, okay, let's do more leads, more closing, more deals. What they're really doing is they're just scaling failure. They're scaling long sales cycle. Actually, it's even worse, this crime scene, because if we look not only at sales cycles, but also at deal sizes, there is this one period of time around here when they were closing fast and closing big deals. You see here is a cluster of deals, all well above the average and the median. Big deals, fast. Who doesn't want more of this, right? But they don't realize it. They don't change anything. And then when they react, you see this little orange dots here. Those are a bunch of discounts. Oh, sales cycle are longer. Deals are slower. What can we do? Give them discounts. Give them discounts. Well, discounts in B2B at least don't speed up sales. So first they're giving discount, and then they're just trying to sell more because they need to hit the number. What they should have done, and here's the real crime, they should have noticed this period of time, 2 or 3 quarters ago, investigate what did we do here to close deals faster? What did we do here to close deals faster and bigger? Is it the lead source? Is it a sales method? Is it a different process? Whatever it was, now it's 2 or 3 quarters back. Nobody really remembers. It's really difficult to figure this out now. So in order for you to not make this mistake, here is really a quick crash course in revenue crime prevention. And when I say revenue crime prevention, what I really mean is sales quality, sales process quality management and improvement. Let's dive in. The first and most important paradigm is, and this might feel counterintuitive, but revenue is actually not a goal. And I can just advise, whenever your CEO, your investor, or whoever sets up a goal that is revenue, then tell them revenue is not a goal, it's a result. 5 million in revenue is not a goal. 5 million revenue is a result. Let's figure out a result of what? Revenue is not a goal. And actually, a lot of metrics that we like to stare at are not goals, but results. Like revenue quota attainment is a result. Customer lifetime value is a result. By the way, this is one of the most important metrics in a company. Growth rate is a result. Results because as a result, you get to see them after the fact. They are trailing indicators. Anything that is a trailing indicator is a result. And because you see them after the fact, this can be months or quarters later, just as we saw this in the chart in the crime scene. So they're results, but a result of what? Of course, they're a result of your revenue process. Revenue process, sales process, it doesn't matter what you call it. There's minor differences in the definition, but your revenue process has an output, the results, and it has an input, the factors. Any process is a sequence of steps that takes an input and converts it into an output, right? The good news is sales only has 4 problems that it has to face, 4 challenges. Challenge number 1 for the process efficiency is sales cycles. How long does it take from an opportunity coming in, from a customer, a prospect coming in, to finally close a deal? It's always too long. The deal size is always too small. Every deal is just too much work, too many follow-ups, too many emails, too many meetings. And then the question is, why are we losing deals? They were qualified. We shouldn't lose them, right? 30% of revenue on the average, that's a good rule of thumb. 30% of your revenue is being wasted because of inefficient processes. Stuff that, like the thing that we just saw in the chart. Let me explain what that exactly means. If I go to McDonald's and I order a Big Mac, I always get the same sandwich, right? It always looks the same, it always tastes the same, it's packaged the same, it's always the same sandwich. Why? Because McDonald's really controls the process of making a Big Mac. If you would come over to my house and we do a barbecue and I make burgers, well, very unpredictable results. They're mostly yummy, they're always messy. I don't really control the process of making burgers. It's not my thing. The problem here is you cannot improve what you don't control. So if you want to improve your sales process, you have to control them first. But chances are you're doing sales a little bit like I do burgers, and then your sales process looks somewhat like this. You have big deals, you have small deals, you have fast deals, you have slow deals, you have deals that are a lot of work, you have deals that are essentially order taking. If this looks familiar, then you have a range of variations. And this range of variation causes unpredictable results. Let's take a look at what you want to do with your sales process variations. If we pull a current a baseline, then we can agree that all the deals below the baseline are your meh results, and all the deals above the baseline are your yay results. The big deals, the fast deals, the easy deals. Of course, what you want to have is you want to have more of those yay deals and less of the meh deals. So if we take the average of your better half, the average of your sunny days, then this is called your process entitlement. This is what you've been doing consistently in the past, again and again, on your better days. This is what you should be doing every day. But of course, we don't have always only sunny days. So what we want to do is we want to figure out which are the deals in my sweet zone, what do they have in common, and how can I move the baseline upwards. And if you need a soundtrack to memorize this principle, this idea of moving the baseline, well, I like to move it, okay? So when you look at your sales pipeline, think about, I like to move it. Let's dive into, let's give you a handful of tools to start doing this right away. Your most important tool is your control chart. A control chart is data points over time. This can be deal sizes, plot your deal sizes over time. And by the way, you don't need a special software for this. You can do this in Google Sheets. You can do this in Excel, and any spreadsheet software, and any dashboard software, I would think, business analytics or so. Track your metrics over time. Track deal cycle times over time. Measure the variations and pull a median and an average. I'm not diving in what the difference is, but in general, look at the median. The average is very often skewed by outliers. And then establish upper and lower control limits. For the math nerds here, this should be 3 standard deviation away from your median or from your whatever your baseline is. For everybody else, just look at the chart and define your own upper and lower control limits and start looking at all the deals that are above or below those limits. There should not be any deals. And what you want to do is you want to flatten the curve. So you want to, over time, you want to move those upper and lower control limits closer and closer to each other. This is a screenshot of a professional solution for this problem. Here we are looking at deal cycle time. And what you will notice is some of those dots have different colors. That's all that you need to see there right now. There are deals with different colors. Why is that? Because in those variations, there are statistical anomalies called signals, and those signals help you figure things out. Let me explain this in a moment in more detail. Your basic methodical approach is measure deal cycle, measure deal size, measure activities of your sales team, measure those key metrics, inspect signals, statistical signals in this, like outliers, like a series of dots above or below the median, then improve your sales process and then monitor your improvement and keep doing this. Sales quality, process quality is not a status. It's a constant process of constantly improving and maintaining high quality. Let's look at signal detection. So here's the screenshot again. You're seeing dots with different colors. For instance, trend lines. That's a series of data points increasing and cutting through the median. These are outliers, data points that are above or below your control limits. This here are clusters. Clusters are 6 or more data points that are above or below your median or your average baseline. Find those. You can, this software finds it for you, but you can find this yourself in your spreadsheet. Find them and then do the next step. Now that you have measured, you found something, inspect. This is called signal processing. What do we do with the signal? Well, you take a signal, and number one, we have a human in the loop. There needs to be a person that understands the sales process and knows what was going on to make a decision, because maybe you can dismiss a signal. Sales cycle became long. Oh, it was Christmas season. Everybody was at home. Of course it became longer. I can dismiss this signal. It was vacation time. Nobody was in the office. I can dismiss this. Sometimes I know what the reason is. Then just do it. I call it a Nike issue. Just do it. Just fix the reason. But sometimes you find a signal and you cannot explain what it is. If you don't know what the reason is, then it warrants an investigation. Number one, find out what matters. Pareto charts are a tool to do this. Find out which 20% of those deals make the 80% of the impact. The next thing is look at your data distribution. Do you have the same amount of deals that are longer and above the median than you have below the median? Is your distribution natural? And finally, you can do so-called ANOVA analysis, where you compare baselines of different data populations, but I don't want to go that deep today. Once you have analyzed the data, you need to listen to the process. And there are two sources to listen to. Number one, the voice of the process. And the voice of the process is your team. Ask your team about those deals. They can give you ideas what happened there. They know. And the other is the voice of the customer. Call your customers and ask them, listen, when you became a customer, you closed that deal so fast. Can you tell me why? What happened? Figure out their customer journey. And then once you have collected this information, pick an improvement goal. There are easy goals and there are hard goals. Things that are easy to implement, we can do this today. Things that are difficult to implement, it's gonna, we need to change the product. The next thing is figure out this change that I need to make. Will it have a high impact or will it have a low impact? And then you can split this up in stuff that you're going to do now. High impact, easy to implement. Stuff that you're going to do next, major projects. Hard to implement, but big return. And there is stuff that, well, you can do that maybe whenever you have time, whenever you come around. And very often, there are we don't do this ever things, product features that we are in love with, but they will not solve a problem for us, not for our customers, and money pits. I'll make a stop here. Questions?
Hey.
By the way, I want to say one thing. All the tools that I mentioned, we packed into free spreadsheets, free instructional videos, free templates. We are going to release this in the next couple of weeks. Go to jex.ai/velocity-toolbox and sign up, and you'll get access to all those tools that you need for revenue crime prevention for free.
Thanks, Steven. Yeah, it's a real, it's a real movie feeling to watch you and speak about crime, and I think I have one question before we go. What does it take to focus on prevention than just to expand pipeline or bring more sales or whatever? What is the recipe there? What do you advise decision makers when you speak about lean RevOps and how you actually can identify opportunities within your current sales pipeline performance?
So I think mindset is the most important thing, because here is one thing that will happen to you if you try to follow this path, the path of the detective warrior. You will have to talk to salespeople about deals they closed last summer. And everybody will go, oh, screw you, Ivan. I already closed that deal. What do you want from me? I've got open deals that I have to close. And it's very important that you explain the whole picture and explain them, look, I want to make the whole sales team better. It's like a sports team. If we don't analyze lost games, we will not become better. So we have to do the debriefing. We have to look in past data in order to draw conclusion, because from those conclusions, the whole team is going to get better. Yeah. And one way of doing this is do not ever use all data to finger point. That's not the purpose. Nobody should feel like, oh, geez, now you figured out that I sold 3 things slower than others last summer, and you're going to put that on me? Come on. It should never have this taste. It should always be like, hey, look, Bob sold 2 deals last summer so much faster and bigger than anyone else. Let's figure out what he did right. Let's look at Bob deals and compare them to Mary's deals, who were not so fast and not so big. And this is how you get that line.
Exactly. And I think here is, yes, you can do it with spreadsheets, but, as a leader and a sales leader, maybe it's far more easier to have a tool that actually does this predictive maintenance for you, and you need only to focus on the findings and not start digging by yourself, or giving this task to someone else that is not his job, or it's an extra thing. So from that perspective, I really urge you guys to go over and check the Velocity Toolbox of Jackson. Just dive deeper into the logic of this platform. Steven, it was once again, and it's always a pleasure to have you among us, and to speak about.
Thanks for having me.
Things. Stay tuned. We're going to invite you to our next event very soon, and of course, we have the pleasure to partner with you. Have a great day. Thank you so much. Now we're moving to the next session.
Thank you.
All right, so we spoke a lot about, and I think when you see the previous presentations, we talk a lot about B2B SaaS, but there are lots of similarities, but also differences when we speak about the so-called product-led growth motion. This is the business model, or the model of the SaaS, where actually the client adopts or starts adopting and using the tool, and it's this is the main driver behind the growth. I have the honor to welcome on stage Slav Stankov, who is the Vice President of Product at Rush. Hi, Slav.
Hey, thank you for the introduction. Hi, Evan, nice to be here.
Hi, really happy to have you on board. You're going to speak about scoring models for POG, and I think this is a very specific but very essential topic when we talk about the success of a product-led growth motion. So, without further ado, I'm giving you the words and the floor. We are always limited of time.
Okay, let me then just share the screen. I think I can take it over.
Yeah, you can share. I can add it to the stage. Just a sec.
Okay. I think it will be a lot easier. Perfect. 1 second. Let me make it more. Nice. Okay. Beautiful.
Great.
So, so we will speak today. Actually, it's correct. It's like building PQL scoring, and this is like pro qualified lead scoring model for POG. So I will get first into introducing myself and so you know why I'm here and why I'm speaking about this topic. So I have roughly about 10 years in product management roles. I started as a product owner. Usually when Agile started to make impact on the world, then we started to seeing how Agile cannot cope up with every product and cannot solve every problem, but provides really good framework. I was working as a senior and group PM at Upwork. Currently, I'm leading I'm product lead at Rush, and we will speak about our product scoring model. So I'll share insights how we did it, pitfalls, and what we stumble upon doing that one. I also advise a few startups in Shopify ecosystem, and I actually founded their startup, Crash 2, before they even started making revenue. Actually, one of them had really nice, had millions of users, but was not able to make money. So this
Oh,
happens.
wow. Yeah.
And this is my website, so anyone feel free to reach out. And thank you for the stage. So without further ado, I will move towards like what the hell is pro qualified leads and why we should care. And I really find the following definition very useful. When you reach out to PQL, they should already experiencing meaningful value. So this is the major point here. When we say that product qualified lead, its user is product qualified lead, they already know the product and they already experience a value from it, no matter what it was. Maybe they solve a problem, maybe they get better, but they experience and they know about it. And why we care about it is because this make a lot easier to connect with the customer and to connect with the user once you already have some experience with the product and you also know a bit more about them. So just to make sure that everyone have the same thing about the pro qualified lead. So actually this is not tag that you add to the customer. It's actually a journey. So the more the customer learn about the product, the more it explores about the product, the better actually, the better he understands it, the more value it gets, and he's pro qualified, and he become pro qualified lead. So it's a scoring model. So during this scoring model, we say we put a threshold and say after this threshold, correct, this user is already ready to be engaged by sales, by customer support, usually in product-led growth. We don't have many sales. We have in product-led sales, like that's another topic, correct, in sales organization. But basically, a lot of the selling is done through the product itself, like without any service. And a lot of times, actually, the customer support through interactions upsell the product towards the customers. If they have enough information, of course, the user and how to answer them. So actually, I want to make sure that we have kind of understanding what PQLs stand behind it. So it's actually, it have three different views on it, or how to say, three different parts that make it PQL. The first thing, it's correct the value that we set. So the user should experience any value from the product. He should experience what we call aha moments inside the product management. He should use the product, know about the product, and know how it's solving the problem. And he should have some intent to use it, correct? It's not a product that he stumbled upon and started just using by chance. And the third and the last part is actually that the customer is fit, correct? Like this is more of a demographics, and this is something that we say, hey, in order for this customer to use this product, correct? If you're he should be in this part of industry, the company should have a certain size, certain maturity, and they should experience certain problems that they look solution for, or they have certain needs at that point of the growth of the company. So moving forward, why we should care about pro qualified leads? The first thing is that they convert. If you have them and you're able to score them, they convert a lot better. And we will check why exactly they convert a lot better than marketing qualifying leads. But the whole point is that the user, once it tastes and experience the value, it's easier to upsell. And once you know the user needs, it's easier to sell a solution and the solution selling rather than just pitching a client like from a general profile, from a segmentation, for example. Then people that experience the value is less likely to churn because they already know what they stand for, they're using it, so there's less churn for that. And by knowing which users are pro-qualified lead, you're able to create a flywheels, or you're able to create a network effect where you have enough value to offer so that they can bring their team, if we're speaking for B2B SaaS, or to bring, or actually to create a recommendation because they are so much happier about the product that you can create a flywheel. So you have those opportunities actually if you know which users will implement it and which are satisfied, and also experience the value because they will sell with the value, those recommendations. And this is basically the revenue impact. But if you think about what it means to be able to score your users and be able to understand if they're likely to buy or not, and how fast they become ready to buy, you understand that the organization should have very clear ideal customer profiles, ICPs, and understand there are different personas, different verticals. And this helps align a lot of the marketing, sales, and product teams around what they should build, how they should market it, to whom they are speaking. It's very fast on board new people when you are extending the teams because you have already a model that clearly states which are the users and how you measure their success within the app. And you also lower a lot on cost of acquisition because you know which is the users and what they do and what they seek for in order to actually attract those specific segments or users with the same demographics. So moving forward, I just want to make sure that we understand what are some of the difference related to pro-qualified lead versus marketing leads. So we already mentioned the experience of valuing the product, where the marketing leads are actually just people who engage usually with your visitor website, correct? They're still not a user, they still don't use your solution, but they're exploring it. So they visited like homepage, pricings, they usually visit case studies, correct? They sometimes subscribe to your newsletters, webinars, correct? And they sometimes fill forms to get different freebie PDFs, books, ebooks, and so on. So while those users are exploring the possibilities, those are still not did not experience the actual value. So they're still in kind of the learning phase. So without this value, it's very hard to upsell them the solution. So that's why actually the PQLs experience once the value, for example, get the job done and make them a badass user, they convert a lot faster. And it's easier for you to go there and sell them. And the second part is that you, as you will see, you know a lot more for PQLs rather than MQLs because you just know more about the user, what is its usage, more about what he care about, and you know what he's doing and how often does it use the application or the SaaS. So this creates you a very good context for you to sit down and actually convert this lead if it's needed, if it doesn't convert itself. And then it really gives you a nice benchmark tool in order to know what is going on with the product. Okay, and then what is the difference, correct? When we speak about pro-qualified leads and marketing qualified leads, it comes also sales qualifying leads. So usually the sales qualified leads, it's people that are prevented by the sales team or the marketing team, correct? They see that a user is constantly reading marketing emails, he's downloading a book or a certain topic, and they do basically the sales now is going there and doing like background search, check the client, and then actually outreach to them. So actually this is very manual process, and sometimes can be automated, correct, through data enrichment, but this is basically what it does. Usually the client go there and sign to have a product demo or their outreach, and they have the right title, they have the decision making power, they're in the right industry, and then you actually do a demo for them and solution sell for them, or actually they're also recommended by a specific client. Correct. We also see that if you have the right, if the software is actually giving more and more value, you actually get more recommendation from different businesses. Moving along, I want to speak briefly about PQLs and PQA, which is qualified accounts. So for this is very important depending on what type of business do you serve. Are you B2B or B2C? When we speak about PQLs, those are individual leads, correct? But you usually know that the best stickiness to a software and the most value a company have, it's when it adds all of its team members and use it to collaborate on a process, on standardize a process, or a way to improve them rather than a single person. So actually, when we speak about B2B softwares, we want to think about PQAs, correct? Because those are people. Now thinking about including this model, we think about not just a single member needs, but actually about the company needs. And what company, it's a different entity. It needs actually different things. It needs, for example, to be able to invite members. It needs to be able to share resources in between the members, have different permissions, but it also may need like different integrations related to login, related to opening and closing accounts towards the application, or towards accounts and its members. For example, logging just with Google, their domain Google, correct? And another use case is security, correct? They might need some security certificates from you. So thinking about that one, it actually adds another perspective about how you score them depending on your business model. So a few disclaimers. When we start speaking about PQLs, correct, they're great. It seems like it adds a lot of value and it actually improves the revenue, but we need to state it that it's actually a journey, correct? When the users come in, we are scoring them every day. So it's a journey, and we are seeing actually how they evolve in this journey every day. So this is one of the things that we need to be careful about. It's not a label that we just assign. We track and we update on daily basis or on event basis, correct? PQL velocity is very important. Keep in mind the model that is, let's say, start from 0 to 100, and you score them one day 13, next day 35, next day 40, next day 50, correct? But at some point, they stick on 50, correct, on the score. And this can be very bad because it seems like, depending on your model, you are stopping to give value at some point, or maybe they're converting to paying customers, but they're under the threshold. So maybe your model is not right. So actually keeping the velocity and iterating over the model is something very important. So the PQL actually initiative and tracking them, it's actually more of a strategic investment. It's not tactical. It really requires a lot of organizational push. And it's not something that once you implement, that's done, correct? On the first try, it actually requires quite iterations. I think in Rush, we did like at least 4 or 5 iterations before we started to get a deeper understanding on the customer and what it does. And this comes also with maturity of organizations and actually have implementation about data modeling, data processing, correct, be able to collect all the information for that. So it's actually a huge investment. So you should not do that in the beginning. You should do that after you have certain revenue, and you can actually divide part of the money and part of the users that are coming in to actually be able to score them and move forward. So there's a certain growth that you need before you can start with this one. And it's really a precondition for product-led growth. And I will say a few words about product-led growth. But in order for you to be able to score PQL, correct, you need some preconditions. You need aha moments. You need to understand what is the value that the user get from your application very clearly, and what is the things that trigger them to actually continue using it. what is your ideal customer profile and your segments, correct? Usually when you start to growing up, you start serving multiple segments, so you don't have one ICP, which means that you may be not have one PQL model, how you score the different segments. So the more you do it, the more complex it becomes. So you need to have a certain volume before you start implementing those things. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands what the product-led growth it is. It sounds very complex, but it's very easy thing as a concept. Actually, it's the most efficient model that we can onboard a user and convert them to paying user. This means that we want to provide as much as value during the customer journey before we actually introduce a friction point. Friction points can be payment gateway. Now, in order to continue using the software, you need to actually enter your credit card, or you need to enter your email or phone number, correct? Those are things that create frictions. So you want to start think about the product more of a, let me give you first value. And after you feel the value, you feel more comfortable towards continuing using the product and providing me more frictions. So the latest hype related to product-led growth, correct? Other than adding like free models, other than adding like trials so they can experience the product, correct? It's actually even before you register and they collect your information to be able to use the product like a live demo. A lot of companies now start opening their product even before the sign up in order for the users to use it. And after they create something, when they try to save it or try to export it or try to share it, they ask, hey, by the way, can you share your username and password? Correct. After they're done, they already passed get the value. So it's very easy for them, for example, to download the video from Vid after they create the video and now ask for them to like, hey, to download it, you need to enter your username so we can like convert you to a user. So this creating of a value is very important for product-led growth. Before adding anything that the user may feel that is not needed right away, like email, phone number, and so on, and or to pay. Like part of the applications that ask for cards upfront, it's a big friction point, and the user did not even continue with the flow, seeing the value, except if they are not like very recommended, correct? If it's not a referral that they already trust. Okay, so now we understand what is PQL, what is the disclaimers about it, and what preconditions do you need to have before you implementing it. So how you actually identify the PQL. So thinking about the diagram, correct? That we show in the beginning, I will just skim it over, correct? We have 3 parts. So we actually want to score the 3 parts of it. The first thing that we want to score is the aha moment. So we need to have a very clear aha moment. For example, for Rush, part of the aha moment is, hey, the user, and keep in mind that this is a solution that do order tracking. And by say order tracking, it means that e-commerce store owners use it, install it on their stores, and it starts tracking the shipments of their orders. What is the status of shipment? Is it currently being delivered? Is it delivered? Is it returned? Correct? And actually send emails to the users if, for example, it's left in PO box and they need to get it. So let's think that this is the solution in a very small context. So actually the client will get a value when they see first their orders inside the application and see their statuses. They will start feeling that the solution brings value after they start seeing less of customer support, because the customers now receive emails or SMSs and they know when the order will be received, when the order will be delivered to them. They start to see revenue, correct? Because the customer now see the notification. Maybe they will click on the products that is near the notification or get back to check the status of the order. Will come back to their website and they will probably purchase another product. And with a lot of SaaS, actually, current expectation is that yes, you are a low touch model, but you should have customer support. So actually the customer support is very important, especially for clients that will pay you more than $100 per month. So actually having customer support and interaction with them, even if it's smaller, it should be there. And the customer and the client should feel that actually using your software, if there's any issues, they will be able to solve it and move forward with it after they invest inside it and learn it. Correct? You have a friction point. They need to learn your software, so they want to be sure that it's worthwhile investment from them. And for example, the client is happy, correct? What Rush does, it's sending notifications, so they should be happy with the design, correct? It should be not looking like made in 90s. So moving forward, I know that I'm towards the end, so I want to like basically show you how we do the scoring. So let's say that each AHA value, correct? Each moment brings you different scoring points. So basically you score them. The user should not have like over 100 points here, and they should not have everything in order for them to qualify, correct? They should feel part of everything, correct? They maybe feel the first three, and this is bringing value for them. It's not, it should not actually make 100% all of them, correct? Because they will need 3 segments probably to feel the value. Then there's buying signals, actually, that they're exploring the premium features, that they're checking the pricing page, correct? Ask the following questions for customer support, correct? All those actions that actually you can also score. Now we're moving to fit signals, correct? Those are all the things that make sure that during the installation, you enrich the data and know about the customer. So actually that the company is using X, Y, and Z providers, correct, that you can connect to. The company have certain size, certain industry. So just moving, now we get to the PQL model. So PQL is how much user got value, correct? So we score them from 1 to 0. We have thresholds that shows how much value they experience. And we set a good threshold that if it's above, they can be reached out by sales or support team and be upsold. So this is a simple thing what we do at Rush, correct? We have our PQL scores based on different weight scoring, correct? You can see that buying signals get 0.4. The fit signals, it's very low, 0.2 score. And actually the intent score is 0.4. So actually we have PQL score of 58 for this user, for example. And our customer support team and sales usually start reaching over 70 for us. So this means that either this user is not still experiencing enough value, or it's something that still we need to explore and provide value before we can outreach. But sometimes it means that you can go there, and if it's C, correct, measuring them that every day they're on 58, you can reach out and see what is going on. This is also very good in order to see how you can provide more value. Maybe your model is just wrong, correct? And this happens in the first interactions. So tracking velocity, understanding your PQS score will help you optimize the full flow of RRR, correct? I won't go into a pirate metrics, but this is how the user move from acquisition, activation, then actually to retention, revenue, and referral into your flows and providing value. There's different ways how you can improve the PQL scoring, correct? Onboarding questionnaires, this is very good for fit signals, onboarding flow, emails, weekly summary providing how they experience the value, and introducing and referrals is something that you want to get at the end, correct? The highest PQL score should do referrals to you. And then different things to how you can improve PQL, understanding better the customers. You can do lots of interviews with those that are stick in the funnel. You need to track qualitative and quantitative, and you need to revisit the model every now and then. I just want to show a few screenshots here for a very fast. So this is, for example, our Slack automation that we use. You can see as soon as a user registers, we send so much information. We can send what applications they are using, like in which industry it is, when the store was created, how mature this client is with his business, what is his total revenue, what is the suggested plans, so the customer support can go and reach them. And actually you can see on the left side how already someone started speaking about, hey, what we should do, how much we should wait, should we outreach, correct? There's a communication about each client profile that sign up, correct? And there's a few more screenshots here. For example, during the onboarding, this is very important. Few SaaS do it, but the best that work out, they're trying to understand the biggest concern about the software, what they're expecting. So this is where the fit comes in. Are we actually fit for them? So while you should know this, you should not take it like a huge thing, but you should know their context, because usually they are also fast forward. One of the questions that I get a lot here, by adding a questionnaire on the onboarding flow, it creates lots of friction. because we are asking for more questions. And yes, but from all the times that we implement this, I see that 99 point something percent actually fill it up. So this is me. Here's just a tracking about it, and I just want to say that this is very data driven. Sorry, thank you. Very data driven. Everything related to it.
Yeah, thanks, Slav. It was really insightful. I got lots of insights and information. We are constantly working towards bettering lead scoring modules for our clients. So on the other hand, it was really interesting how you're weighting the different sections of the scoring metrics in terms of behavior and other criteria that you can use to score your leads. We are at the time, but I just have a question for you. First of all, what is the technology or the tech stack that you're using for hosting the whole thing? Like I see that the platform itself is connected to Slack and sends some information, but is there any kind of additional tool that you're using to monitor the behavior?
So actually the hosting of the SaaS and the technology that the SaaS is built on top, it doesn't matter a lot, to be honest. What it matters a lot is what analytical tools you had connected to it, correct?
Okay.
What we use, there's different tools, different recommendations. There's a lot less kind of diversification nowadays between the different tools. We use Full Story. Full Story is basically creating videos from your customers. We do Full Story Fridays, where we sit down and watch 2 hours of what the users bump into, friction points. It's very informative, not just for the product managers. I try to do it with also the team. Then the other tool is more of data driven, correct? You can use Amplify, you can use your own database with that you can query. You can use Snowflake. So there's different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But great, thanks. And how you put the PQL as a life cycle against the other life cycle stages that are normally used by marketing and sales?
So because we are not, I think it becomes with first organizational culture. We didn't have marketing and sales from the beginning, so actually you start doing it, and the biggest actually currently, if we are measuring also our acquisitions, correct? And because we are the major part, you can think about it as an app on your app store, correct? We are just an app on another app store. It's a Shopify app store, so actually a lot of users install us, but we are getting a lot of there. Plus, we are actually getting a lot of referrals, and this is something that you need to constantly provide better services in order to get like the referrals. And we are lower market segment, correct? We didn't start with sales-led organization. We didn't start with marketing a lot.
Great, thanks a million. It was a real pleasure to have you here. I hope you can send us the presentation. We can share it with all your audience for sure after the conference. Thanks a lot. And now I'm adding on stage in a short a person that has a very intriguing title in his. It's not a presentation, but we're going to have a talk with him, Andreas Drakos, joining him on stage. Hi, Andreas.
Hey everyone, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being here. It has been a lovely event so far. So we can relax a little bit and do a little bit more of a chat now, because we went from a more technical session to a more relaxed one.
Yeah, exactly. So we have lots of topics packed for today, as you already saw. Interesting things, but now we want to continue talking with you about. I just haven't had the opportunity to introduce you, but Andres is the Senior Director of Revenue Operations at Supersite, and we're going to speak with him about the importance of breaking those silos. So the presentation is called, I'm just bringing in once again, or the conversation is called Silo Killer, Qu'est-ce que c'est? Yeah, in French, what is going on? It's about a song that actually has almost the same title. But Andreas, maybe just a couple of words before we dive into the topic about you yourself, your professional path.
Yeah, so I'm based in Greece, so quite close to you, Ivan. I work in a fully remote company, Superside, which is a creative as a service company. I started my professional career. I have a PhD in telecommunications and IT, and then I moved into different companies where I was doing basically pre-sales work and then a little bit of a sales. So that is how I came up to managing a pre-sales workflow, building up systems, building up processes, building up CRMs, and now throughout the process, I have evolved into the SaaS business as a director of revenue operations.
Great. Just a little bit more about the company Supersite. It's interesting, creative as a service. What is the essence? What's the business model?
So we are a subscription service. We are offering a SaaS platform for our customers in order to break through the creative design process. So how can we move from the traditional creative agency where you have you make a request and you just get something delivered to a more elaborate version where our customers are in a subscription model. They know how much money they are spending. We have creative people from all around the world that will be brought into your project whenever is needed in order to deliver the quality. And by creative work, usually our target audience is marketing departments or sales departments or anything has creative needs. And that goes from a simple presentation design or branding project to actually a video ad that's going to play on Facebook, on Instagram, etc. Actually, Facebook and Instagram are part of our customers. So
Great. Interesting. Yeah, and we speak about revenue operations a lot these days, and breaking silos. Is revenue operations the real silo killer according to you, and why actually is that?
100%. Like there are a lot of reasons why revenue operations can be a silo killer. I think, first of all, in my case, this became as a title because my CRO gave me the title while during a presentation and said like, oh, we have Andreas, he's a silo killer, making sure departments and data between departments, information between departments breaks through.
Yeah.
And I think like by definition, revenue operations is that department. And at least in my mind, like, first of all, revenue operations by the title, it does revenue, which means it doesn't focus on the sales KPIs, on the marketing KPIs, on the customer success KPIs. It focuses on all these KPIs and making sure that all these departments are succeeding towards their KPIs. So it's always there, and it's always in meetings where sales team will have an idea, revenue operations will come up. Have you discussed this with customer success? Have you discussed this with marketing? Like making sure the communication between the departments flows nicely, but also when a decision is being made that affects the operation of the whole revenue engine, that information is passed over and like all the system is going to follow up. A lot of the times marketing and sales will make a very fast decision to switch something just to improve win rates. And nobody will inform customer success, for example, and you will have the customer success people not knowing what is happening. So like that's a very common thing that happens all across the industry. There are two more things that I want to add here. Apart from the revenue, something that sometimes we forget, we are operations as well. Like it's revenue operations, that's the title. So we are the bridge of the commercial team with the rest of the company, with finance, with legal, with product. A lot of the times we are the connection dots, especially for example with legal department, which is like usually the most weird one. Why are you talking with legal? Well, our customers are signing contracts. These contracts need to be sent for signature. If we make a change that is not valid in our contract and we decide to offer something that breaks through our MSA, shouldn't legal be informed about that? So two different things that is for me, de facto there, that revenue operations is a silo killer. And I have one more though. Something that people don't usually understand about RevOps. RevOps doesn't work only horizontally. Like that's usually the thing when we are talking about silo killers, like silos in a company and how data flows. You always have in mind how does something go from the left to the right, or from the right to the left, etc. RevOps brings something extra. RevOps looks also not only horizontally but also vertically a company, because I'm participating in meetings with my C levels, but I am also talking with my BDRs and my customer success reps. So I see the information, the data flow, and how people are reacting to things, not only horizontally but also vertically, and going out to the different sections of the company. So yes, by de facto, revenue operations is a silo killer, is a department that tries to collaborate with everybody in the company, horizontally, vertically, in a circle format, call it whatever you want. Yeah. So
And when we speak about introducing RevOps, and you give us a specific example on how this things were happening at Superside, maybe the CRO spoke with you and entitled you to start aligning teams. But you have been witnessing the massive growth of the company. So what are the lessons learned? Where were the moments, or maybe if you go back in time and you say, okay, we could did that earlier or better. What are the like hands-on stuff that we can share with our audience?
yeah, I joined Superside 2.5 years ago. We were 200 employees. Today we are 700 employees, and
Huge.
that is a huge scale and a huge growth that happened. And obviously, when you are doing this kind of growth, there were months that we were onboarding 50 people in the company, and we're onboarding 50 people, not like 50 reps, like because you're doing like an outbound process. 50 people that can be from directors to managers to anybody in the company. And obviously, when you have all these new people coming in a fully remote company where you cannot just grab somebody to go for a lunch break, silos are created by default. Like it's very easy to step out and say, I'm gonna handle this now myself, I'm gonna do it, and that. So for me, and like what I have been trying to do, and I have been a pain to a lot of people, first of all, transparency and trust, like making sure that you're building trust with all these stakeholders by being open and transparent across your communication. We're using Slack, opening channels, making sure there is no DMs, talking with people all the time, have bazillion number of meetings, because like you need to explain to all these new people what is the job that you're doing, and also being the pain a lot of the time to a lot of people. Like I always be reminded of from Shrek, the movie, the little donkey, like pick me, pick me, pick me. Like I go to meetings like that, and I'm like, have you informed us about this? Have you told us about this? This affect us. Like people don't understand like how this can affect down the revenue engine, and I'm always this guy. So I don't know if people hate me or like me, but
It's an intriguing thing. And when we speak about introducing revenue operations, as we discussed this yesterday, there are two types of companies, or at least there are two different stages where we see or different moments where we see RevOps start to gain momentum, and like the leadership within the company thinks about that. The one is in more earlier stage where there is no, let's say, the siloed departments, they are not causing so much problems, because you're not generating so much data, revenue and stuff. It's a fresh company, and you can just postpone thinking about the bigger picture. But there are leaders that are saying, okay, I'm aware, I know that this is the next stage, that's the next step, let's do this before it's actually it's getting pressing to do that. And the other ones is, of course, companies that were not aware to some extent, or have postponed this and started to implement in a later stage. And in this later stage, and when we talk about what you mentioned lastly, communication, I think communication is really packed with change management. So exactly, what is the way that you're actually communicating the change with your people? Because yes, from RevOps, if you introduce RevOps, if you really implement the structure and the architecture of revenue operation in your company, everybody will be impacted. Even as you mentioned, product and other departments, not only revenue generating. So I think this understanding of how to initiate the transformation is very, very valuable, very, very crucial. And I don't see it in any company this happening in a good way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there, and I can definitely say that I was in a recent discussion where I was explaining that the moment a company established okay, I have a product, I'm selling my product, it makes sense for the market. I think that's the point that you need to start investing in your revenue operations department, and basically because it's gonna build you the structure in order for your company to grow. Unless you don't want your company to grow, which I don't understand why. But if you are willing to do that, you need to start from the beginning. The earlier in the process you involve a strategy person, because RevOps is part of the strategy, internal strategy, you will not. You will definitely need to do it early in the process. And, you need to do that. In terms of communication and internal communication, that's always a struggle. We have been struggling inside the company. Sometimes we're saying, should we make an announcement every week or every month of what are the projects that revenue operations delivered this month? And we're like, okay, who's gonna follow this? Because we deliver projects for BDRs, we deliver projects for product, we deliver products for, and it's a mess. Personally, I prefer the way of the one-to-one alignment between the leadership of the different departments, of the different silos. Always know that you have this kind of communication, and then you move towards implementation of everything.
Exactly. So I'm just sharing something that we spoke about yesterday, but it's very contextual to our conversation as well. When we it's revenue operations is the umbrella term of bringing all internal optimizations projects under one hood. And exactly this is, I think, from when we need to advise our clients or people that are considering introducing revenue operations. I think revenue operations from philosophy end is the moment where you can actually justify this messiness of different projects, because everybody is pulling projects to his end and say, oh, we need a better CRM, we need to switch to Salesforce, I don't know, or the data is messy, or marketing is something else. We don't generate enough leads because we don't invest in Google Ads, I don't know. And everything of this is so disconnected. And then if you bring just if you place in their heads on top of that revenue operation, says, guys, yes, all those small pieces, they are part of this bigger picture. Let's take our looks on top of that and just go over and see the bigger picture, exactly as you're mentioning, having all the stakeholders, different departments aligned on that philosophy, I think is one of the key and crucial elements. So if we see this blueprint that we designed in RevBrains, and I think from a business perspective, from business leader who is about to embark this journey to infinity, or it's in the very beginning of phase, maybe revenue operations sounds something like, oh, it's far from here because it's the inflection point. It's a stage where I'm still not there. But then I would rather suggest, look at the last stage. This is your dream moment. This is where you want to go, the singularity. This is the infinity loop. This is where I'm actually making most of our money out of retention, out of impacting current clients, as Jacob mentioned yesterday. And then I need to go back, step by step and see what is going to happen along this journey. And that's the moment, I think, from my end. Yes, practically introducing Revops is maybe where the product market fit starts to kick in. You have already, some teams in placement, revenues generated, we're feeling more secure, funding is there. But in the mind of the business owner, I think there is far more behind that. So early stage where you need to know that journey. And that's thing I think most of the startups fail because they don't have the picture in their heads in terms of the journey.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I think for any new company that raises money and tries to invest and grow, etc., like the moment they realize that they have this, they are moving towards in a more structured format in when it comes down to to hire a VP of sales, to hire a VP of marketing, to invest in these kind of things. This is the point that the companies need to start thinking about revenue operations, because this is the, the team of RevOps is going to bring you the additional value that will make those teams that are going to hire succeed. And if you don't understand that, like if you are only focusing on your win rates, but you don't understand your full funnel and your full revenue of how this has been generated, how can you make a correct decision? One of the pitfalls that we usually have, and I have been explaining to leaders from time to time, is like, don't look at a specific KPI, because if you focus only on that specific KPI, you are losing the big picture. Yes, you need to focus as a team on your KPI, but you need to understand how this KPI is affecting the rest of the engine. Because what can I do if my marketing team brings me 10,000 leads tomorrow morning if I don't have enabled my account executives on how to handle 10,000 leads? And what will happen if my win rate is 1%? And understanding that focusing on in one part of the KPI is not enough. You need to look at your whole revenue engine. You need to understand your revenue engine. You need to collect data of that. And of course, with the leaders, because we are a department that we are there to support the KPIs of all the other departments. That's our role. We are succeeding when the other departments are succeeding. That's part of the silo killer, because whenever I have to go to a meeting, I don't present my KPIs. I don't represent sales KPIs. I don't represent marketing KPIs. I'm representing the revenue engine KPIs, which include all this, and need to make sure that all of them are succeeding.
Exactly. And then this is a mind shift that we need to foster right before the time has come to really integrate departments. Because yes, in the early stage, you can start hiring, marketing sales leaders and just give them the task, make more money, bring more clients, whatever you want to do there. Product-led, sales-led, outbound, whatever you decide is your experience. I give you the money, go out there and, find out if my product has a product market fit. I don't care the meanings or the process or whatever. But I want to know if this person in his mind can be twisted, or at least is prepared to move to the direction where I'm not going on a board meeting or on a C-level meeting and presenting my efforts or my success because we generated so much opportunities. We closed so much revenue, and then the marketing comes and say we made so much awareness, so much traffic, so much MQLs, right? So we need to know that there will be a point of time, and if everybody is doing a great job, it will be very soon where we need to start aligning things together. And I think when we speak about, because of course the comparison with an engine is pretty often met, and I think it's a good one because as with the car, you are driving a car, then you understand that yes, I have the ability, because I'm a good driver, to reach the destination faster and more, effective, I need to upgrade my car. And most of the business owners, when they talk about upgrading, they think about, first of all, hiring lots of people or securing more funding, or like throwing more budget into sales and marketing. And nobody thinks about upgrading the processes and the structure of the company, so that actually, like if you bring the bigger engine in the car, it will sustain the pressure and it will bring you further, right?
100%, 100%. And that's like the day-to-day life of a revenue operations person, if you ask me. And
Yeah.
that is basically what it's very difficult, because like you always need to reestablish yourself, and always try to explain that. You mentioned I always laugh at this, like a lot of the times departments will refer to like, we did this, like the department did this. Well, I will say we did this, I mean the company did this, like, because we are looking from a company perspective what we're doing.
And I think it's when the last presentation today is going to be about the career pathways. I think when we speak about revenue operation, and it's fitting the company's food chain, and how people can get those titles and positions, I think it's first and foremost, you need to be able to say we before I. And most of and that is why I really think about, most of the salespeople there, more eligible for the Revops roles. And we need to measure this readiness exactly against the ability to look at the whole picture, because revenue operations, it's as Tony mentioned, it's not only a tactical, it's a strategical, creative function that has far more responsibility than the marketing or sales or customer success separated, because it's actually responsible for the whole revenue engine. And that is why if someone says, okay, yeah, that's it, it's just someone that is tweaking some processes and technologies, and a guy with a glasses in a room. No, they have a strategic seat on the C-level table, and that is the place where those people needs to be, because those guys are the people that can bring them up and see the whole car and the whole surroundings on top of it, and just make decisions based on that, because they have all the tools. And as we see in our 7 layers of Revops, our advice is, like if you start adopting revenue operations, just lay out those 11 layers in your company and start measuring the improvement and the development of your projects among them. So how aligned is our go-to-market leadership on the goals? And if it's not what we need to do, this is a project. We need to execute it. End-to-end revenue strategy. Do we have it? How constantly we're improving this? How constantly we're measuring the strategy against, market trends, whatever, so on and so on. So that's the whole idea about thinking more, like high level strategically, and not just diving deep into some of the, important problems as well. Yeah, Andreas, any last words? It was a real pleasure talking to you once again. We had a pleasure before that. So anything else to just, like an advice to a colleague of yours that is currently undergoing this kind of journey?
I'm always like, especially in the subject of like how to communicate with everybody, be transparent, like be honest, be transparent, build the trust. Because if you're transparent and you messed up, because I don't know about the rest of the RevOps people, we mess up a lot of the times. We do wrong decisions, or we might calculate something or something might not work as we expected. But as long as you're transparent about it and you don't hide it, and you always are there, and you always open the conversation and make sure that everybody is involved from the beginning, you recognize the stakeholders, you don't have a problem to reach out to people and talk about the problem. That's how you can do it. So be transparent and build trust with your stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Looking forward to observe, monitor the development of SuperSite. Really happy to have you on our network and on the conference. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Have a nice one. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Yeah, so we're continuing right away with a person that is joining from the other side of the Atlantic, and it's a real pleasure to welcome him. He's one of our most distinguished and engaged client advisors at RevBrain. So I'm welcoming Darren Fay on stage. Hey, Darren.
Hey, thank you very much.
Hey, really happy actually, because we met a lot already in this section and background. I don't see the mountains behind you.
Yeah, it's a little early for the mountains this morning. It's I got the blinds closed. It's pretty dark here.
Okay, thank you so much for joining so early. Really a real pleasure to have you on board. We had lots of topics discussed already. A few are coming ahead of us, but now we want to focus on exactly those part of the revenue operations and where we actually think about OKRs. We think about how we actually measure and organize everything that we want to achieve in our revenue operations structure and architecture. So Darren, the floor is yours. I'm here to, maybe jump into to ask some questions, but we have 30 minutes, so let's use it.
Excellent. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, presentation. You can share. You can upload whatever you want.
Yeah, let's see if I can share. Present, share screen. It does not want me to share. Maybe I'll upload.
Wait a second. I'm moving to the other banner. It's also hard to, organize everything around banners and stuff here. It's really interesting and dynamic. Do you want to upload the presentation, or you can?
Yeah, I just uploaded it just now.
It's taking a little time, maybe.
Yeah, it should be processing.
Oh, great! Joining this on stage.
Excellent.
Perfect. The floor is yours. I'm in the backstage, watching you, hearing you. If anything else, I'm popping up.
Excellent. Thank you, Ivan. So I appreciate everybody coming to listen to how to create best-in-class OKRs for revenue operations. For those who don't know me, my name is Darren Fay. I'm a client advisor for RevBrains, as well as a director of revenue operations and intelligence over at Instructure. And Instructure is the makers of Canvas. So a couple of things that we're going to learn today are what an OKR is, what OKRs stand for, benefits of leveraging OKRs in your organization, how to roll OKRs out in your organization, how to create meaningful OKRs, and how to ensure success against your OKRs. So with OKRs, it's tossed around quite a bit across many organizations. You'll hear it like a buzzword. You hear key results, you hear OKRs. One thing that is a common theme is, an OKR is a goal setting methodology. There are several goal setting methodologies out there. This is one of them. If you choose to use OKRs, this is one method that could be right for you. It could be a different goal setting methodology. But at the end of the day, the intent of a goal setting methodology is to support your business. So OKR is an acronym. So if you do see people tossing around the term OKR, OKR stands for objectives and key results. We'll talk more about the differences later, but to give you a broad overview, there's like 3 separate pieces of OKRs. So you'll have a tactic, which supports your key results, and then you have your key results that support the achievement of your objective. So OKRs can be done in slightly different ways in each organization. You could see some companies who are using the method of the objectives being set by the executive team and the directors setting an objective that supports the executive objective. And then you could see the, I would say, manager level support the key results. And then you'd have your tactics being set by your contributor level. There's also methods you'll see where people have their individual contributors come up with the objectives, key results, and tactics. And you can also see objectives set at a manager level and the key results and tactics set at the contributor level, or your objectives set at director level, and then your key results at the manager level, and then individual contributors at the tactic level. The point being, any level is acceptable, and it's based on your organization and what best fits your organization. There's an OKR should span a period of a time. So just like any goal, you want to have a time span for it. That time can be set in a quarterly basis, an annual basis, or a semi-annual basis. Those are the most common, but any time period is acceptable. If this is your first time and you're unsure about it, the guidance I give you is to set the OKRs at the highest leadership level that you can, that you have a executive sponsor. So you may have it only at the director level, or you may have it at executive level, but you want to push it as high as you can, because the higher you get that in the leadership level, the more focused on the overall company objective that it becomes. And then the rest of the objectives or key results or tactics that are set later can be in alignment with the business's overall objective. So as far as duration, if you're unsure, I would choose a duration that best fits the objective that you're trying to accomplish. There are some objectives that could be a short-term objective, and there are some that could be a long-term objective. But either way, as long as it fits that the timeline of your objective, you should be fine. So with the objective and key results that we talked about, the methodology as a whole. So you look at it's there to deliver, help to the team and the individuals to make sure they're focused and able to manage their priorities. They think about the bigger picture, and then it allows them to fail smart and fail fast. There's a quote that I like. It's Thomas John Watson from IBM. He once said, "If you want to increase your success, double your failure rate." So when setting your OKRs, we want to make sure that they're achievable, but not achievable. They're allow you to stretch, but not fail miserably, right? So they shouldn't be impossible, but they should be achievable. So the force is to force you to stretch, and if you've accomplished about 70% of those your objective or key results, you should consider that a success, because you set your OKRs appropriately. The main point is you do want to stretch yourself, and you don't want to give yourself a layup to look good. The more you stretch yourself, the farther you push, right? So you set your goal farther than where you really want to go. Now, I want to take a look at the process with you and give you a broad overview of the process of OKRs. So when you're talking about OKRs in an organization, you can create an OKR in your team level. You can create it at an executive level, wherever you decide to do it. The basic principles are all going to be the same. Before you dive into setting OKRs, you want to make sure you take the time to understand the problems that are coming forth to you in your business. So collect the problem statements is the first stage. And we'll talk more about what that means and what those are on the next slides. But once you've collected the problem statements, then you will create your objective based off of your problem statements. Your problem statements should be an issue or something preventing your growth. And on the objective end of things, you want that to be a visionary statement. So what do you want to do and where do you want to go? And your key results would be the next phase. You develop your key results once you've developed your objectives. And those are going to be how you'll know you've achieved your objective. So once those are set, then you develop your tactical plan, which is like your to-do list. So your plan to achieve your key results. So best practices, there's a top-down method that when you go into your OKR development practice, you would have your leadership choose the objective, leadership team. So that could be the collection of problem statements from your direct contributors or people who are really close to the business, analysts, you name it. And then the leadership team would align on the problem statements and then develop objectives from those. And the executive, you should have an executive sponsor that is sponsoring your OKRs, and then communicates those objectives and supports the OKR methodology for your organization. Having an executive sponsor is really important to making sure that the company adopts it and embodies the approach of OKRs. The next piece of that would be the team sets those key results, your individual contributor teams, like manager level, in my opinion. And then your team assigns owners of key results, and then builds a tactical plan. And throughout a tactical plan, you have multiple owners owning pieces of that. So let's dive into a little bit more detail into each one of these. So problem statements. This is going to be the absolute beginning of your OKR process. And oftentimes it's a forgotten process. People jump straight into objectives. But the importance of your problem statements is to not get caught in the creativity of trying to develop an objective, but rather taking the time to understand what are the key problems that you're wanting to solve for your organization and helping you prioritize those problems. So you're pulling the design aspect of the objectives out of the equation. You're focused purely on the problems that the business is seeing, or issues that the business is seeing, or things that are preventing the business from growth, change, or desired outcomes. And once you've collected all those pieces of information, you then will develop objectives off of those. So, where should you start? Have your individual contributors or your team submit problem statements. This is one of my favorite methods to do so, is you sit down and say, hey, let's just have you document everything that you feel like is preventing our growth or change or our ability to achieve our desired outcomes. And then take that list to a leadership meeting and have everyone sit down and prioritize, bucket them into common themes. And then once you've bucketed those problem statements into common themes, then you say, okay, we're going to align on these problems, statement trends. You're going to pick some of the most impactful ones, or you're going to combine some of them under an objective that meets all those needs. So once you have that list of problem statements and you've aligned on those areas, you will then convert them to an objective. So you'll see on this slide, I have an example of a problem statement. Our win rate has decreased in the UK. We're consistently losing due to pricing. The objective, when you switch that over to the objective, would be develop a competitive pricing strategy that aligns with the needs of the UK market as measured by. So with looking at that, you heard me say as measured by in the objective. That's going to be one of the few things that I'll talk about in terms of a continuity in the way that we write our objectives. But what an objective is it's an aspirational statement meant to inspire action. So if you don't feel it in your chest, it's probably not going to be an impactful objective. It should be something that people can read and understand the passion behind it and what's going on with it, because that's going to be the inspiration that drives the OKR practice. So it is the cornerstone of which the key results and tactics are built on. So a well-written OKR should be a beacon to guide the organization toward what's most important. And objectives should always be clearly stated, and it should always outline what you want to do and where you want to go. So when writing those, make sure they're broad but yet descriptive, and always have them followed by as measured by, and at least 2 to 3 key results. So the reason for the as measured by is to hold yourself accountable on those key results, to make sure that you understand that this objective is accomplished by the means that you've laid out in your key results. So key results, that's the quantitative targets used to measure success of your objectives. So they're also how you know if you achieved your objective. So your key results should be, I'll look at 3 areas. Like use the words key, clear, and measurable. So key, not task-based, they're outcome-based. Clear, they're specific, and you should always use basic language, so no acronyms. So anybody should be able to understand them. And we all know in our corporate lives, we have our own acronyms internally. It means those 2, so those shouldn't be included. And measurable, they should be objective, not subjective. And they should always be time bound, specific, and include a number. So why do we set multiple key results? It helps keep track of the risk and the success throughout the process of us achieving our objectives. So once we've built those, and you'll see here, this is an example, just to give everybody a highlight of it. The objective is develop a competitive pricing strategy that aligns with the needs of the UK market as measured by, which you heard me speak about earlier. And the key result would be increase UK win rate to 22% by the end of the quarter. Now that is clear, it is time bound, it's specific, and it's there's a number in there. And then the other key result that we would set would be reduce the number of opportunities lost due to pricing in the UK by 50% by the end of the quarter. So once we've built these, and you've had an example of the KR, we then go into our tactic level of developing our OKRs. So the tactics are the plan to achieve your key results. Think of these as like your roadmap. So you're doing your to-do list to accomplish your key results. These are, once you've developed those key results, you need to have a plan. So you're going to go through and do some scoping of your project to understand, how can I achieve this? What are the projects that need to be completed in order to be successful? Increasing the win rate in 2022 by the end of the quarter, which was one of our key results I talked about on the last slide. One of those tasks could be rolling out enablement for your sales organization. Well, that is going to be a tactic plan, but there's going to be multiple tactics that roll into that and allow you to be successful against it. So you want to make sure you outline that and understand the time nature of the tasks to make sure that it aligns with the desired end date result of your key results, so you're able to accomplish it. So best practices for ensuring that you are successful against your OKRs: fully plan out your tactics to the best of your ability. Use a project management tool. I've outlined a few on here. My favorite is Asana, to track the measure of your success and ensure tasks are aligned with the desired key result outcomes. Once you've developed your OKRs, so we've talked about developing your OKRs, it's not over. You need to make sure you're successful against your OKRs. And it looks like I skipped a slide there. I'll leave that there for a moment while I talk. But once you've developed your OKRs, you'll want to make sure that you are ensuring the success of your OKR practice by maintaining focus on it. So a core practice with OKRs is to make sure that it is something that is communicated from a leadership level down, and it becomes the core heart of the mission of the business. So everyone understands the reason that you're doing it, the objective, and the reason why you've determined that objective, and what you're hoping to achieve from that by your key results. So once you've done all that and you created those OKRs, in order to ensure success, you should set a cadence for that communication that I mentioned. So once a month, once a quarter, once a week, you're going to meet on your OKRs and communicate the success, risk, or progress against your OKRs. And you need to make sure you're continually communicating your objectives and priorities. So if you stop talking about it, it becomes something that's not important to the business, and therefore it gets lost and it becomes a task list. You also need to establish a single source of truth for tracking, whether it's a project management tool, a Google Sheet, you name it, and set milestones to measure your progress. So in summary, OKRs stand for objectives and key results. OKRs are goal-setting methodology. They manage priorities. Think about the bigger picture. Fail smart and fail fast. And to roll out OKRs at your organization, you should start with rolling OKRs out at the most senior level possible. Start with problem statement. Ensure objectives are impactful vision statements. Key results are measured and are measurable and specific. And tactics are developed with achieving KRs in mind. And to ensure those OKRs are successful, you need to put deep thought into developing your OKRs and track them along the way, and make sure you're consistently communicating them throughout the OKR practice. I want to thank everyone for tuning in and listening to how to develop best-in-class OKRs for revenue operations, and I invite you to reach out to me if you have any questions or connect with me on LinkedIn.
Thanks, Darren. It was once again pleasure to hear and see what you can share from your experience. I have a short question. So, using OKRs for optimizing, improving your revenue operation structure is something that you're speaking about. What about building it? And what would you suggest? Also using this kind of methodology to introduce revenue operations in your organization.
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, Ivan, what I would say is, if let's say you haven't quite had revenue operations in seat yet, you are looking at, let's say, typical sales operations, marketing operations, and CX operations, segmentation. What I would say is, take the opportunity to talk through the OKR methodology with your leadership team if they're not familiar with it, and say, listen, these are our objectives as a company. Most companies will have like a vision statement, or they're going to have something they're looking to accomplish, but they haven't formalized an OKR practice. So a lot of companies are going to have something that states, we want to decrease our I would say churn rate, or we want to increase our revenue. Well, those are pretty basic. You're going to have those across most organizations. But you can take that opportunity to say, listen, you want to achieve this. Let's put together what this looks like, and you can put together an objective and say, this is an objective that we have. These are some key results around it. And some of those key results could be around developing a revenue operation structure. And it could be around aligning your customer lifecycle under a single operation structure like revenue operations. So that way you can highlight the value of these things, and increasing continuity across the way you talk about the business cascades down to the customer. So when you're looking at a segmented view of sales, marketing, and customer success, we feel that internally, but that is also something that the customer feels, because it feels segmented on the customer experience.
Exactly. Yeah. Thanks a lot. So from in general, from your impression around what we already shared in the conference, and we speak a lot and emphasize a lot about or around having the right mindset as a revenue leader in order to be able to foresee the journey and how actually your company is going to develop. And we speak about standardizing this path to some extent. Yes, there are ups and downs based on the different company stories, but nobody did the growth in a very straightforward upwards line. So what are your advices, suggestions to people that are going to sense very soon that there is a need of doing something? And if I must once again refer to our blueprint model, which is something that you know and contributed to, we are at the moment where we start realizing there is some kind of a go-to-market defects of our engine that we need to improve. So what do you suggest, or what you're going to say to the business leaders in that case?
In order to develop the go-to-market, best-in-class go-to-market motion, is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's all about keeping focused on the customer, right? I think when you stop thinking about internal issues and you start focusing on what the customer experience looks like, it becomes a little bit easier to work backwards and say, how do we best serve the customer experience? Which is, we need to have continuity about the way we talk in our organization. We need to have continuity about our process and make sure that all of our process has intent behind it. So making sure your go-to-market motion is aligned with the customer is key. And in order to do so, a lot of ways it's going to be around aligning your revenue operation structure outside of a sales, marketing, and customer success structure, right? Because it becomes fragmented going forward. And if you don't focus on the customer experience and how you can optimize the way your organization is structured, to best support that experience, you're going to be met with the same issues that the customer is feeling, which is, I've been handed off here. I don't understand the aspects of this. Everything just feels very siloed. But
Exactly.
for the leadership,
actually, we can project this growth path from the perspective of the customer and see how each of the moments here are reflecting to the way that the company performs on or interacts or behaves towards the customer. And when I talked about using OKRs, I think it's essential to have such kind of methodology also in the foundation building phase, where you start building the blueprint. And in order to build the right blueprint, yes, there are some standards around that, but you need to do a go-to-market diagnosis. So what are your current problems or challenges and how you can fix it? So there is the moment where you can also introduce OKR in the organization, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think OKRs should be done at the most junior portion of a business, right? Because it goes down to when you're starting a business. You start with, what's your go-to-market strategy? Who's your target market? What are you trying to accomplish as a business, right? And if you just start from what you want to accomplish as a business, let's say you don't have a complex business and you just want to understand where you're going as a business, that's going to be the point of where your objectives are going to be developed. It's, what is my strategy for going forward and what do I need to accomplish to get there? In a lot of cases, if you don't start building an operational structure to support that business going forward, it becomes an afterthought, and you get to this point where you start just band-aiding solutions to meet your business needs. And it's all about scaling in an efficient way and making sure you have that operational framework so that you don't cause lag in your business. Right?
Yeah, I think that and we spoke with Ollie Sharp about that, in terms of leadership and people driving being the driving force behind each and of every of the technology companies nowadays. We need to create processes and systems or integrate systems in place where they can help us communicate better what is the main purpose of the business. It's not only about the people, but I think it's nowadays when we see the young generation, I hope you agree with me here. For example, all is an old generation, myself, yes. And back in the early days when I wanted to work somewhere, I was really money driven. So will I go receive better salary? Can I have a raise very soon or something like that? And now the young generation is more related to the cause of the business. So what is actually how this company is changing the world? And this is something that maybe is that's the last driver that you actually from down there you need to bring everything up and start building the strategy and your culture in the company. And I think that's essential what we're going to have also as a key takeaway from this conference.
Yeah, it's funny. My generation, we work ourselves to the tail, or we'll kill ourselves working hard, right, for business. Yeah. And it gets to the point where I think the next generation has realized it's unhealthy and they want to have like a positive work-life balance, right? And I think, the more you have like a very well thought out plan and you have a very well aligned business and you have reduced the amount of lag you have in your processes, it also leads to a better employee experience. So the key for me is also, don't make a change just to make a change, right? We're talking about best practices for change management. Don't make a change to make a change. Do everything with intention, and focus on outcomes.
Thanks, Darren. It was a real pleasure once again, as I already mentioned. I hope we can get also the presentation just to share it with our audience. We're going to send the recording afterwards to each and everyone that was registered on the conference. Have a great day ahead. So it's early morning to you. So looking forward to meeting you soon.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, Ivan.
Yeah. So continuing with a very interesting topic, I will join on stage Ben Davis. Hey, Ben.
Hey, Ivan.
Do
you hear me
you
okay?
have you reached the work-life balance moment in your life, or
Some weeks it feels that way. Other weeks,
yeah,
not really.
sometimes.
On the whole, not really. This is a good example. It's 6:30 a.m. where I am, so
Yes.
I don't think I'd call that work-life balance, but I appreciate this. Everyone's going to kind of wake up with me here, and over the course of this talk, I'll have a little bit more coffee, and you'll slowly watch me achieve work-life balance in live in front of
Okay,
everyone.
great.
So it'll be great. Yeah.
I hope we haven't caused any kind of discrepancies at home with this.
Not at all. No one's up. No one's up. So this is great.
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
this is
Great.
great.
Perfect. Yeah. So actually, during the conference so far, yesterday and today, especially, there was a lot of words about very important essence of revenue operations and how you actually make better strategic decisions based on one thing, and that's good data.
Yeah.
And I have really the pleasure to welcome you on stage and really to speak about this topic and have a great examples of some of the companies that everybody knows nowadays because of their success. So I'm giving you the floor, Ben Davis, Head of Revenue Coefficient. Please.
Awesome. Let's do it. Hey, Ivan, so I can just share my screen here and go to
Yeah,
a
you can
tab,
share,
right?
you can upload
Okay.
presentation.
Cool. Bear with me. Let me get this set up here. Awesome. Let's flip to my deck here.
Yeah, and I'm bringing this on stage.
Sure. Everyone with me? Is the whole screen still visible, Ivan?
Yeah, we see it. I can also make it like bigger like this.
Okay, cool. Because I'm in slide presentation mode, so I just want to make sure that it's maximizing the view for you all.
Yeah. There are two black rows on left and right.
Okay, I might not be able to avoid that because that's just the formatting. Let me do one thing here.
Slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just my screen. So
yeah, no problem.
Okay, it's good. You can see the text.
It's big enough.
Okay.
It's clear enough. Yeah.
Okay, great. Awesome. Hey, thanks, folks, for joining me here. I'm going to get into a topic that's, I think, top of mind for a lot of people at this conference today, which is how do we make more use of data? How do we make better use of data? We are fortunate here at Coefficient to work with companies like Miro and Klaviyo, who IPO'd very recently, to help them tackle that problem as they scaled through hypergrowth. The growth these two companies saw is just mind-boggling. And so we'll get into that. We'll get into how we help here in a second. I was thinking there would at least be a view of the audience here, so I was going to do this like virtual show of hands. But thought starter for you all, everyone, whoever you are out there. How many times did you export data to CS Suite from a tool last week? There's a couple people out there who said like 15 or 20. But again, a little bit of a virtual thing there. Let's hop into us. Let's hop into Coefficient here. And Ivan, by the way, just give me a time check if I'm too far ahead or too far back.
Oh yeah,
here.
sure.
Awesome. Coefficient, we are a tool to get live data from your business systems and SaaS apps into spreadsheets. And we get that into Google Sheets. We'll get that into Excel very soon here. We're launching Excel in the next few weeks here. We're about 3 years old. We have hundreds of thousands of users and nearly 20,000 companies using our tool across a set of data connectors, CRMs, data warehouses, BI tools, SaaS apps, ads. People often look at our tool and think that we're a replacement for a business intelligence tool like Tableau. But in fact, Tableau is one of our top 3 connectors, and people love using that to get data into Sheets. I'll get into why that matters for you all in a second here. We are a PLG company, product-led, so we have an active user base that finds us organically. That's how we get to that scale. We have 5.0, nearly 5.0 perfect rating on Google Marketplace. And we have lots of automation in our product. And I think that'll be really key to the message around Miro and Klaviyo and what they did in a second here. And we're used by Revops, sales ops, BI teams, data, finance, ops, marketing execs, even support as well, as well, and many other teams here. So a little bit of context on us, a little bit of context on me. I'm head of revenue at Coefficient. I've been working in product-led businesses. I was working in self-serve businesses before
before PLG was an acronym that everyone knew. Worked at places like Intercom and Coda, and now Coefficient. I've worked at all stages of growth, from zero, literally pre-revenue, to 100 million plus ARR. I think the earlier stages are my favorite, but they're all fun in their own way. I'm based in the Bay Area, and you can connect with me at any time. That's my LinkedIn. Really open to chatting. Love getting engaged with the RevOps community. And just a plug. If you get tired of hearing from me at any point, just go sign up for a product. You don't need to talk to me. We have a free product to use. I would much rather you learn that way. It's a really, really easy tool to pick up here. If you're going to stick along, we'll touch on a few things here in this agenda. The first is themes that we're seeing drive the RevOps landscape. So I want to kind of set the stage with what we're observing in our world. Ivan, at the end, I don't know if we'll do like a little Q&A type thing, but we can talk about those, maybe debate those a little bit. I'm sure there's some good points that you've seen here. Secondly, we'll get into how Miro's RevOps team solve some of the challenges they faced, how we are facing and solving those challenges here at Coefficient, and then finally round it out with a bit about how Klaviyo really embedded and enabled a rapid data-driven culture heading into their recent successful IPO. Congrats to them. Amazing work. Let's hop into it. Let me grab a little bit more coffee here. Awesome. We're all RevOps practitioners, or many of us are, and I think we all probably have different views on what matters, and I think it's probably different for everyone's businesses. But at a high level, there are a few key themes that we're seeing consistently across our customer base. The first one of those is this concept, I'm calling it power to the people. There was this movement, in recent years, tools like Zapier, no code really became a thing. But I think only until very recently, with the rise of tools like HubSpot's workflows and their ops suite, and Apollo. I love Apollo here. We use Apollo at Coefficient. They have these triggers and these workflows to make it really easy to orchestrate complex go-to-market motions. And as a result, I think that people can, an effective RevOps practitioner can do the work of what it might have taken 3 to 4 people to do previously. We've all built Salesforce flows and done all that mess. It doesn't need to be that complex. And I think the rise of tooling to address that problem is awesome for the ecosystem as a whole. Secondly, data activation and enablement to complement your data stack, right? To complement it. We've seen companies spend millions of dollars adopting this modern data stack view, but the percentage of people that know SQL has not increased as a percentage of people at the company. And so your data strategy that we're all thinking about, that we're all pouring so much time into and hiring to solve, that needs to be accompanied by a data enablement and a data activation strategy. So they have to go hand in hand for that to be successful. And then finally, I think we're at the cusp of this big rebundling here. We have tools. I will mention HubSpot and Apollo multiple times on this call because I think what they're doing is really awesome. But more all-in-one platforms and companies that are taking swings at every tool in a salesperson's stack. I think Apollo recently has plugged like a call recorder. They've done scheduling. They've done lead routing. Like they're tackling it all. It's just amazing to see. And then on top of that, you'll be forced to do more with your existing tools. So if you're adding a tool to your stack, does it integrate with the other tools that you're using? How can you make use of that data so you can avoid tool bloat? So 3 high-level themes here before I jump in. And again, I bet there's lots of hot takes here. Ivan, I think we can get to that at the end as well. But wanted to set the stage. Let's get into a little bit from Miro here. Miro, I think we probably all know Miro. It's almost a ubiquitous tool. By now, I think they're like a $17 billion company. Amazing, amazing story. COVID was, for them, just an amazing accelerant to their business. They scaled from 200 to almost 2,000 people in 3 years, which is just mind-boggling growth. There are reports about them, hundreds of millions of ARR, lots of good stuff from Miro here. But we sort of worked with them early on, and they brought to us a few problems that they were experiencing with that rapid growth. The first of those, their data structure limited how fast they could operate. And so the teams who were doing work and needing to make database decisions on the margin were missing their SLAs because they couldn't get that data iterated upon or updated or improved at the pace that they needed. And this is something that we see very often. There's either a reverse ETL tool or a homegrown set of connectors, either from Segment or some other tool, to get data from the data warehouse into the CRM, or even to the data warehouse to start. And that data is inaccessible to people who don't have technical know-how, and that limits how fast a RevOps team can move. And then on top of that, the systems and the data teams almost can't scale fast enough in this type of hypergrowth environment. And those teams, for as much as they want to succeed and help and enable their partners, it is so difficult to scale those teams fast enough to support that type of growth. The business is moving too quickly. If you're doing 5 to 10x growth a year, your business is doubling every few months. And so that means every few weeks, it's 20, 30% bigger, which is just insane growth. And to keep up with that, to keep up with the lead routing, to keep up with the lead scoring, to keep up with new teams, account reassignment, you name it, it's just impossible to do on a static tool stack. And so people are forced to do bespoke work and manual kind of ad hoc analyses with stale data. And that is an inhibitor. And then finally, you want to automate. You're adding more people, but you still want to get more efficacy and improvement and productivity from your existing team. So there's always just a massive need for automation. People can just inherently not do enough to meet this growth. It's impossible. Work-life balance, Ivan. You can't work too much you can't solve it by working more hours in some cases. So you need to automate that work here. So a few challenges here. Where do they come into us, and where do they turn to us? Miro's solution for this problem actually was going back to a very common paradigm that I think many of us probably live in our day-to-day, but may not see as a solution, which is connected spreadsheets. Call that a proper noun. Connect, capital C, capital S. Let's talk about what that means for them. Data structure limiting iteration speed. They connected their spreadsheets using Coefficient directly to all their data sources. So they pulled in data from Snowflake, Salesforce, Looker, live into their spreadsheets. They could update it. They could push it back out to those tools if they wanted to edit a new lead scoring model in Salesforce really easily. They could write that formula in Sheets and then push it back out using data from Snowflake. And this didn't involve any work from the data team. This let practitioners, RevOps practitioners, do the work themselves on the margin, which is pretty amazing here. Secondly, addressing this problem of keeping up with scale here, by getting that data into the spreadsheet, they tapped into a very universal language, which enabled quick testing, refining of methodologies, and that let people move a lot faster here. And then finally, that need for automation here. Really, spreadsheets, everyone says, hey, is your app good enough to beat a spreadsheet? And the spreadsheet is often that lowest minimum bar of how good an app needs to be. The team was able to connect mini apps directly within spreadsheets using automations, alerts, writebacks, and rich spreadsheet formula language. And so we were excited to play a small part of Miro's growth. All credit to them. They've just crushed it here. And it's great for us to be along for the ride. So quick bit on Miro here. Let me pause and Ivan, am I good on time? I just want to do a quick pulse check if I'm still coming through loud and clear here for the group.
Sorry, Ben?
Just doing a time check, Ivan.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We are running 15 minutes. We have more.
Awesome, great. We're right on pace here.
Yeah.
A chance for me to get a coffee break too. Let's take a step back here for a second. Talk about what we're building for at Coefficient. Again, with the context that we serve RevOps teams, a whole gamut of people who are in the audience here. There has to be a better way. We say that all the time. There has to be a better way. Are you exporting to CSV hundreds of times a month? If your team is above a few people, they're definitely doing that and feeling that pain. That data is immediately stale after export. You're bothering people to set up new reports for you. You're adding more data to your systems all the time, and your BI tool can't keep up here. And that's really difficult to do. So where do we see that going? We touched on that a little bit with Miro. Our vision for the future here at Coefficient is this connected spreadsheets. So your spreadsheet users will expect that. It will become a paradigm. And in 5 years, the export to CSV functionality will feel like a total archaic motion. That data should be live, updated in spreadsheets, and it will, by nature of that, never leave the cloud, which is great for security teams here. You can stitch together data from multiple data sources using a familiar formula language and interface in spreadsheets. And that lowers the bar of the technical experience needed for your users to analyze and get value from data. And ultimately, that's what we want. We want to enable our team and enable them to do great work. And we think that this is a fantastic solution to do that. So a little bit to just plug our product here before we get to Klaviyo. Keep pushing forward here. Klaviyo is just an amazing story. I think they raised under 10 million in venture capital total to become a multi-billion dollar company. Just an amazing story, growing 50%. Yeah, growing 50% year over year.
I know those guys. They were trying to steal us back then as we were still partner of HubSpot.
Yeah, sorry. Hope I'm not bringing up any scar tissue here, but
it's a really great success story. Yes. Yeah. But by the way, I think your mic is just rubbing a little on the shirt or something, and
okay,
and it's creating some noise. But it's not
sure. Has it been doing that for the whole presentation? Have I been?
Is it better now? From time to time, no problem.
I do the wired mic because I found that the AirPods are just inconsistent. But I will try to stay still.
Thank you for that.
I'm very emotive, Ivan. I talk with my hands. But let's get into Klaviyo here. Similar problems to Miro. Klaviyo is now a public company, which is amazing. But they faced a lot of those same problems leading up to the IPO. Their data team, the backlog of their data team was just months long, and data hungry teams at Klaviyo were constantly making ad hoc requests. And the data team, as successful and effective as they were, they found it challenging to keep pace, which is very, very understandable. Secondly, lack of automated reporting. They had BI tools. They had a lot of tools, ThoughtSpot, this type of normal tool stack for that purpose. But the absence of automated reporting connected to their most live and recent data sets with whatever changes they've made to that object of those fields created a lot of bottlenecks, so lack of automation. And then finally, we've all felt this problem. I think every SaaS company now is on average like 200 tools or something like that. Scale brings tool bloat because your team members, they bring the tool from their last job, they bring this, that, and the other. It doesn't integrate data. It's a mess, but it's also just a fact of doing business right now, the way that we operate. And as they scaled, the size of their data stack grew, and they needed something to integrate all those tools. And they actually chose a similar solution to Miro, which was connected spreadsheets. We came in and have been working with them for, I think, almost 3 years by now. So they were an early design partner of ours before our company was even making money. And so we were really able to help deliver on that vision hand in hand with the BI team at Klaviyo. A couple places we came in. The first is we reclaimed that data backlog. And we like to use this term, self-serve analytics. I think everyone has the thought that Looker or Tableau are self-serve analytics. We do not agree. We think those tools are great for some purposes. But we think that to get real double-clicking into the data or better ad hoc analysis, you need to be in a more flexible interface, like a connected spreadsheets. And as a result of doing that, the data team reclaimed nearly 2 months of lost data backlog, which is an amazing impact. The second thing, using our autopilot features like refreshes, exports, alerts, they were able to guarantee that their team had up-to-date data, which is extremely important. You're an exec going into a meeting. You don't want to ask, is this data updated? You just want to be able to trust it all the time and do that over and over again. So put that on autopilot. And then finally, we were an antidote to their tool bloat. And because we connected with so many systems and worked with so many teams, BI, Revops, product analytics, operations, FP&A, that led to widespread adoption. They now have hundreds of people using our tool. and the utility just grows when more people get familiar with the tool, which is so great to see. So again, awesome working with the team at Klaviyo. They've been great to see, and we continue to be big supporters and fans of their journey here. Let's just kind of tie a bow on this. I think we're coming up 10 minutes left here. Let's tie a bow on what we were talking back at the beginning of the presentation here. Back to these key themes. Power to the people. How are your end users at your company, not your customers, but your teammates, making better use of data and enabled to do things on their own? Point and click automations, point and click integrations, no need for complex data pipelines. You should be able to do that all with one tool, and a lot of tools, again, like HubSpot, Apollo, Coefficient, are enabling that. Secondly, what's your data activation and enablement strategy to complement your data stack, all that work you've done? We think that connected spreadsheets are where people will continually turn to solve this. No SQL. You can do SQL if you want it, but you don't have to. No SQL, no headaches, low learning curve. The low learning curve is really, really key. You don't have anyone getting into a Tableau dashboard and wondering how to edit this thing because it's in a spreadsheet and it's intuitive to do, and everyone knows how to do that to some extent. And then finally, this rebundling. What's the next step there? All-in-one platforms. We think that to bring another tool into your stack, you have to make sure it complements your stack. And so with our product, we're not selling you another surface you have to live in. We integrate directly into your spreadsheet. Minimize tool sprawl. You don't need to go build out a massive BI stack right away. There are definitely times where that's the right move, and we totally support that. But you can often delay that decision and be much more discriminatory about how and when to do that, which is awesome. And with that, I'll drop this plug. You can email me, BPD. Don't email Ben that's my boss. I'm BPD Coefficient. Go to our website. We're a free product-led company. You can see how we can help you. Use our product for free. You never have to talk to sales. It's really, really easy to use. And we love supporting the Revops community overall. It's our favorite thing. So I'm going to hop out of my presentation now here.
Yeah.
Thanks for thanks for listening through that. Yeah, awesome.
Thanks, Ben. I hope also the coffee start kicking in.
Can you tell?
yeah, I could. First of all, really to the point, really insightful and really clear presentation. When we speak about, because we haven't had so much thoughts when we started building the agenda for the conference on whether we want to present some technology or not. But it's actually a very unique situation here, because we speak of a system, as you're mentioning, or a platform that complements the current tech stack. It's not something that you add and it starts to, being more heavier than it is so far. But actually it's all, and I really like the direction that you're heading. First of all, because I'm using Coefficient, of course, as soon as we spoke with you, and before that with Hannah from your team, but that direction from CRM to Sheet, and not the opposite way. It's also something that actually turns your perspective in. And my question would be, if I just can pick up on your last words, Coefficient replaced to some extent, or at least it's a very nice alternative for small companies to the BI tools, right?
Yeah, we can be that. I think we have a frenemy relationship with BI tools, in that we actually pull data from them. They're one of our most popular connectors, Looker and Tableau, and we're not trying to replace Tableau or Looker. We're not trying to be that type of tool. I think there is a real place in a company for that tool. I do think it can be later than some people might think, and I think that some teams go and roll those out right away, and they're 20 people, and that just creates a lot of headaches. And we spoke with a new director of Revops at a really hot AI startup, 70 people. They're going to go from 1 AE to 12 in the next 3 weeks. We spoke with him earlier this week, and his decision is not to do a BI tool until they're much bigger, and they're going to do that in spreadsheets. So I think a lot of people are thinking about this. It doesn't have to be as simple as just rolling out a static BI tool. You can kind of have some discretion about when you do that.
Yeah. Totally agree. Yeah, well, great. And we haven't touched upon the topic about AI.
Yeah. Yeah, we have an AI tool. I should have maybe plugged that. We everyone's thinking about AI. I'm tired of hearing about it a little bit. Just kidding. It's good. It's helpful. We hear a lot of good use cases. We're actually talking with a customer this week, and they want to use our GPT formula to tag companies in a spreadsheet and then push that data back out to Salesforce, which is amazing because they can build effectively like a GPT API plugin to Salesforce with no code. And that's the whole point. You can automate that workflow and it takes 10 minutes to build. I mean, it's amazing time to impact. So yeah, we didn't plug that. Miro and Klaviyo were customers well before that, but I encourage people to go try it out.
Thanks, Ben. And a couple of last words. So, the goal of this conference is to encourage revenue warriors. We call them warriors because they fight constantly monsters and other challenges that
CROs.
we have along the way. Yeah, exactly. So we want to emphasize on the importance of aligning and integrating teams and data into one coherent structure and having the same goal. So from the perspective of working in Coefficient, but also I see your extensive background. You're also a go-to-market advisor, and you have a lot around on your plate. So what are your key takeaways or advices to people that are going in that direction? Later, we're going to speak about career paths in the revenue operations as well, which is important.
Yeah, I think two things. You need to do two things. The first thing is you have to have an opinion about where you want to go. And early on, when I was at Intercom, I worked in, it wasn't even called Revops back then. It was sales ops. And at that point, I was really clear that I wanted to go be a revenue leader, supporting a self-serve. Again, PLG wasn't a thing at that time, but it became that. And I basically have done everything to go to that position and like move in that direction since then. And so the first thing I'd say is, again, be very clear about what you want to do. You don't have to nail it. You don't have to stick the landing. I could have never dreamt up this type of role back then, but you just have to have that intention about where you want to go. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think that people who rise in organizations and do really well are always able to put business context before content and context before content, and being able to give a pitch to an exec or a business leader or VP of sales depends on bringing them along in your story and what you're trying to say. And I think that if you can, again, bring that context to the conversation, and can that context touch other teams? Can it touch business metrics, revenue goals? Put it in their words and put it in the way that they're thinking, give them that context before you deliver your message. And I think that you'll be seen as someone who is a senior leader across the org. So two things there, but again, everyone's journey is different. I think that's the beauty of working in startups. You can go kind of create your own happy ending.
Yeah. Well, totally agree. We are right on time. Thank you so
Awesome.
much for being with us.
Yeah, stuck the landing.
Actually,
great.
I just realized, and it's of course based on the time zones that starting with you and Darren before you, we have now our US friends joining us on the conference. So we have Sandy Robinson also from US joining, and Jola Groot, and then at the end Adam Hoare. But I will encourage you to test it, and Ben mentioned, and Slav before that actually spoke about product qualified lead, and like introducing friction. So as soon as you can use a tool and enjoy its impact without someone pushing you to buy or to get on the call with the sales, and this works, and then eventually you just want to adopt this in your daily life, I think that's the best way that you actually can build a go-to-market motion for POG companies. And I think Coefficient are achieving this thanks to Ben and his team. So great work. We are keeping our doors open for additional partnership opportunities here with you guys. Have a great day, and say hi to Hannah as well from your team.
Hannah's in Texas. I'm in California. I'll give her a shout. And Ivan, it's great to meet you, and great to chat live here. This is awesome.
Thank you. Have a great day.
See you, folks. Take care.
Yeah, guys, we are not almost at the end, but we have a couple of more presentations, and we are actually, I see that Sandy is also joining now, our backstage. So it's a real pleasure here to, and it's interesting actually how we built the logic of the presentations. Now we spoke about data and its integrity, and now we're going to speak about, and it's so interesting, called the Frankenstack. It's really a monster that you can build that can destroy your dreams of growing your company. And we have an amazing person here that is going to speak about how this is not going to happen or how you can prevent that. And that's Sandy Robinson, Senior Vice President Revenue Operations at Patra Corporation. Hey, Sandy.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly. I can see you also
Okay,
perfect.
sorry. I had to do a last minute switch here. I was on my work computer and that didn't work out so well. So I am trying to figure out how to share my screen and all that. So apologize for
No problem. No problem. I'm here to help you out with this at least. So there is a present button on the on your screen, so you can either upload the presentation or you can just share your screen. It's up to you and how you wanted to do it. Of course, if they are moving, like animations or stuff, it's better to share the screen. But if it's just a static presentation, you can also upload it right quickly, and we can add it to the stage. How are you this morning? How early is it at your place?
It's 10 o'clock, so it's not bad at all. I'm just sorry, trying to figure out.
6:30 at Ben's place in California, right? But you're on the East Coast, right?
I'm on the East Coast, correct.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm gonna have to. Let's see. This isn't working.
All right, no problem. I'm here to speak with our audience for sure. And now we're back.
All right, it's not wanting to share my PowerPoint for some reason. Gosh.
You can also, if you want to share the screen, or you can also upload it as a PDF, I think, or something.
No problem. Wait, here, entire screen. Here we go.
Yeah, great.
And
now it's on stage.
Okay. Wow, that was that was a challenge. So apologize.
Yeah, it was actually 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So
the technical difficulties here.
Always, there is always something.
I know. Well, thanks. I appreciate bearing with me here today. So today I'm going to talk about the revenue technology and saying goodbye to your Frankenstack. So we've all experienced this, I think, in different organizations, particularly as Revops leaders or sales leaders. And, really the folks that are actually using the tools, on the other end, all of our sales folks, our marketing folks, our customer success teams. And we have these Frankenstacks, right, which are disjointed systems that don't really work together. And as a result, we have data silos, we have challenges. So, we're all in this Revops space, and I think this is a common problem. As I speak with people across the country and I speak at different events, I just hear the same kind of story repeated. And when I give this presentation, I get a lot of like, oh my gosh, it's like we're in kind of group therapy together talking about this. So,
yeah. Oh yeah, that's the pain. That's the pain.
What's that?
Yeah, that's the biggest pain, the main pain. So everybody is like, oh yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, for sure. Are you getting an echo? Or are we good?
We're good.
Okay. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about a story here. Just picture this. Bear with me. You're getting ready for your day. You're logging in. You're about to log in to your system. You know, whatever it is. You've maybe taken your kids to school. You're on coffee cup number 3, maybe. Maybe you already hit the gym, and you sit down. You're ready for your day. You don't have issues logging in like I do. You pull up your screen and you log into your email, whatever your email is, and there's this email sitting in your inbox. And the email says, we're changing CRM systems. It's a system migration notification. And oh my gosh, so I know I can't see all of your faces, but I could imagine your face where you're mortified, right? Imagine if you are a Salesforce user or a Salesforce Revops leader, and now all of a sudden somebody above you is saying, we've got to migrate because we're going to cost save and we're going to move everything over to HubSpot. Think of how that would make you feel. And you know, one of the things that I've learned from doing this so long is these things happen. So think if I've been through something like this, and it was a little bit different in the sense that we were acquiring a company, and the other company had a head of RevOps, and they had a whole RevOps team. And we were tasked to work together to make our systems work, to bring them all together, to bring our processes together, to integrate the different systems, to sit there and say, okay, do we need to pick this project management system or that project management system? How does this really go? And so we had to sit down, and I mean, it was a challenge. You know, for example, we had Monday. We were using Monday for our project management, and they had Trello. And both sides, like I could sit there and argue why Monday was better. They could sit there and argue why Trello was better. And at the end of the day, the tools kind of tried to do the same thing or accomplish the same thing. We needed to bring them together and ultimately choose one. We had to do the same thing for Salesforce. Our instances of Salesforce were different. We had to bring together process. And it was a kind of a grueling project. But what I really learned was people are behind systems. So behind every system is somebody that has a task to accomplish, a problem to solve. Maybe this is something that they're taking pride in or they own from a budget perspective, but there's always a human being behind the system. And when there are humans involved, there's emotions involved, right? So we get a little bit heated about, well, what tool is the best? And, you know, think about this. If you've ever had a new VP join the organization, like a VP of operations or a VP of marketing, and they want to bring in the new shiny tool that they've brought to, you know, from their company, and maybe it doesn't work with your tool. So these things are really common problems. But the big takeaway for me in this process was, you know, it's really not the system. It's what is the system trying to accomplish? How does the system work together? And when you're trying to do this, you have to really work with people to get a common ground and understand, you know, what is really the end goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And this is why I'm so passionate about this idea of RevTech. And revenue technology is, you know, the longer version. RevTech sounds cooler, I think. But, you know, we have MarTech stacks, we have, you know, sales tech, all these little terms, GTM tech, whatever the case may be. But it's really about the definition. What is revenue technology trying to accomplish? And, you know, when I first heard this term, I started Googling, you know, I didn't make this term up, but I did create the definition because what I found was a very simple definition out there. It was something like the technology that supports revenue operations, marketing, sales, and customer success, or something like that. And it's really not that simple. I disagree what's out in the land of Google. And I believe that it's any system that directly or indirectly influences the customer buying journey at any stage of the life cycle. So that's anything we're touching that is going to impact a customer deal. And a great example is a project management tool, because project management tools impact go lives. Implementations teams are not often part of the revenue organization. A lot of times they're parts of the ops organization, but that directly impacts the results of the revenue organization. And they tend to operate independently and make their own decisions where, on technology. And then we have to make sure the technology works together. When I was at a prior org, it was actually, a startup. And surprisingly, even for an earlier stage startup, I uncovered that we had 4 project management tools, 2 instances of Monday, RoadMonk, and Smartsheet. And it happens so quickly. What happens is a team account turns into an enterprise account. It turns into, now we're on a longer term contract, and we've kind of gone down the rabbit hole on whatever that tech is. So I try to level set when I give this talk about revenue technology and rev tech. This is something that I'm currently doing in my own org. I've been here just for a couple of months at Patra, and just really circulating this idea of rev tech. So the strategy that I'm going to discuss today is something that I've implemented in the past, my prior org, and standing up a Revops function from scratch. And that I'm doing now in a legacy organization we started in 2005. And so we have a lot of, if you can imagine, legacy systems, siloed data, and I'm the first RevOps hire that was made here. So this strategy that I will discuss with you is kind of not the detail that you would think. It's really more around the people in alignment within your organization. So I knew we did a quick intro earlier, but I'm Sandy Robinson, and I've been in the sales. I started out on the sales side, and over the years, I've become, I would work in the technology, work on the reporting, and I think around 2012 or so, I moved over to the sales operations side. And it was really because I was always so frustrated as a sales leader. I didn't have what I needed. So I kind of taught myself how to do it. And that role was kind of new back then. So I've been doing this for quite a while now. And I'm really passionate about pulling forward the strategy, because while a revenue operations leader, their function or 100% of their time shouldn't be focused on the rev tech. But if you don't have this humming and operating like an engine, and you're constantly what I call herding cats and trying to reel people in, it makes it really difficult to do your job. And I'm sure you can all agree, if I could see your faces as we're going through this. So in terms of a rev tech strategy, it's kind of 3 buckets. We talk about educating, so educate, collaborate, and integrate. And when we think about rev tech, it's really, going to the right people, getting the right people in the room. And when we get to the integration part, it's really more so about integrating all of the teams and the systems and making everything work together in a streamlined fashion. So when we think about educate, there's a couple of ways that I like to suggest to go about this. One, which I'm about to get into a little bit more detail, is around the customer buying journey. So how does a customer buying journey look in your organization? How do the tools, how do the stakeholders work together? And then what is our internal process, our quote sales process, marketing process, our renewal process throughout the customer life cycle? And then who's involved? Who's touching it at each part of the buying journey? So you guys have all seen something like this before. This is the SaaS bow tie by Winning by Design. And whatever your buying journey looks like in your organization, whether you're using a funnel, if you're using an hourglass. So an hourglass is, it's kind of the bow tie flipped, right, up and down. And so whatever you're using in terms of your customer buying journey, map this out. A lot of you hopefully have done this at some point at your organization or in prior organizations. And if you haven't done it in a while, dust it out, get it out of the closet, dust it off, and bring it forward to the different folks in your organization. As we think about the buying journey, this is where the customer, whether they're reaching out to us or we're reaching out to them, they always have some sort of an awareness phase, right? And then it kind of goes through the full life cycle. And this is our internal process, right? Yours may look different, but what does that look like? What are your metrics? What do you consider a prospect? What do you consider a lead? Again, this is kind of RevOps 101 stuff, but bring this out and visualize it. And it's highly impactful too, because other people in your organization don't really get this. And I don't know about you, but I've found that I spend a lot of my time educating others as to what RevOps is and what does RevOps do. And it's really, in my opinion, helping to generate revenue. And in order to do that, we've got to support the full customer life cycle with all of our processes, our methodologies, how we're going to market, our systems, even our compensation plan should all be kind of aligned to what's happening in the bigger picture with the customer life cycle. So this is a really good tool to help visualize and educate in your organization. And I didn't put logos on here because I find that when I do, people say, oh, well, is this tool better than another tool? I don't want to cause you guys to have to go get group therapy after this by putting certain symbols on here. But obviously, there are different tools for each one of these functions across the buying journey. And there are probably a bunch more that aren't on here. And I do surveys, frequently on this. And when I get groups of people in a room, I typically ask them to tell me how many tools that they consider RevTech that they have. And by and large, without a doubt, every room I've ever surveyed, at least half of the people in the room raise their hands and say their company has at least 6 to 10 systems that they consider RevTech. And my guess is that's just at a quick thought. They haven't actually done the analysis, and there's probably more, because when you start getting lists from your IT department, you start finding tools that you didn't realize people have that they've signed on to. Or I've even gone to the extent of analyzing expense reports to see who's signed up for their own accounts, which is how I found we had multiple instances of Monday when I was in a prior org. But when you think about RevTech, you've got all these systems. And so when you're over here, over on the left side, looking at marketing automation, marketing's thinking about that in the context of marketing and how they're using it, and then how they're passing it over to the SDR team. And it's not always fluid. And it creates not only technical silos, but additional silos within your organization on your own team. So when we think about the next piece, so you've got everything here. Now you've got to kind of figure out who's involved, because this landscape isn't all owned by revenue operations. And honestly, I don't want to own it all. I don't want to be responsible for administering all this tech. I don't want to be responsible for the budget for all this tech. But what I want is an alignment as an organization to get us there. In order to do that, we've got to collaborate. And collaborating involves cross-departmentally. So we've got to go between the different departments. The C-suite is critical in the collaborations. And then the actual systems alignment, and how does that work? And I'll give you an example. I actually had a conversation with our CIO yesterday about bringing our CRM to become an enterprise tool, because we're bringing in the implementations team, and to actually have it be treated as an enterprise tool across the organization, because then it gives us more alignment and it gives us more centralized, even from a budgeting perspective. What they'll do is they'll allocate pieces of the budget to different departments, but then it'll have this opportunity to be a little bit more governed, and having that kind of alignment across the departments. So this is where, as a RevOps leader, you've got to make those relationships across different departments and build that trust, so that way you can accomplish something like that. And it's not easy. You have to really work hard at it. And the reason it's not easy is most companies look like this, right? You've got silos across your organization, silos everywhere. We've got marketing, sales. I mean, even marketing, sales, and customer success, even if they're under the CRO umbrella, will naturally create their own little silos. And each leader of the organization is, sometimes it's kind of like they've got like their little fiefdoms, right? Their culture. You have many cultures in these organizations. And I know this is frustrating. And when people on this call are looking at it, what is happening here is we are creating these data silos. So we're creating multiple meetings with finance to sync on data. So how many of you have a monthly sync with finance? Because you're comparing your books, you're comparing the numbers, and it happens quickly. And it's, again, a very common problem, but it's important to really start at the top to get the buy-in, because working from the bottom up only works if you've got alignment from the top down. So you have to do both. And, of course, we'd all love it to look like this. And, I like to put this picture here because it's like, whoa, this is our utopia. We'd love to be in a place like this where we're all going in the same direction. I think alignment's a word that's overused. We can have alignment in theory, where people talk a lot and they say, yeah, yes, we're aligned. We're all on the same page. We have this initiative. But really, when it gets down to it, you get a lot of yeah buts. So I'll give you an example. In a prior org, I was having a conversation with the CTO, and the CTO, great person. And they were like, this all makes total sense, what you're saying about RevTech and yada, yada, yada. I know you guys use GChat for your chat, but we have to use Slack. So therefore, I need to have both. And, this person went on and on about, why Slack is better. But for that whole team, they were siloed out and they worked on deals. So a lot of the sales leaders had to have both apps in order to communicate. And again, this goes back to RevTech. I'd argue that that's a bad choice, that's a poor choice. While I can agree that, Slack's going to have a whole lot of better features than GChat, if the rest of the organization is on GChat and this little group that impacts deals in some way is on Slack, then we've got a problem. So this is where the rubber really meets the road, is what do you actually do about it? And once you have that alignment, a good way to approach it, and this is actually a great time of year because we're all going into budgeting and there's projects that are happening and all these different things. But when you actually get that kind of buy-in, you have to align on your data. Where is your source of truth for your data? Where does that live? Who owns it? What fields go where? I am part of a data project because we do have some challenges at our organization. And right now we're working on customer hierarchies. And in one of the first meetings, and mind you, I was super new at the time, we were talking about, how many levels of data that we needed to put in the system. And, we use HubSpot. So I was, explaining that, the data hierarchy, when you look at third-party sources, should have, 4 layers. And then, the other people in the room were saying, well, no, you need to have 7 layers because these regional offices do this, these regional offices do this. So there's this kind of, back and forth. And I like to use third-party data because I'd like to just integrate it and have it automated and updated. So obviously there are tools out there that can do that. And I like to go to legal entity structures because you can always, you can always add flags or add categories or fields or something to label, regional hubs or, how different accounts are managed. So anyway, but the point of the story is the other people on the call were like, well, you can do what you want in sales because that doesn't affect operations. And I said, well, actually, I beg to differ. This affects the customer journey. And so we had this whole discussion as to why we need to have one singular hierarchical structure that we're agreeing on. Now, I may not pull it all into HubSpot because we may not need it all, but we should establish what is the actual singular hierarchical structure, who's going to be responsible for creating the accounts, where do they connect, what's the strategy, and everything like that. This is an example of something I put together at a prior org, and in fact, am right in the middle of doing with our current org, is adding a step to a systems request to ask the question, what's the business justification? Is this RevTech? And if it's RevTech, then it needs to go through an evaluation where I'm at somewhat involved. So it answers the question, should we do this? Because the commonplace theme is that VPs have budgets and they do it because they have the budget approved and they get the PO and they skip all this stuff over here to the left. And any procurement department, any head, anybody in a C-suite is going to agree that this is a good idea. And it's really important, again, going back to the communication piece and the collaboration, to do that first, because then when you ask, we want to add this step to your procurement process, it's you're not going to get a no because it's logical. It makes total sense. And appealing to the cost side of it, if there is duplication and it doesn't work with other systems, we're ultimately going to spend more money and you'll need to quantify that. I encourage you also to do this. This is from a prior org. This is a before where I started and we set up all these tools over here in the upper right-hand box for sales and marketing. It all worked really nicely with Salesforce. But what I identified was that there were other tools that were revenue technology that I didn't, quote, own, but were affecting the sales people, the marketing people, and the customer success people because they weren't talking to the CRM. We had different sets of books. We had different issues. You can see Smartsheet over here was one of the ones. This is that situation I was telling you about. And it took bringing this up to leadership, up into different teams. And eventually we got to a place where it looked like this. And it did take me about 18 months. But we aligned as an organization that Salesforce was our source of truth for customer data. We had a process in creating new customers, and we'd send the information to the cloud. We'd pull information from the cloud back into Salesforce. So this is ultimately where it kind of looked like. The tools in the bottom left were mostly directly connected to Salesforce. And then we pulled certain data into our data cloud and then went to data visualization. I know I'm running low on time here, so I'm going to quickly go through this one as well. This is in a current situation. I started in April, and this is what the landscape looked like for HubSpot. And there's obviously some challenges the way we had it set up. Again, this goes back to, doesn't mean we have to go out and buy tech. I haven't bought a single piece of tech yet since I started. I've been here about 5 months. But what I've done is identify where our problems were. And one of our big issues were people were using the desktop version of Outlook, which created some challenges with HubSpot. So you have to be thinking about those tools. What is your email server? How does your email function with, if you're using Gmail to Salesforce, how do you have Einstein set up? Are we tracking? All those different things. So I kind of jumped in and made some quick changes. We had one tool that just wasn't a fit at all, so we got rid of it. And we're looking at some other options. Now, obviously with HubSpot, you have fewer options that integrate to HubSpot. So that's where in my evaluations, when I meet with vendors, I have very specific requirements, and everybody says they integrate to your tech, but the reality is you may have to do some manual integration. You might need a developer. I want things that are going to plug in and be administrative easy and be agile. So they need to have some sort of an app, if it's Salesforce, an app on the App Exchange, whatever that is, to work well. So I am looking to replace, one of the tools in this picture because it doesn't have an option for HubSpot. So, but this is where we are today. And it was really quick cleanup. Just had to make some decisions and refine some of the settings. The other piece that I do want to quickly hit on in the integrate before we wrap here, just for another, I think I'm a minute over, is don't forget about the enablement side. When we talk about integrate, it's really, you have to get the teams that are actually using these tools involved, train them on it, and work closely, have your enablement partners involved. So in my case, enablement reports up to me. But if enablement doesn't in your organization, make sure you're getting them in early and often, and making sure that they're even in the selection process as this goes, because they're going to have great insights and they're going to really help you roll this thing out and get the adoption, which is what we all need. So that is what I had, and I will stop sharing now.
Hey, Sandy. Thanks a lot. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Well, I was listening to you. There were so many questions popping up. I think you're touching upon one of the, as you mentioned, one of the biggest wounds in the scaling world of business. And I think, there will be no ending of creating Frankenstacks. And it's, I think it's, on the one hand, it's because, there only CRMs, there are at least more than 17,000 or something like that solutions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy. It's like a floated sea of opportunities and options of, solving your problems or hosting your processes. And on the other hand, as you mentioned, very important when you scale and you're a bigger company and you bring more experienced people into the team, they come with their Frankenstack or Ideal Stack or RevTech stack. No, we need to evaluate that. And the third thing is very important. We work with such clients. We have a client right now that, they're growing through acquisitions and merging, and it's a nightmare to align technologies for each of the new company that is coming up. Like, should we use Salesforce or HubSpot? No, we're going to use a third tool because we cannot decide between both of them. No, it's crazy. So my question to you, I have one question only. When we see the development of the, let's say, technology company, a SaaS company, and you start always, messy, founder-led growth, sales-led growth. You're just, taking some tools that are free. Somebody gives you discount because you're a startup. Then you use HubSpot for the beginning and so on. You don't think about, creating this. You are now creating this Frankenstack. Eventually, this can be avoided or limited by using blueprints like the one that you actually showed us. So there is a map, there is a picture where you can see the minimal valuable product or stack that you can use based on your, let's say, business model or your growth stage currently. Is that something that startups can use at some stage of their development so that they avoid going into this really nightmare?
Yeah, I think it's challenging, right? Because a startup is, you're worried about money too, so you're not going to.
Nobody gives money for funding for.
Yeah, you're going to go with a simple tool like Monday or the free version of HubSpot, and then at some point you're going to go to maybe want to do Salesforce. I think the important thing is to strategically think about it, and if you are planning to make that move, then make sure that you're at least setting your data up well. So even if you are starting in one tool and you do plan to move to another, think ahead, right? And think about your data structure, because you can always migrate data over if it's structured well. But what also happens is it becomes kind of a free for all of what's going in. And so I do encourage people that, you know, I know it is an investment to hire a RevOps leader, but to hire, I think I saw, I don't remember who posted it on LinkedIn recently, but hire a RevOps leader sooner versus later, or something, because that, and somebody that is, it has experience but also can do the work themselves, right? So getting that person in there that can help to make those decisions and guide it, or at least have a discussion, have some governance on it, because it does get out of control quickly. And pretty soon you're going a year in, or a year and a half, 2 years in, you're like, oh my gosh, I need to hire somebody to come do some cleanup. And it'll cost you more later, I think, as you do that. But at least if you're making those decisions, I don't think you need a lot of tools to start off. I mean, and if you do go with, you know, whatever the tool is, whatever the CRM is, most of them have built-in functionality or apps that you can, you know, that you can use to start out. You don't have to go out and buy all the shiny objects that we want. You can use the built-in apps. And in fact, that's what I did when I was at Nimbus. We moved a lot of our tools to apps on the App Exchange at Salesforce. So we didn't have, we consolidated the cost in terms of, you know, being able to negotiate more, but it was also so much easier for the reps because they just literally, you know, it was one place, one function. Or if it was a third-party tool, what did the actual integration look like? So when you were on these demos, I have them bring it up. What does it look like? Show me, like right now I'm doing it with several vendors. Show me what it looks like in HubSpot. Does it just pop out to a new window that the rep has to go in? Or does it, you know, can you actually use it right there? Because reps, they only spend less than a third of their time actually selling. The rest of it is all in other tools. And it's not even in the CRM. Only 17% of the time is spent in the CRM.
Totally agree with you. And I think also something important to be said here is when choosing the ref tech stack is, you know, we heard a lot about when we worked more closely with HubSpot on providing some consulting for people considering the CRM. And it was like, okay, and I always say that, so if it's not hosted in a CRM like HubSpot, maybe you don't need to do it. Because there are lots of business leaders saying, oh, we have something different here. We need to customize because it's a very different story in our business model. No, actually, this different story maybe is the Frankenstein that you created and you need to get rid of it because HubSpot creates this or Salesforce creates this instance or this tool based on thousands of millions of users and people that are giving them feedback. So if it's not there, maybe it's not logical to have it there. So from that perspective, yes, we need to have someone, and that's the best thing is to be a revenue operations leader, because I think we or those people are the people that have the full visibility of the whole picture, and they can, you know, create the strategy based on the growth stages of the company currently.
All right. Well, I've got to run. I am late for a meeting, and I think we're way over. So I appreciate you having me here. It's been awesome.
It was real pleasure. Real great topic. Talk to you soon. Have a great day.
Thanks. You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so we're moving to the next one. Actually, you know, we are almost 7 hours now live. So I think we're really, really good to have only 9 minutes of delay between presentations. So I will join the stage. The next person, hey, Joe.
Hey, Ivan. Nice to see you.
Yeah, really, really honored to have you. Sorry for the little delay, but I just wanted to say that we can, you know, extend the next presentation, your presentation, or have the 30 minutes for sure, because we have a small buffer before the last presentation, and I can play around it. But if you don't have the time, really sorry. So we can, of course, jump in and talk about something very important. Yesterday, when we opened the conference, I talked with my ChatGPT AI on the phone, and Melanie, was on the conference with us presenting some ideas around the impact of AI on SaaS world. really insightful. So we're looking forward to your presentation as well, to really dive deeper into this. It's not hot, it's, I don't know, it's burning topic right now. So thanks a lot for being with us. The floor is yours. You can share your presentation or upload it as how you want to do it.
Yeah, I will also just say I've been truly impressed that you're only 8 minutes over for being 6 hours live. That's some real optimization happened there. So.
Yeah. Without AI integrated in place.
Yeah. Cool. I'm just gonna hit share my screen here. Yeah. Cool. If you just want to give me the thumbs up that we are all good and you can see my screen. Can y'all see my screen? No?
I'm just joining this on stage. Sorry. Now everything is fine.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So cool. I'll just jump in. I'm super excited for this conversation today. Ivan, like you mentioned, it is probably beyond the hot topic at this point. You're starting to see AI pop up everywhere. So I'm excited to jump into it. There's a couple things that I'll just say off the bat. I used the AI dog for one of my title slides here because I do believe AI could be a man's best friend. I don't think it's something that we need to be afraid of. And then also, I like the slogan, more intelligent, more human, because I think that AI will lead to humans doing more human work, and then machines doing more machine work. So I'm excited about where this is going. I think there are things that we still need to figure out. But at least from the Revops perspective, I'm excited to share some just general strategies and roadmaps about how we can start to take advantage of all the new happenings in the AI space, which is burning hot right now. Cool. So if you know anything about me, you know I like my memes, you know I like my cartoons, and I find this one particularly funny just because asking AI how AI is going to impact our business. So my goal today is not to give you like a long list of tools, although I will do that, but also just to show you the fundamentals about how AI works, how to think about it, and how to set up your tech stack, people, and processes to get the most out of all the AI wave that's happening right now. We'll talk about the fundamentals of, AI-driven Revops, AI basics, how to fit AI into your workflows, some just general tips on building that Revops AI roadmap, and then how to take your existing processes and people and tech and build out the roadmap that is forward-looking with all these things that are happening. And there's a lot unknown, so kind of giving you those tools about how to think about it, I think, is the best way to go about this today. Cool. So a little about me. If you look at all my AI generated headshots, you'll see that I have been to the moon. I'm a leader of space, have some really nice hair in some of these as well. But really, all in all, I started my career in business intelligence.
Just wanted to jump in here because we have created also AI images for our website. And, we tried to generate images of me and my partner, and most of the pictures were with hair. And I was so jealous.
I don't know what it's trying to tell me. Is maybe that
I don't know.
Bald is beautiful. That's how I feel.
Exactly.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. I've seen a lot of the AI. I actually have some pictures that actually turned out well. I found these a little bit more humorous than some of the other ones. There's some other worse ones that I won't do y'all the justice of sharing with you here, but my background's really in business intelligence, and I started actually in marketing mix modeling, which is predictive modeling, and really deep analytics and databases, et cetera. I actually worked for some very large companies doing that, and then as I started to get more into the startup world, I got into Revops, which I think it was Revops before it was called Revops. Ultimately, my background and the foundation I built my career on is leading a good way into this AI space, just in the data world, the technology, and how that all plays together. So I'm excited about all this and kind of excited to share it. I just share this slide here mainly for the strategy, technology, and development. Today, I work for my own company called JO. It's a fractional Revops consultancy. We plug and play into a lot of high-performing companies and expand the Revops bandwidth for some teams there. One of the main things that I'll just call out here is because we sit in strategy, technology, and development, everything that I talk about today will be in these three spheres here. So talking about the high level, the implementation, et cetera. And then because we work across a lot of different companies that are, both Fortune 500 and fast growing startups, I'll share what some of these companies are doing in this space, what's working, what's not. And also some companies that are finding like really hard friction in this space to adopt some AI technologies. So I'll share all that. And then, we can dive in a little bit more about what it means for y'all. So I'm really excited again about this space because it's a paradigm shift. If you're around my age and you've been in the workforce for over 10 years now, you've probably seen more than one paradigm shift. I remember the paradigm shift around big data and technology. But right now we're in one that I think will surpass all of those in its impact. So right now we're in a rare position to drive change and reinvent what it means to be a RevOps leader. It's a really good opportunity to reinvent what it means to use technology in the business. And if you're on the cutting edge of this stuff, you'll really have an opportunity to excel in your career. And I think people that are in the RevOps space are really positioned well for the use of all this new technology that's coming out. And why it's exciting is you don't need to be a machine learning engineer or a data scientist to take advantage of what AI enables. You simply have to understand what is possible with smarter technology and start to apply them to your business and your career. So it doesn't take any really deep technical skills. We talk a lot about machine learning and models, et cetera, but all of this is becoming accessible in new ways. And as a RevOps leader, if you know about technology and you know the processes and the change management that are associated with it, you're in a really good position to start to take advantage of these things and start to see the exponential benefits that it can lead to your company. So again, AI adoption and integration is and will continue to be highly fragmented across departments and roles. If you've been in RevOps for any length of time, you have, of course, come across the situation where either the marketing or sales team comes up to you and says, hey, we bought this new tool that you had no idea about, and now we would like you to integrate it with the rest of our tech stack and get it live tomorrow. And you're sitting there like, I wish I was involved with some of the requirements and the road mapping and the planning, et cetera. So this happens today with buying of technology across departments. It shouldn't, right? Like, in a perfect world, RevOps would kind of be the centralized location for all this. However, with AI, it's going to be compounded and even exponentially worse because if you're looking at any of the AI tools and following kind of the landscape like I am here, you'll notice that there's a lot of different point and niche solutions that are coming out. So this specific use case for the finance team to do ABC, and this one tool that will use also another AI tool in combination with it. So there's going to be a lot of little niche solutions. And it's really an opportunity for RevOps to help consolidate that and centralize that into an AI center of excellence. So yes, we still have these problems today, but as a good RevOps team should do is try and focus on centralizing that and building those roadmaps, those requirements across all departments. So good opportunity, and RevOps kind of sits in that space already, being involved with the technology and the roadmaps of the company. So again, being able to kind of accelerate and expand their impact across different departments is a good place to be. So it ultimately comes down to, what type of RevOps team will you be? Are you going to be one that is going to lead the way into the future, or are you going to be one that is going to be obsolete? So I'll talk about, there's going to be an emergence of about 3 different RevOps teams now with all this AI tools and technology coming into place. So the first one is an obsolete RevOps team. A couple of just quick things I'll highlight here is that they're just waiting for the business to get smarter around them, and they're not actively seeking out knowledge about AI. They're resisting change, and they're not running pilots on new AI technology. And this big one, which I'm seeing too much of, is they think AI is just another overhyped business buzzword. So a lot of people just not familiar and not digging in, or just kind of writing it off as just another buzzword, and are in for a little bit of a rude awakening because there's a lot happening behind the scenes. And if you don't catch up and start to expand your skills and your knowledge in this space, you're going to be out, your skill set might be outdated a lot sooner than you think. So the second team with this is an existing RevOps team that's starting to infuse AI into their systems. So again, just, don't have to read all the text here. I'll just give you a couple highlights. This team already has the data, customer base, and infrastructure to take advantage of some AI use cases. They have the ability to move quick and adopt and scale AI. They have visionary leaders. They're expanding their AI and machine learning talent. They're innovating fast, doing personalization at scale. These teams are really looking forward to taking their existing tech stack and processes and starting to infuse these capabilities within them. So forward-looking and forward-thinking. I'll also call out a little sidebar here that the image at the bottom here that says AI driven was actually AI generated. And I love that it's spelled driven wrong, because I just think that highlights that AI is not quite perfect. So just wanted to make sure that I call that out. And then the last third team that we're going to see emerge with this new paradigm shift here is the new age RevOps team. So this is for anyone who's starting out to build a RevOps function at a new organization from the ground up. So you start building this with AI at the core, and then with that, you have AI deeply integrated within all your processes, marketing, sales, service, operations, etc. That allows you to be more resource efficient, and allows you to think bigger, and you put a premium on data, and you ultimately build a smarter business. Not only just a smarter RevOps team, but a smarter business as a whole. So those three teams, you're going to see people that ignore AI go a little bit obsolete. You're going to see people that start to ingrain AI into their existing tech stacks. And these new age RevOps teams are the ones I'm keeping an eye on, the ones that start their RevOps function from scratch with AI centered around it, because they will be the ones that are innovating and creating really unique solutions. However, to say all of this, AI is not new. I've been following this space for years. I remember reading research papers 5-6 years ago about AI. And we're using AI every day, even though it might not seem like it. YouTube suggests videos, LinkedIn curates your homepage, Zoom transcribes your calls, Tesla is driving cars. You have Google Maps, Netflix recommending shows and videos, and Amazon predicting your purchases. All of this is AI at the core. So, everyone thinks that AI has happened overnight, but it doesn't seem like that is the case. What has happened overnight is the availability of AI. So ChatGPT was a real eye-opener for a lot of people, but there's other open source AI models that are really democratizing the AI landscape. So essentially giving more power to the people to understand how to use these tools and start to play around with them, breaking down barriers and not just making AI accessible to everyone like the tech giants, but to all other smaller businesses as well. That's why you're starting to see this emergence of new tools and software starting to integrate AI features. It really comes down to their ability to tap into existing models and other existing functionality in the AI space because the availability has exploded. And that seemingly has happened overnight. It took a little while to get here. The technology isn't as new as it might seem, but the availability of it is. So all of that to say, the more you understand AI and what to look for, the more likely you'll find valuable use cases for your company. So it's really important to understand what AI is capable of, where it's going, and you have to understand what these smarter technologies, what can you do with it? So we're going to start really simple about how to break down AI and how to think about it, and then we'll start to build on top of it a little bit more. So I really love this next simple definition of AI. AI is just software that recognizes complex patterns and reacts to complex patterns. The two key words here being recognizes and reacts. So this is, think about software that doesn't need human input. What if it learned and constantly improved by itself? What if you had software that was optimizing your funnels and building nurture campaigns without you having to go in and kind of drag and drop and build all this content? That's where we're going, because it's recognizing all these complex things that all these different patterns that somebody in a human mind can't do all that in a single glance, but AI can do that. And not only will recognize those patterns, but will actually take action and react to them. So what if these advanced capabilities didn't rely on you going in and doing all of that? That's what is exciting to me, is starting this recognize and reacts. And I'll keep saying that because there's a couple different points that I want to drive home with that. But ultimately, people say, where is this technology going? It sounds very simple, recognize and react. But there's ultimately about 5 levels that we're talking about with AI, from all human to all AI. And there's a couple in between. For a while, we were at all human, where there wasn't really even marketing technology, and it was just all the humans doing things. I remember doing direct mail campaigns through Excel spreadsheets, and we were doing very manual steps there. We've kind of progressed to level 2 now, and we're moving to level 3. So right now there's a lot of companies still at level 2, just using some basic aspects of AI and some, process automation and some, small machine learning. But a little bit of AI can go a really long way in not only reducing costs, but driving revenue. So when we're talking about going from level 2 to level 3, we're seeing significant shifts. It does take investment of time, process, and money, etc. But that level 3, we're going to see significant changes. I think in the next 6 to 10, 12 months, we're going to see more companies hit this level 3 where they're starting to incorporate AI in a lot of the systems that they're using. So it still requires some human input and oversight, but a lot less than it has in the past. So as we move from level 3 to level 4 and level 5, there will be less human input, but more human oversight. So I say in level 5, it's all AI, it's kind of running on itself. I still think we're years away from hitting that level 5 space. And I don't think everyone's always worried about, they always get the questions about, is it going to replace my job and this and that. And it's like, even when we're at all AI, our roles and our jobs will change. They won't disappear, but it'll be management of these systems instead of getting in and kind of building some of those workflows that you had to do in the past. It'll be a little bit more oversight, a little bit more creativity and strategy kind of built into these things. So again, we're at level 2, looking to go to level 3 in the next couple of years, potentially getting to level 4. So that is where I start to say, everyone starts to dismiss AI, thinking that AI doesn't do everything from end to end. So is it really AI? I have all these, watch all these futuristic movies and kind of taking over the world and doing all these things. And right now it's just answering my questions when I type in a prompt, right? I think the way to think about AI is, if you look all the way on the left, this is kind of where we've been operating a lot in that level 1, all human, right? We have a trigger, we do some stuff, we make a decision, and then we do some more stuff based on that decision. Well, now we're starting to infuse AI as a step within this process. So you have a trigger and it goes to AI, get some more information, get some background, some knowledge, some thoughts, and make some assumptions. Then it can do some more of that stuff intelligently and make smarter decisions and do even more stuff more intelligently. So you're infusing that into your existing processes. And then eventually we'll get to the point where you're doing a trigger, and then AI is not only making those decisions, but also completing that action in that workflow from end to end. So we're not at that third flow yet. We're in the second flow. So start to think about how to infuse AI in all those different steps as a workflow process and a step, but not necessarily end to end. And if you start to do that, you'll start to get a lot of the capabilities as things evolve and start to become more sophisticated because you've already ingrained it into some of your processes. I like to call this process intelligent automation. So it's a combination of process automation and artificial intelligence. It leads to revenue generation and time savings, et cetera. So we've been, as Revops folks, we've been using process automation for quite a while, just building workflows, doing things automated. But now you can start to ingrain some artificial intelligence in that to make it a lot more smarter and make decisions. So not just an if-then statement, but give me some additional context and make sophisticated decisions and adjust in real time. That's where we're going with things with this intelligent automation as you start to incorporate it into some of those steps. And I'll get a little bit more detailed about how we're going to do that. So this is where it all starts. So how to activate AI in your company. Just like everything else in RevOps, it comes down to people, process, technology, and data. And now this fourth step, or this fourth piece here about AI. I tell everyone, focus first on the people and the processes, then the technology, data, and AI. If you don't have the people and the processes right, everything else will fail. You need to have people on board to get excited about it and to understand how to use it. And you need to have the processes in place to take advantage of it. If you skip any of those steps, you're going to go down a long rabbit hole and a lot of wasted money and time and effort. And we could probably have a whole session on how to activate AI in your company through people. But I'll just give you 3 quick tips. One is to build an in-house AI team that is cross-functional. So if you have a team that becomes sort of your center of excellence, if you will, so somebody from customer success, sales, and marketing, and maybe finance, and any other departments that you might have that are a little bit more niche, you can have all of them working together, collaborate weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever you see as fit, and start to talk about where there might be AI use cases. And then they can start to educate and train the rest of the staff and leadership on the things that they find. But because it's cross-functional, you'll start to identify unique areas of the business where you can start to ingrain these AI capabilities. And then once you start to implement any of those AI tools, this team starts to become the center to start to educate other people on these new technologies and capabilities. So I could do a whole session on this people section, but I'm going to just keep it short there, and then we'll move on to process here. Again, this might be a good screenshot slide because there's a lot of text here, but a few just quick call outs. Some companies might benefit from just having like an AI principles and SLA, if you will, about how they're going to use AI within their organization. One of the big things that I would say is it's really important to create a model to track your AI use cases. I'll show you the model that I use, and then we'll talk through that a little bit. But then this model starts to help you identify 90-day pilots. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about those pilot projects as a big component about how to implement this into your roadmap. But once you start to have a little budget set aside, I consider it a testing budget. I'm saying that we're going to test some AI technologies in 90-day segments here. You can start to set that up and start to implement and test those different technologies. The last piece here is that to have a process for vendor management to evaluate vendors based on some AI standards. If you sign a 1-year, 2-year contract with a company that isn't locked in on AI in their roadmap, you could be really missing out on some efficiency gains from these other companies that are really starting to implement these processes of AI within their software. So if you are evaluating a vendor today, make sure you look at their forward-looking roadmap, get their perspective on how they see AI and what they're looking at to do with their product in the future, because it'll make a big difference on how you do it. So again, the big thing here that I want to call out is the use cases and the 90-day pilot. So we can just talk about that a little bit more here. So the first is how to identify use cases. So similar to how you would identify like a process automation, is it data-driven? Is it repetitive? Is it predictive? And maybe this last one's a little unique, is it generative? So does it generate text, images, or code? So, text, is ChatGPT, right? Images, some Midjourney, and even DALL-E, et cetera. And we'll get into that. And then code as well. Once you identify these use cases and have a way to track them, you can start to understand how AI will fit, what those use cases are. You can run these pilot programs. And if something is successful, then you can start to scale it out. So then what does those pilot projects ultimately look like? I really recommend that you do them in 90 days. So you activate the new tool or the AI that you want to test out, the solution that you want to test out within 30 days. You test over 90 days so you can get a full view of it, and then you make a decision, keep or cancel. The reason I say 90 days is if you look at this graph of Midjourney here, if you're not familiar with Midjourney, it's an image generation software that uses AI. You type in prompts like you would to ChatGPT, and it spits out some images. I really like this little graphic here because if you look at V1 release in February 2022, the images weren't great, it was the first of its kind. So it was still fascinating that it was releasing it. But if you compare that to a year and a couple months later in version V 5.1, the images are significantly better, and it didn't take much time to go from there. So if you look at all these different steps along the way, you're seeing significant progress. So I always say, if you have a really strong use case for something and it's really valuable for you to solve this use case with AI, and you have a tool that you really want to work, and you're using it for 60 days, 90 days, and it's still almost there, but it's not there yet, give it time, because the way these tools are evolving and the way that they're kind of pushing out new versions is like nothing we've ever seen before. And they're getting really good, really fast. And I only foresee that to accelerate. So 90 days is a good, chunk of time to get into it and really get a feel for it and learn the tool and train it, and et cetera. But if there's a really strong use case, you might want to consider even extending that, because the time to iterate is pretty short, but also pretty impactful. So ultimately, we're building these pilot projects, and it's well, how do I track where I want to start? So this is the template that I use, that I built and we used across a number of different clients. If you want this template, you can reach out to me, and I'm happy to share it. But there's a couple of things that I just want to call out here. You probably don't need all these columns. I love a good spreadsheet. So it's kind of, to create this and have the details here. A couple of things I'll highlight is the category, kind of organizing those use cases, writing out the use case or the task that needs to be solved in plain language is helpful. Maybe, putting the problem type in there as well. Any of the stakeholders, estimated number of hours this task is taking you. But the two important tasks, two important columns that I want to call out toward the end here is the value to intelligently automate or use AI. What is the value to the business if this was solved with AI? So maybe it's something that's improving ROI. Maybe that's a really high there's a high value there to do that. And then the ability to intelligently automate. So what is the ability there? Like, do you have that in-house? Do you need to hire an external consultant? Like, what do you have that ability? Because what we want to get to with these 90-day pilots is we ultimately want to get to the point where we're getting fast, quick win and high value projects. So you can use this as a way to find the high value ones with the ability to intelligently automate is pretty high as well. Because then you can implement them and get some value quickly. All right. Cool. So then just kind of moving on to a couple other ways to activate AI in your company is shifting gears a little bit more to tech and data now. So this is a really good time to revamp your data governance strategy and your data cleansing practices. A good AI strategy is built on a good data strategy. So if you don't have processes in place to consistently clean up and organize your data and standardize it, et cetera, it would be a really great time to do that, because if you're not, there will always be something that is hindering you in building out your AI strategy and your roadmap. I also have recommended this for years, but I'll also recommend it now. And maybe it hasn't changed, but maybe it's more valuable now, is to implement a centralized data architecture. So integrating your data in a centralized location before you start to integrate any new technologies, et cetera. So I'm actually just going to jump into that just in a little bit more detail here. So everyone's tech stack slightly different. This isn't one size fits all. However, there is value in getting all of your data into a centralized location. Call it a data lake, call it a data warehouse, whatever you want to call it. Get it centralized, because there's happening this that I actually was listening to a podcast, I think it was yesterday, where Amazon partnered with a company called Anthropic. Anthropic has large language models that are AI models that are now running on Amazon data warehouses. So if you have an Amazon data warehouse, you have the ability to tap into these models immediately within your data warehouse. The value is there. It's like all of your data is there. That model can learn very quickly on your data, learn about your company, learn about suggestions for your business, start to incorporate that information in your downstream tools. So that's why I say, like, if you have a reverse ETL tool, like a high touch, or, even a segment that's pushing some of your data from your data warehouse into like your marketing automation platform, your advertising platforms, et cetera, you're having AI actually be more intelligent about what it's pushing insights and intelligent suggestions to these systems. But really, access to an integrated data makes AI 10 times more valuable. So again, behind every scalable AI strategy is a successful integrated data strategy. So that's why I said, make sure that you're looking at these. I call out a couple tools like High Touch and Segment. There's plenty of others, like Fivetran, another good one as well. I put in Zapier here. It's not necessarily like a centralized data architecture, but it does give you the access to some of OpenAI tools as well, and APIs. So just something to think about. So if you don't have this type of architecture, I highly recommend that you look towards implementing that into your roadmap. All right, going to move a little bit quicker here. So quickly on AI is just this last piece. I'd say leverage some low-hanging fruit, what I'm calling low-hanging fruit AI use cases. I'll touch on these in a second, writing code, formulas, etc. Use some of the AI features in your existing tech stack. And then again, I'm just going to keep reiterating running those 90-day pilots. I love a good meme, and this one really feels like it hits home for me because I try to do on LinkedIn a daily AI tool every day and just say, here's the new tool of the day for AI. And it was overwhelming. There's so many things.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. So like you have overwhelmed by the amount of AI tools and features that are coming out. So then I would say the best way to start and look at this is to look at your existing tech stack and to see what is currently there. So HubSpot has released ChatSpot, Salesforce has Einstein GPT, Google Docs has a bunch of AI features that you can use with Bard. Microsoft 365 has Copilot, GA4 has some AI recommendations, etc. Zoom also just released a really cool AI companion, which you can actually type in and just say, hey, I'm late to this meeting. Can you catch me up? Or has my name been mentioned in this meeting, etc. So some really cool features. I would say look at your existing tech stack. For those on HubSpot, HubSpot released a bunch in 2023. ChatSpot allows you to, just ask questions like you would ChatGPT. It pulls lists, pulls reports, etc. But it's just a new way to interact with your software. And
even create images.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks.
Create images as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's always a debate AI, HubSpot versus Salesforce. So I have to throw Salesforce in here. One of the things I'm excited about with Salesforce GPT is if y'all have seen any of the features where you can actually prompt it to create flows. So that's coming down the pipe as well. So you'd say, hey, Salesforce, create me a flow that does this, this, and this. It'll actually create you the flow, and then it won't be 100% perfect, but you can go in and update it and edit it, and it'll save you some time there. So a lot of good things coming down the pipe with both these systems here. Cool. I'll just quickly touch on these quick little 5 low-hanging fruit use cases. If you don't take anything else from this presentation, I would say take these 5 things. These are things that you should be doing today. Strategic planning, requirements gathering, formulas, technical documentation. I'll give you a couple little brief items here. Strategic planning, just use prompts like, can you give me a list of pros and cons for implementing CPQ as an early stage SaaS company, et cetera. Be specific when you're describing your needs and et cetera. We could get into a whole sophistication on prompt engineering, and I won't do that here. That's probably another whole session, but you can kind of update this as you see fit. I just want your brain kind of working on this. The next is requirement gathering. We actually found some cool use cases with actually taking requirements meetings transcripts and actually uploading them to ChatGPT and saying, hey, can you give me some requirements based off of this? And also a helpful prompt there is, give me the gaps, omissions, or conflicts, et cetera, with these requirements. Anyone who's still writing formulas or code, I highly recommend that you use ChatGPT. I use it for all my Salesforce formulas and for all my Excel formulas. I do find myself kind of debugging ChatGPT instead of the code sometimes, but that's a whole other story. But I do recommend that you provide the API names for the fields if you're asking it to create you a formula. That way it makes the formula at the end just copy and pastable. So really recommend that. Has saved a whole bunch of time. Technical documentation. I really like Scribe for this, but also ChatGPT is really good. Again, we've kind of taken some transcripts and chopped them up and threw them into ChatGPT and said, create technical documentation off this process that we went through on this call. So you can use ChatGPT prompt splitter to kind of bypass some of those length limitations that you might have doing that. And then one of the last ones that I'll just mention here is data analysis. ChatGPT used to have this thing called, I think it was called Code Interpreter, but they've changed it to advanced data analysis. It's really great. Like I've used it for forecasting and I've used it for just overall analysis. You can actually upload a screenshot of a dashboard to pull you insights, et cetera. So it's really great to kind of pull out some of those insights and come up with things. Like I would say it won't replace you as a data analyst, but it will start to give you things like, hey, like we noticed that your MQLs are bottlenecked, from this stage to this or whatever, right? You can actually start to take that insight and start to dig into it deeper, and then maybe even ask ChatGPT to say, hey, here's another report based on that. Can you, take that insights and go into it a little bit deeper? I recommend like using knowledge graphs. So knowledge graphs is just like, like a little additional context as well. So just like, here's information about my business. And then when you do these analysis, like you also provide a knowledge graph. I'll just say, take a screenshot of this slide, if you will. There's a lot here, but the three call outs would be the advanced data analysis and ChatGPT. DALL-E produces graphics and ChatGPT is awesome. I will go out on a limb and say ChatGPT Plus is the best deal in the history of technology. So $20 a month, you get access to so much technology. There's so many plugins. There's so much capabilities. Highly recommend that you do it if you're not doing it today. There's a lot that you can do here in the Revops world. And
hey, man.
Yeah.
So sorry, I have so many comments and questions, but
yeah. My last slide is just all my technology. I promise you to leave you a slide with all my technology, my questions here. So cool. Yeah. That's it for me. I don't know if it went over or not.
Amazing. I think this is one of the best to the point presentations about the AI that I saw in the last months or a year or so.
I appreciate that.
Starting backwards from what you saw, yes, for me, it's interesting because when you lay out those 5 stages of adoption of AI, and we are now on the second stage or something. Of course, we need to make a difference between AI for personal or for single use, and then AI for business operations use, because it's so easy now just to have AI everywhere, like opening Outlook or using Google Meet or Zoom, and then having notes written, or Chat GPT for $20 a month. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Every time I'm coming to the tool, it's always open, of course, in my browser, but every time just wandering around how actually was for over a night a huge chunk of collective knowledge and power handed over to the simple human, right? That's the reality that we live in since 2 years now, or 1 year. And I think now we're entering another era, because for now I think business owners, if we speak about AI adoption in the business, they're still puzzling around the two questions, or the question is AI now a good thing for me or a bad thing for me? And it's not only about, because I asked Melanie yesterday, or actually we had a rehearsal with Melanie a couple of days ago, and I asked her, okay, do you see in the future the possibility of AI stealing my business because I'm not running it well? And she was like, it sounds possible. And like there is we need to think about this singularity moment. We need to think about where all things can go wrong, and stuff like that. But I think we're going to see, when we speak about SaaS, the biggest impact in terms of human versus AI, relations, when it comes to the company that it's adopting AI. And she said, or the AI said, she sees 60 to 70% adoption of processes that is going to be fully AI driven within the SaaS company in the next couple of years. And this is huge. And I think when we speak about Revops, and when we speak about the different client facing teams, everything will start change bottom up, because you are now not needing people going over some sheets and pulling out information, analyzing this. No more. You're not going to need a CRM admin in the terms of someone needs to tweak some workflows, or to create some other formulas. No more. And everything goes up, like we are on the iceberg, and people are coming up and up and up, and there will be a small triangle on the iceberg left for us, and we need to be aware of that. And just a question to you, having in mind, and we always those 2 days we speak about different scenarios where you start making a significant transformation in your business model. It's on the one end is like a starting company, a startup that actually has a visionary leadership who knows that this time will come, and as soon as they start building some stuff, the better for them. And then we have the other company that is, the visionary leadership has something else to do, and then they need to transform as they hit, like 10, 20 million of ARR. But then it's pretty hard. And for me now, I see AI adoption or integration as the other project alongside revenue operations in production, maybe for the company. And what is your suggestion here? How we need to start, doing both things together? And I actually suggested, when we spoke about AI earlier today, that maybe you don't need to go and work only on the marketing end and say, I will work hard now, I will adopt AI as much as possible without over, acting. And as soon as I'm ready there, I'm going to move to sales. Maybe it's the right way just to, introduce AI along the whole tech stack, and not only in the different departments.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I'll keep it short because I know I went over for you a little bit, screwing up your 7 minutes. I would say the best way to do it, and the way that I've seen effective in both big and small companies, is to create kind of like a little bit of a center of excellence. So have an individual from each department get together and just discuss. because I think the biggest hindrance to AI adoption in an organization is really just education and knowledge. I think some people are afraid of AI. I think others don't know enough about it and how to plan for it. So I think the collaboration, and I think that if you start to share knowledge and that core group can start to expand that with their different departments, you'll start to see that general education expand, and then just track those use cases across the departments. Because then they're to say like, hey, I know we're having this problem over and over in customer success, but here's like a really great opportunity to leverage AI to do it. In that case, when you start talking about the impact of ROI or time savings, et cetera, that's where you'll start to really get leadership's ear, and then they'll start being a little bit more interested in the vision there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're looking forward, Steve, and of course, eagerly adopting, being thirsty for every other thing that is coming on the market, and it's really, I think it's, we were targeted with, other, solutions on the tech stack. Now we have tech stack with AI integrated, and then we have separate AI that we need to integrate, or to think how to integrate. But for sure, we're going into the direction where, and yeah, last question to you. Companies, startups are mostly driven by the funding stages and VCs and stuff. And now VCs are giving mostly money because of the product, right? If it's a competitive, if there is a niche or something else. But during the whole conference, we speak about it's actually having the right setup of strategy, structure, adoption of technologies, prepared for growth. But VCs are not giving money for that, right? So I think in the future, if you are able to take a model created by AI, enhanced by AI, and just that if you put any kind of product, solution, whatever innovative thing you have in your head in this model, it is going to work on the basic level. So the car is going to move. And now, of course, it's your imagination and creation how this car is going to reach to the destination that you want to bring it. But we need to speak about standardization. And I think this needs to be only brought to the founders of the business as soon as they, start searching for money and funding.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think as a RevOps community, I think one of the big things that we need to start to focus on is revenue efficiency. I know some people do, but having that as a main metrics is like how fast and how least expensive can we generate revenue. And I think AI presents really good opportunities there to be more efficient and close deals faster and with less costs, et cetera. Maybe it takes 5 people to close it instead of what it used to take 10, 20 people to close the deal, right? That's where we're starting to be more efficient with that revenue. And that's where I'm excited about what AI can do for those cases.
Thanks, man. I really like following you on LinkedIn. You're always sharing very useful, insightful content. So it was an honor having you on the conference as well. Let's stay connected. Have a great day. Thanks so much for the insightful presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've really enjoyed it.
All right. So now we are moving to the next topic. I was actually wrong when I presented yesterday the next speaker, that he is actually located in Poland. He is originally from Poland, but he is now and still in the US. So I will welcome Paweł on stage.
Hi, Ivan. Nice to see you. Greetings
How
from
are you, man?
California.
Have you slept good? Are you fine?
I'm very good. Thank you. It's early morning here, a bit past 8 a.m. So I believe a bit earlier than in Europe, but in a good mood and happy to join you all.
Perfect. I'm really happy that we are ending the converse with you, because we have a long relationship already. You're a senior advisor at RevBrains, and we did lots of great things together. I really hope that we're going to have some 5 minutes time to wrap it up and just to speak about a couple of topics. But now I would just love to give the floor to you to present your topic. It's really something intriguing, and we're speaking here about the real thing when it comes to interaction and mastering these dynamics between the different levels, the different elements of the pipeline performance. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ivan. Okay, great. Can we share the slides?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay,
now
I can see it now.
All good. All good.
Thank you. Let's kick it off then. maybe in the beginning, let me shortly introduce myself. As Ivan already mentioned, I'm a senior Revops advisor here at RevBrains. My name is Pavel Micel, and over the last 7 years, I've been advising and working at multiple B2B SaaS startups and scale-ups to help them grow and unlock full revenue potential with strategic revenue operations and building go-to-market strategies. And today I have chosen to choose the topic of mastering pipeline dynamics because I believe it is one of the most important skills of a modern business leader. During this session, we'll dive deep into the interplay of volume, value, velocity, and conversion. And each of them is separately and all of them jointly having a significant impact on revenue generation process. Let's first take a look at the agenda. In the beginning, we'll answer the question why mastering pipeline dynamics is crucial for business leaders, so why you should even care about this specific presentation. Then we'll talk about the 4 levers of revenue growth and the interplay between them. After covering these foundations, we'll take a moment to discuss the difference between the revenue and sales pipelines, which do not mean the same, but many people use these terms interchangeably. At the end, we'll explore the role of Revops in managing pipeline dynamics and steering revenue growth to close the loop of how revenue operations can actually impact the revenue pipelines. Let's begin with a question. Why understanding pipeline dynamics is crucial for business leaders? We'll have the entire session to come up with a full answer, but I believe it is beneficial to first look at a real-life example. This will allow us to observe pipeline dynamics in action and let us start building the answers ourselves. Let's imagine the following case study in which we have 2 different companies, Company A and B. We'd like to determine which one was more effective in terms of revenue generation last month. The first metric we'll look at is the number of new active opportunities that entered the sales pipeline last month. As you can see, Company A generated 10 and Company B generated 100 new opportunities. Based on the volume, we cannot determine which one is better at generating revenue, but looking just at this data, some people could say that Company B is more effective. However, I believe this assumption might be very misleading if we don't look at other variables impacting the revenue formula. Let's now look at the second metric, which is the annual contract value. It's also called ACV. The picture here changes significantly now, and as we can see in the summary row at the bottom, Company A has added much more potential revenue to the pipeline because its ACV is significantly higher. In other words, it's generating much more value per single opportunity. But these 2 metrics are also not enough to determine which one of those 2 companies was ultimately better at generating new revenue last month. We are still missing here the 2 very important pieces of the puzzle. Let's look at the third metric now, which is the average sales cycle. And the sales cycle length of the Company A is on average 30 days, but Company B needs just 10 days to close the opportunity on average. It means it is 3 times faster in completing its sales cycles. That means that within a month, it can repeat its cycle 3 times, while Company A only once. Now the revenue potential is actually significantly higher for Company B. To simplify it, let's maybe flip the perspective here and switch the number of the sales cycle to the number of sales cycles per month. As you can see now, the Company B has 450,000 in potential revenue in the pipeline, and Company A only 250,000. However, we are still missing the last piece that determines whether revenue potential in the pipeline becomes the actual revenue at the end of the period. And what we are missing is the conversion rate, in this case, the win rate. As you can see, Company A has much higher win rate of 20%, thus it's ending up with 50,000 in actual revenue from signed contracts versus Company B, which only generated 22,500. In other words, Company A was better at converting its revenue potential flowing through the pipeline into actual revenue. This example demonstrates the dynamics happening within revenue pipelines. And at this point, I like to just underline that this case covers only the sales pipeline, which is just a part of the full revenue pipeline. I'll speak more about the difference between sales pipeline and revenue pipeline in a minute. Now, let's return to the initial question. Why mastering pipeline dynamics is crucial for business leaders? Based on the examples which we just discussed and the broader context that we'll dive into in the entire presentation, mastering pipeline dynamics enables data-driven decisions by understanding what levers you can push to improve revenue engines in order to focus your go-to-market efforts and resources on the right areas with the highest ROI and to ultimately achieve more predictable and sustainable revenue growth. As you can see, mastering pipeline dynamics is not as simple as just controlling the volume coming in. In order to steer your revenue growth, you need to know what levers you can and should push at a given point in time. There are 4 levers of revenue growth. The first one is volume, meaning the number of opportunities entering the pipeline. The second one is value, which is the potential revenue associated with each opportunity. Then we have velocity, showing the speed at which opportunities move through the pipeline. And at the end, we have conversion, being the percentage of opportunities that successfully convert from one pipeline stage to another. It's important to highlight here that opportunities in revenue pipelines can mean leads, deals, or clients, depending on what part of the revenue pipeline we're talking about. In our examples, you could see all of those levers in action. Most business leaders are aware of and regularly track the first 2 of them, which are the volume and value. Those levers are used to build up revenue potential in your pipeline. They impact the pipeline size. However, they are only a part of the revenue formula, and what needs to be tracked to have the full picture and to really be able to control the pipeline dynamics is also the other 2 important metrics, which is velocity and conversion. These metrics impact pipeline effectiveness, and to be more specific, velocity shows how fast you are able to capture the revenue potential, and conversion determines how much of that revenue potential is being captured at the end of the pipeline. It's good to know and track all those metrics in details. However, in order to master pipeline dynamics, you need to also understand that those levers are interconnected. I like to call it the interplay between revenue levers. This means that changes in one lever can have a direct impact on the others throughout the revenue generation process. Let's consider 2 examples here. If there is an increase in the volume of your opportunities that salespeople or customer success reps need to handle, it is likely that conversion rates will decrease. With more opportunities to manage, there may be less time available to dedicate to each individual opportunity, which can result in lower conversion rates. Similarly to that, when efforts are made to increase the value of opportunities, such as negotiating deals with larger companies or increasing contract values, it can lead to longer sales cycles. Dealing with bigger companies or higher value deals often requires more time for negotiation and decision-making. There is a bigger buyer committee to be addressed. It's usually impacting velocity of opportunities moving through the pipeline. So you can see that there is an interplay between those metrics, but is there a single measure which can show us what is the overall result of the interplay between those 4 metrics? There actually is, and it's called pipeline velocity. Pipeline velocity combines all of those 4 metrics into one equation. It's volume times value times conversion per unit, and you're dividing it by the time defined by the conversion sales cycle, a conversion cycle length actually, not sales cycle here, but the chosen time frame that we are choosing in the bottom is actually defining whether we are looking at it per day, per week, or per month. In simple words, pipeline velocity tells us how fast we can drive revenue growth with our current revenue engine. It measures how quickly your business generates revenue. At first glance, the formula looks quite complex, but if you understand how pipelines work, the metric gets quite intuitive. I like to use the analogy here of water pipelines carrying liquid from point A to B. The liquid output at point B depends on 4 variables interacting with each other throughout this pipeline flow. As we already mentioned, that's volume, value, velocity, and conversion. In case of a water pipeline, we could imagine the following scenarios. If liquid input at point A last quarter was 1,000 liters, and this quarter it is 2,000 liters, the output this quarter will likely be higher due to higher volume coming in. If liquid in the pipeline is petrol, it will likely be worth more than if it was water, and it's due to the higher value of the substance going through the pipeline. Moreover, if the pipeline length between points A and B here will decrease 2 times thanks to a new route, or the pipeline pressure will double, liquid will move 2 times faster due to shorter journey or higher speed. All of this sounds great, and with the higher volume, value, and velocity of the liquid in the pipeline, we would definitely want to carry as much of it as possible from beginning to the end. In a perfect scenario, our pipeline will have no cracks and look as shiny as this one. However, as we all know, in real life, nothing is easy and perfect. Maintaining pipelines in great conditions over time requires regular quality checks, maintenance efforts, and investments. In real-life pipelines, usually we have small cracks appearing here and there over time. If not taken care of and under additional pressure or volume in the pipeline, the cracks can become bigger and bigger, more like this one. In such a state, there will be more and more leakage over time, and less liquid will reach point B due to lower conversion. In the worst case scenario, if the problem continues to be ignored and no actions are taken, the majority of the liquid will leak out and most of its value will be lost. You see, it's not even blue anymore. The same principles apply to revenue pipelines. In case of revenue, liquid input at point A is just your revenue potential, but liquid output at point B equals your actual revenue. In between, there are these 4 factors, 4 levers, which together determine the actual revenue output in a given time frame. If there are problems with any of them and those problems are not being addressed in the long term, significant revenue potential will start leaking out and business results will go down. By tracking pipeline velocity holistically and analyzing changes of each revenue lever separately, business leaders can discover problems early, take preventive actions, continuously improve pipeline dynamics, and drive sustainable revenue growth. Now, let's talk about a common misconception regarding revenue pipelines. Most companies, when talking about pipelines, think of sales. However, in modern businesses, especially those with recurring revenue models, the revenue pipeline is much broader than just a sales pipeline. One of the best models out there that is visualizing this is the recurring revenue operating model, also called the bow tie, introduced by Winning by Design. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the model, but for those of you who aren't, let me give a short overview of this model. The bow tie visualizes 6 stages of revenue generation in recurring revenue businesses. It starts from awareness, education, and selection stages, also referred to as lead generation, lead development, and sales. This left side of the bow tie focuses on customer acquisition, but as you can see, it is only a half of the full model. The right side focuses on customer onboarding, adoption, and expansion, and is equally or even more important. It shows that with signing a deal by sales, we don't finish the process, we only start to generate value. And it's very important, especially for SaaS businesses, for recurring revenue, subscription-based businesses. In fact, according to the research done by Winning by Design, more than 70% of revenue in SaaS businesses is being generated on the right side of the bow tie funnel. That is why we should not think of pipelines only in the context of sales. Revenue pipelines are actually much broader and need to be owned jointly by marketing, sales, customer success, and revenue operations. They focus on the end-to-end revenue flow, spanning from prospects to renewed customers and referrals. In order to master those dynamics within the bow tie, within the pipeline, business leaders need to learn to conduct both deep and broad analysis of the end-to-end revenue pipeline. Let's first consider the depth of pipeline analysis with the following case study. Let's imagine that we work at a B2B SaaS company that is not hitting its revenue targets. We want to improve those revenue results, but we don't realize the difference between the sales and revenue pipelines. When we see there is not enough revenue coming in, our first thought might probably be that we are not selling enough because we don't have enough opportunities in our sales pipeline. Our next quick but not deep assumption could be that the solution to our problem is generating more new opportunities. It is increasing value, increasing the input going into the pipeline. We decided to do it by hiring 3 new SDRs because we heavily base our pipeline generation on outbound. What is the result of these changes after 6 to 9 months? Revenue results are stagnant. Targets are still not met. And customer acquisition costs go up because of increasing the SDR headcount. You might ask yourself what went wrong. The solution seemed quite reasonable, right? But I believe many businesses out there are asking themselves the same questions and struggle to figure out what they are doing wrong. And I believe the reason is they have not really mastered their pipeline dynamics. By not mastering pipeline dynamics, I mean that companies like the one in our examples have only a very basic understanding of the things happening within their revenue generation process. This often leads to wrong decision in terms of resource allocation, go-to-market focus, and it results in poor revenue results and missed targets. But let's return to our example for a minute and imagine a different scenario. What would happen if a person within this company would have a deep understanding of this company's pipeline dynamics? What would change? Let's reiterate the case study. We work at a B2B SaaS company that is not hitting its revenue targets. We want to improve those revenue results, and we realize the difference between the sales and revenue pipeline as we have mastered the pipeline dynamics of this business. The first thing we do differently would be not jumping to conclusions so quickly, but rather conducting a deeper analysis of the situation. We would probably analyze the dynamics between the 4 revenue levers and also between the different stages of the revenue pipeline. After conducting such in-depth analysis, one of the conclusions could be that our real revenue problem is not a matter of having too few opportunities. It is not enough volume. The number of opportunities can actually be optimal for our sales headcount, but we have issues with conversion rates going down. Digging deeper on this, we might realize that the conversion problem is caused by poor sales performance, or maybe a mismatched value proposition that does not address the core problems of your prospects, or maybe even targeting the wrong type of companies after all, or the wrong personas within those companies who don't really have a decision-making power. A simple yet very effective method to dive deeper into real root causes of analyzed problem is called the 5 whys method. When you encounter some new issues, you're observing that there are some inoptimal things happening within parts of your pipeline. What you can do is to ask yourself question why 5 times in a row and uncover the deep root cause of this specific problem. As you could see, there can be many different reasons for conversion rates going down, resulting in revenue decline, but revenue problems can also have underlying causes in other areas than conversion. It can be, for example, the low annual contract value. It can be due to poor packaging and pricing of products, and this is the value lever problem. Another examples could be long sales cycle caused by targeting the wrong companies or failing to create the sense of need and urgency throughout the sales process. And here we would have a velocity lever problem. Failing to precisely discover the underlying issues of your revenue problems often leads to wrong go-to-market decision, which in turn increase costs for company without bringing any significant improvement. It is like getting a wrong diagnosis from a doctor and receiving the wrong medicines. And such situations usually cause more harm than good. That's why doctors undergo long and detailed training on how to diagnose the underlying issues behind various health symptoms and to precisely identify the illness and to prescribe right treatment. They become masters in their domain. And for us as business leaders to become successful and effective in making go-to-market decisions, we also need to become masters in what we do. We need to learn how to run a detailed diagnosis of our revenue engines, and that's why we need to master pipeline dynamics. It's important to get deep in our analysis, but it's also crucial to look at revenue pipelines broadly. What I mean by that is that we should not be biased when analyzing revenue pipelines. We should look not only at the business area that we assume are obvious and that we believe that there is a lack of performance, but actually we should look at the business holistically. And coming back to the bow tie model, coming back to the full end-to-end revenue pipeline, it's important to look at the dynamics between the stages. For example, the revenue problem can be a company experience, which actually, the revenue problem might be caused between the stages, not actually at a given stage. Okay, sorry for the break. Needed to have a sip of water. Now, let's move to the last part of the presentation and explore the role of Revops in managing pipeline dynamics and steering revenue growth. Revenue operations is a strategic function that can operationalize both broad and deep revenue pipeline analytics and use those insights to drive meaningful change. Revops manages the end-to-end go-to-market data spanning from marketing through sales and customer success. It also collaborates with all the go-to-market functions across the full customer journey. Thanks to this unique setup within the go-to-market structure, Revops plays a crucial role in optimizing revenue pipelines and driving sustainable growth. There are several ways in which revenue operations can improve pipeline dynamics. Firstly, it is by conducting regular analytics and driving actionable insights for the business. Revops teams can analyze data from various stages of the revenue pipeline to identify trends, patterns, and areas for improvement. By regularly monitoring key metrics such as volume, value, velocity, and conversion, they can pinpoint bottlenecks, optimize processes, and make data-driven decisions to enhance revenue dynamics. The second way in which Revops sustainably improves revenue engines is by setting the right KPIs. It is very important for the go-to-market teams to move in the same direction. We can imagine it as an example if all of those teams are in the same boat on the ocean and they are rowing in 3 different directions. There is a lot of hustle happening. There is a lot of busyness in the business, but actually the boat is not moving. However, if all of those functions are aligned together to move in the same direction, they can move 3 times quicker. And Revops team plays a mission in helping those go-to-market functions to set and define relevant key performance indicators which are connected with one another and are influencing positively the revenue pipeline. Thanks to effective KPIs, marketing, sales, and customer success focus can be put on the right things and at the right time, making the best use of limited time and resources. It improves operational effectiveness and customer experience, minimizing revenue leakage and resulting in stronger pipeline dynamics. By building revenue operations roadmaps, Revops can also help to sustain the strategic focus in the long term and actually drive real transformation initiatives that increase the overall revenue potential. By prioritizing key initiatives based on their potential impact and feasibility, Revops guides resource allocation and ensures that efforts are focused on the areas with the highest revenue potential. Last but not least, by facilitating cross-functional collaboration, revenue operation teams plays a crucial role in fostering operational excellence across all the go-to-market functions, including, as we mentioned, marketing, sales, and customer success, but sometimes also having dotted relationships with product and with finance, building the feedback loop across the entire business to get feedback from the market, to align the product roadmaps to the market, and to, thanks to that, optimize the flow within the revenue pipeline. This way, Revops ensures a seamless customer journey and optimized revenue flow throughout the revenue pipelines. And these were just a few examples of how Revops can practically manage revenue pipeline dynamics. But by leveraging data, setting clear goals and plans, and fostering collaboration, revenue teams can drive revenue growth in the long term and help organizations to achieve their revenue targets. To sum it all up, mastering pipeline dynamics is one of the most crucial matters for modern business. By driving awareness across revenue leadership and implementing strategic revenue operations, companies can regain control over their revenue engines and achieve predictable revenue growth. And of course, it can help also to avoid being the great pipeline. Thank you.
Hey, Pavel. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks really for, I think, very to the point, and something that is. Oh, we speak a lot about visionary things in this conference, but we also dived very deep into some specific topics like compensations, building core AI or OKRs, and now we see here the difference between the sales pipeline and, of course, the full revenue pipeline, and like the interplay between those four levers of growth, which is really something that I think business leaders or startup scale of founders, they need to have in mind from the very beginning of everything. Any comments on maybe the I will just bring it up on stage here as well. Let me see how it goes. Okay, it's fine. I just can bring it up. You're part of the team that actually, worked on these blueprints that we are speaking about in the conference the whole time. You see the first phase. Like this is the moment where you start realizing that there is something not working so quite well on the go-to-market end, and then you start switching things, and you're entering hopefully the stage where RevOps is built or introduced. How you are going to elaborate on that moment, reflecting also respectfully what you gave us as information, because like in the early stage of the business, if we also take the two types of companies that we're constantly talking about, the startup and the scale up, early stage, there is no revenue pipeline, it's a sales pipeline. Like there is very limited number of data, but the building foundation maybe is important, right?
Yeah, I very much agree with that, and I believe my personal experience shows me that the earlier you're building the right foundations, even if you don't have yet the revenue operation function officially as a separate team within the business, even if you have a founder and just several people, you still have founder-led sales, you still can build the RevOps foundation by applying the mindset of looking at the entire business go-to-market holistically, not only sales, marketing, or customer success separately. And that's true what you just said, that in smaller businesses, you usually don't have a customer success function. Actually, salespeople are taking care of the customers or the founders. And you could say we don't have the full revenue, end-to-end revenue pipeline. But I believe what is important that when adding those functions and transforming and switching from founder-led sales to sales-led motion, hiring your first VP of sales, I believe there is a big role on the business leaders, on revenue leaders, such as founders, the CROs, to set the right ground for change management, which then can drive the adoption of RevOps moving forward. If this step is skipped, the more you go down the line into the next stages of company growth, it will be more and more difficult to actually implement the RevOps transformation. So I believe it's good to start early, but of course you can start at C stage, at Series A, at Series B. What I'm just trying to say is the bigger you are, the more stakeholders you need to align, the more people you have to train, and the more time it will take to build it into your culture. But I believe revenue operations transformation, as seen on this model, is needed for companies at every stage of growth. Some of them, they have already RevOps, but are not calling it revenue operations. It's sometimes, connecting the puzzles together and driving the right example from leadership and driving change management to really get to this go-to-market infinity loop, which I really like. It's this continuous improvement of the revenue generation process. But of course, there are many steps in between, and I believe RevOps should be adopted by companies at any stage. Even if you're a one-person company, you still can take something from RevOps. Of course, you will not have all the robust things connected together, but the awareness of it helps you to build a business with the vision that it's actually the revenue engine which needs to work together in order to drive faster to your desired destination. Right. So that's how
Actually, I do think now I have a business presentation stick with a laser pointer, but you cannot see it. So I think we need to also draw another arrow, because the second stage, the inflection point where companies are starting to introduce RevOps by building the blueprint and implementing it, can be skipped, right? It's something that we can maybe show what happens if this is skipped. And yes, what you're mentioning is really right. I don't think we need to be very how to say it, fanatic about the word RevOps because there are lots of companies doing this thing without naming it, and I think and it's actually great, maybe a great thing to examine such companies, because then we're going to find that we had a leaders that had the vision for doing that. They just sense that everybody needs to be integrated, people, technologies, data, and maybe there were also people skilled to do that. Those are the two very important elements. But saying that, I think if I need to wrap the whole conference before we move to the last very, very important presentation, is we are and I just wrote it down not to forget it. It's a great time to start a business because you know how to start it the right way, or at least you can find that solution. And it's a very, very tough time to scale a business, because people that currently need to have the task to scale the business, they have already did a lot of things that maybe they don't have anything in common with all the things that we spoke today, or various things, and this is more the hardest way to do it. If companies are founded now, people are thinking about how to build the next unicorn. I think we need to send a message that it's equally important when in your brain starts to flourish the idea about something innovative based on AI, of course. Now in that same exact moment, to start thinking about what is the engine model, what is the blueprint that I need to use from the very beginning of my journey to bring me more easier to the growth stage. And I think that is why we created this blueprint, because yes, we have models from Winning by Design, the data model, the bow tie, and everything that is really into the specifics of the engine performance. But if you zoom out, I cannot imagine anything else zoomed out than this blueprint, because it shows the full journey of the company. And then in the future, with your help, of course, we're going to dive deeper in those elements and then speak about, mastering pipeline performance when you're already in the performance maximization phase. What does that mean? What does that mean for the pipeline performance if we start adopting RevOps? What is the moment there? Because we know with you, we already implemented RevOps in companies together, and we know that there is a significant effort of amount of time that revenue leaders need to invest in order to do this transformation. This may cause some kind of discrepancies in the revenue engine performance, the current revenue engine. So I think we need to speak about that. It was a great and amazing time. I just give you a minute or so to say a few words, maybe as last impression, or your 5 cents on that.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be a part of this event and to see so many brains, as you mentioned, so many brains gathered together, and all these unique ideas, perspective, and thoughts on how to grow the companies in a sustainable and predictable way, which is very important in today's economic climate. And I believe what you mentioned before, maybe sharing a bit from my experience about doing RevOps without knowing that you are doing RevOps. When I was starting to build a revenue operations function from scratch in 2020 in the cybersecurity SaaS company, I actually was hired as a growth manager. And in the beginning, where I started to hire first people and to build a team, I called the team and the area growth management, managing the growth of the company. And then after some time, I realized, oh, there is actually this term revenue operations, and
exactly.
80% of what we are doing just spontaneously with our intuition is being matched with what revenue operations is all about. That's why I believe such events like this and uniting the brains within the revenue space is so important to bring awareness and to educate the market on the best practices, how we can grow the business. And I believe that's what revenue operations is really all about. It's about growing successful businesses, but success, it doesn't mean only, becoming a unicorn in 2 or 3 years.
Exactly.
Now, it's also very much about the sustainability, about profitability. There are so many different aspects, but when we open our brains to these thoughts and are looking for more optimal ways to grow, which the blueprint is showing, what are the next steps, what are the next milestones we need to achieve to actually unlock the next revenue potential, I believe that is bringing us on the path to success. And that's what founders today across Europe and across the world should really look for in revenue operations. So that's my 2 cents at the end.
Thank you, Pavel. It was once again a real amazing experience to talk with you. Have a safe journey to Europe. I know that is very soon, and we're going to meet again very soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ivan. It was a pleasure.
Wow, looking at the streaming clock, little than 8 hours, more than 8 hours. So I think now everything comes down to one thing: people. Yes, we saw AI introduced and we saw what is going to happen maybe, but eventually we need to think about everyone that is going to carry out this transformation called revenue operations. And I have really, really the honor to welcome Adam Hoare on stage.
Ivan, how are you?
Yeah, I will be honest, I'm to some extent exhausted.
I bet. Been a long day.
It's been a long day, but it was really, really inspiring day. And I think it's, your presentation, I will be looking forward to that because it's a very, very hot topic, not, RevOps in general, but actually how you grow, how you build teams, or what are the different pathways into RevOps. So thank you so much for being with us. I'm just giving you the floor to, introduce yourself and then enlighten us on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think I'm a huge baseball fan. And so when I think about baseball, there's a closer, right? So there's the person who comes in at the end of the game and hopefully they bring some excitement. So I'm going to try to bring a little bit of excitement and you can decide whether I'm the closer or the anchor, but hopefully it's the closer. So yeah, I'm excited to be here, excited to talk about this conversation around career pathways to RevOps. I know a lot of the folks that are tuning in or have already tuned in, they've already made that initial jump into their career, but hopefully there's some tips here that they can see on how they can grow, as well as other folks who might be a little more siloed still, or maybe even just they're so interested in this, but they haven't taken over true RevOps role. It's hopefully give them a little bit of pathway towards what that would look like. So excited to be here. and I'll make sure that I wrap it up in time so everybody can get off to the rest of their day and close it out. But so a little bit of background on me. So I have been doing RevOps long before I ever knew what it was, much like probably the story of many folks here. I was in many organizations, and I was the person that was saying, hey, I don't want to do the same thing over and over and over. There's got to be a better way to build this system. There's got to be a way for us to be able to make better decisions. And so I implemented CRMs, Salesforce and HubSpot. I mean, Salesforce, my first implementation in 2004, have done multiple implementations, done this for a number of different companies. And then about 3 years ago, I met my business partner now, and we started talking, and he threw out this idea of RevOps. And I was like, what is RevOps? What are you talking about? And so he starts unpacking what it is. And I was like, well, that's what I've been doing for the last 15 years. And so long story short, I've now made the switch into recruiting and helping companies find amazing leaders to come in and really accelerate growth within their organization. And those companies oftentimes are anywhere from companies that literally have nothing from a RevOps standpoint, from a data standpoint, from an architectural standpoint, all the way through companies that are now scaling into large teams, right? 4 or 5 person team to run revenue operations. But today, really want to focus on just what that pathway looks like, and hopefully give some nuggets that people can take away from. So
perfect.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. What I want to talk about first here is, if we think about the idea of a RevOps career, the first question many people might ask is, how do I get there? Not many people go to school and study RevOps and say, this is what my next career move is going to be. And so we've seen this now we've interviewed literally thousands of candidates and helped place dozens and dozens and dozens of candidates inside of companies. And we see people come from a myriad of different backgrounds. Some of the ones most familiar, people would obviously say, well, gosh, I've seen people with background in sales, of course, right? Yeah. So it's someone who has spent some portion of their career in sales. They're good at that, but they also they have this propensity to say, hey, how can we do things better? Maybe they're a little more data driven. Maybe they're a little more technology driven. They look for automation. And so they enjoy the sales side. They understand the sales side, but they really want to accelerate growth within an organization. And they see the way of doing that is to move from sales into more of an ops, a RevOps side of the business. So that's one path. We've seen folks come out of marketing, right? Marketing has a ton of data. When you really dig into the depths of marketing, there's so much data there that exists. And so oftentimes we find people that have a background in marketing, and they move out of just being content creators, being the ones really running the marketing engines, into saying, hey, I really want to build this entire RevOps engine and align sales, marketing, customer success, all the things that we know make up true revenue operations. We've seen folks come out of the customer success side, right? So the 3 kind of stages of the customer journey funnel: sales, marketing, customer success. Again, same types of people that are there doing it, but they're very process driven. There's some things about them that say, hey, we really are looking to move into this true RevOps function. But then we've seen folks with a background in finance, where they're certified financial planner or certified financial folks, right? They come out of background in finance. They spend a lot of their time earlier in their career in that area. We've seen folks come out of product. We've even had folks that we've talked to where their background is engineering. And so very process driven, right? And make that move over into revenue operations. So we've seen I think the real good news and the great news here is that the path to RevOps isn't linear. There's not this path that says you have to take step 1 and then step 2 and then step 3 in order to go from whatever you're doing today or whatever role you find yourself in today to making that move into revenue operations as a career. It's not linear at all. So the question that I want to propose for us now is that if the path to RevOps career isn't linear, then what do all of these future RevOps leaders have in common? All these folks that currently aren't in a RevOps role right now, what do they have in common? What is it that makes someone who isn't yet in revenue operations a great candidate for moving into a career in revenue operations? And
Great question.
Yeah. I mean, it's
don't answer it. No, just saying.
Yeah, great question. And so, probably the thing that we see when we talk with companies that are looking to hire their RevOps leader, and these are oftentimes many of the companies we work, they're hiring their first RevOps person, right? So we'll talk a little bit more about the stages of the business here in a few minutes. But
that's great.
One of the things that they're looking for is they're looking for someone who has curiosity, someone who is always asking questions about, is there a better way? Is there some different way that we could accomplish this? Why are we going about it this same way? There's someone that's always looking to learn. They're the people that are jumping into certifications within the CRM. So maybe they've been handed they come in a sales role. They've been handed HubSpot or Salesforce, but rather than just trying to get proficient at it and remaining there, they want to be perfectionists in it. And so they go and they get those certifications because they're curious. They want to be better. They want to grow at it. So they have this. Every leader that I've seen be successful has this trait of curiosity. Another thing that they have is that they are problem solvers. These are not people who, when they meet a roadblock, they go, well, I guess there's no way forward. I just got to stop right here. They realize that problems exist to be solved. They are trying to find a better way. They're trying to find a solution to things that exist in front of them. And so across the board, whether they come from, no matter what their background is, they're individuals that look and say, here's a problem, and I want to help solve that problem. Oftentimes they volunteer, right? They're in a meeting and somebody says, man, we've got this issue that's come up. And the other person says, hey, I'll go tackle that. I'll go figure that out. So they volunteer to solve problems within the organization. Another thing about these folks is, because many times their career path has come out of a former role that we talked about earlier, they have empathy for that role. They have understanding for that role. They know what it's like to be the person sitting in the sales seat. They know what it's like to be the person sitting in the marketing seat or the customer success role. And so because of that, as they're building out that revenue operations function, as they build out tools, as they build out the way that data is presented to the teams, they have empathy for how it's going to be received. And it's just a huge trait that they're able to bring forward with them. Another thing is that they are not individuals that are comfortable with the status quo. They realize that whatever got you to where you are today is likely not what's going to get you to where you need to go tomorrow. So if you've accomplished something great to become that company that's now a $50 million company or a $100 million company, if we just stop at that point and say, okay, well, let's just continue to operate a status quo, that's not the pathway to become now the $200 million company and grow beyond that. And so they're individuals that are constantly looking to challenge the status quo and say, how can we do things better? How can we become more efficient? How can we become more effective? And then lastly, I'd say a consistent trait that we see across these individuals is that they're really just process minded. So they're individuals that can see complex activities, things that are happening, and build the process throughout all those complex activities. It's one of those things where, when you think about if you've ever implemented a system or implemented something inside of an organization, it's great to think about, how is the activity that I'm giving to the sales team, how is it going to affect them? But the question that these people ask is, how does it affect the people before them, and how does it affect the people after them? So if we're adjusting a stage of the customer journey, great, I fixed something for the sales team, but what does that mean for customer success? Are they still getting everything that they need in order to be able to be successful in their role in the customer journey to continue without there being some pothole along the way? So they're very process-minded individuals. And so when I think about the RevOps leaders, these are consistent traits that we see across almost everybody that we work with, that we're placing within organizations. Curiosity, problem solvers, they have empathy, they challenge status quo, they're always looking for a way to do something better, and they're very process-minded. Great. So we've got a foundation for what it looks like if we're not in revenue operations. But now we want to ask the question that, if I'm interested in a career in RevOps, so if I'm somebody, again, that's not in that role yet, but I'm interested in a career in RevOps, then what skills do I need to ensure that I have? What are the buckets? What are the pillars of revenue operations that I need to make sure that I'm developing as an individual to ensure that I'm able to advance my career? Or maybe I'm already in some operational function, but I want to say, hey, I want to really make sure that I'm building on my skill sets so that I can continue to grow in my career and go from that analyst role into a manager role, a director role, VP role, you know, and continue to climb up in my career here. So what are those skills that we need to ensure that we have? So let's talk about really these are 4 hard skills that when we're talking to candidates about opportunities, these are the skills that we're trying to assess that almost every company that we work with wants to ensure that their next RevOps leader has all 4 of these. So the first one is really around the CRM and technology, right? So it's experience working within that environment. And we're not talking about, this is someone who's transitioned from being a really effective user in a CRM to now someone who's actually administering the CRM. They're doing work within it. They're getting into the back end of the CRM, and they're the ones that's really working to build out sequences and workflows. They're building automations. They're using tools like process builder, flows inside of Salesforce, and so they've got experience inside of that area. Another thing that they're looking for is that they really have an understanding of CRM architecture. The beauty of these tools is that you can create an unlimited number of fields and capture an unlimited amount of data. But as we all know, that's not the right way to go in all the circumstances. And so they have an understanding of what does the architecture of a CRM need to look like for this particular organization? What are the needs for marketing, sales, customer success? What are the needs that we're going to have beyond the buying process, but into future renewals, into support, into the finance side, legal? What are everything that we need to build in, and how should this be architected in a way that we're not creating one of the conversations that you had earlier, right? That Frankenstein tech stack, right? But really understanding the architecture of all of that.
Yeah.
Another thing that we talked about, automation, reporting, dashboards, playbooks. So we see so many times these companies that they're hiring their first RevOps leader, and they go, yeah, we have a CRM, right? We have it, and we're capturing data, and sure, our sales team is kind of using it, or our marketing team is kind of using it, but really they haven't begun to optimize it. They haven't used the power of the CRM. It's really just a database for them at that point. And so this person is someone who comes in and says, hey, we can help build out automations, we can help build out reporting and dashboard playbooks, things that are needed by the entire go-to-market team. They also have the ability to integrate technologies with the CRM, right? So if we're keeping the CRM as a central source of truth, we're asking questions around what tools have you implemented and what did that look like? What are the wins that your team experienced, right? How did they use the tool? How did it benefit the organization? And so really have experience around integrating all the other pieces of technology. So again, we don't build that Frankenstein tech stack where nothing talks to nothing, and I've got to log into 7 pieces of technology first thing in the morning, and no data is passing back and forth between those. And finally, people ask us all the time, hey, how important is it for me to get certified, right? Should I, if I'm wanting to build this skill? And here's what I would say. Certifications are helpful. And some companies will ask us, but very few. Most of them are saying it's not required. Great. If they have it, fantastic. What we want to see is a proven track record of being able to utilize the tools. And so if a certification helps you get there, great, utilize that. But don't feel like you're set back if that certification isn't something that you already have. So that's really in that CRM, that first bucket, the CRM and technology side of things. The next bucket that we really focus on for candidates that we're talking with is the data analysis side of the business. And this usually starts with a strong ability to do ad hoc data analysis within Excel. So many of the companies, when they're hiring their first RevOps leader, they don't have all their data existing in one centralized location where it'd be easy to drop in with Tableau or Looker and just build out the analysis that you need and visualize it. They're looking for someone to come in and help them understand from all these data sources that they have, what does our data say? What does it mean? What part of it's important? And how are we going to begin to make decisions down the road? And so one of the things that we even assess for with the talent that we worked with is how strong are your skills within the data analysis side. So do you have an understanding of just kind of general KPIs that businesses will be looking at, but also can you manipulate data inside of Excel and create one, the right amount, the right answers, but also communicate it in a way that it's effectively understood by others. And so they also usually have the experience with importing and exporting data in and out of technology, especially early on, right? A lot of it's going to have to, I'm going to have to extract data out of Salesforce, out of HubSpot, or out of some other third-party tech tools, massage it, clean it up a little bit, understand what it's saying, what's the priority of the data that we have here that we should be looking at, and then import it back into the system so that the data is clean and able to be utilized going forward. One of the things we talk about with our leaders all the time is how are you able to present data to the various leaders? So if you think about it, if I walk into the executive office and I've got the CEO, the CRO, the CFO, the CMO, every one of those people are very different individuals, and they're likely going to want the same answers, but presented to them in a way that's a little bit different. So how can I visualize data for them so that it makes sense, so that they're capturing the ideas that I'm trying to share? And so really we're looking for folks that have that ability to visualize data, so that many of the other leaders within the organization can digest it and understand it and be able to take action from it. And really I got to that fourth point there, is just really the idea here is to help other go-to-market leaders.
Yeah.
So across sales, marketing, customer success, all the different departments, help them make data-driven decisions. So many times these organizations have been making decisions based on gut feel up to this point. They have data, but they don't know what it means. And so when the RevOps leader comes in, that RevOps leader is really saying, I can help us make better decisions based on what the data is actually saying. So that's the second bucket, the data analysis side of things. The third one is project management. And this isn't necessarily certification and managing and being a PMP, but instead, these leaders have to have proven methods and frameworks for managing projects, for managing because here's the deal. The moment we see someone talented placed inside of an organization, their inbox is going to get lit up with requests of projects that need to be accomplished. And if they don't have a framework or a method for managing all that, they're going to get lost in that soup of everything that's being thrown at them. And so really these individuals, oftentimes, if they're the first person in, we'll see them use external and internal. So other people within the organization or even outside resources, fractional consulting, to help them execute projects early on. And they've got to be able to manage that and ensure that they're helping establish timelines, deadlines, things are getting accomplished, that they're getting the end results that they're looking for. And so just really being able to execute those projects well. And then, man, this is such a big part of it is negotiating priorities on an ongoing basis. Things are going to be thrown. In my career, I was brought into a meeting. If it happened once, it happened 1,000 times, where an executive said, this is the most important thing we need to be working on right now. And they lay out some new thing in front of you. And if you don't have the ability to be able to say, okay, I hear what you're saying. Now let's talk about what projects I'm actively working on right now, and stages of each one of those, and which ones of those we'd move in order to bring this one in so that we can negotiate what's most important, what the priorities are. Then again, you're going to get lost in that situation. And so you've got to have the ability to negotiate those priorities on an ongoing basis with executive leadership in order to make sure that you're protecting yourself, but you're also able to be effective completing the things that need to be completed for the operational function. And then the fourth one is really this go-to-market process development is a fourth hard skill here. So the ability to go into a team, assess the bright spots, the things that are going well, and then take those and say, hey, this person is really good at X, Y, and Z, but right now what they're doing is ad hoc. I'm going to operationalize that and bring it to the entire team so that the entire team becomes more effective in the way that they do things. So these leaders are able to go in and assess things that are going well and then operationalize so that the entire organization can take advantage of that. They are able to document processes in lots of different formats. So they're obviously written, we're documenting it, but maybe we're documenting it in video and audio in some format that we can get it into the hands. We're building out playbooks. We're building it into the system so that people are actually using that. So they're documenting these processes. They're able to provide training, initial training, but then ongoing training, right? They can, and sometimes don't think of that as just, hey, I've got to train the entire sales team. Maybe it's training the sales leader, who the sales leader then is going to take it back to the rest of the team. But you're not just building something, but you're able to train and hand it off so that other people can use it as well as you're able to use it, as it was initially built. And then the last thing here is that they're really iterating those processes as changes are needed. So they're not just putting them in place and saying, okay, that's good, I don't have to touch it for 5 more years. But as outside things change, as inside things change, you had a conversation about AI. As new AI comes available, right? Every 3-6 months, we've got some new tool. As it comes along, we need to be able to iterate our processes and make changes as they're needed in the go-to-market process development side of things. So those are really the hard skills that we're looking for. Those are all great and well, but are there any other skills that we assess for? And really the other side of it is these soft skills for RevOps leaders. And these soft skills, these aren't unique to just RevOps leaders. I think these are soft skills that every strong leader possesses, but certainly RevOps leaders are going to have these skills. So first one is just the emotional intelligence, the ability to understand the emotional situation that's going on and manage through that process. Change management. These folks are constantly dealing with change within the organization. Very rarely are they, especially early on, do they have folks reporting underneath them. So they're having to manage up and out. So they're having to influence people around them. Executives are having to influence other go-to-market leaders around them. And then as the organization grows, they'll certainly have headcount underneath them as well, but they're doing a lot of leading up and out. They're able to communicate these complex ideas in simple terms, right? So they can take something very complex and then bring it to different go-to-market leaders in simple terms. And then I love the side of really having a confident humility. So these aren't people that just stand in the way and let people run them over, but they're humble. Sometimes they realize that they have to plant an idea in somebody else's mind and they're okay if then 3 weeks later, this person has that idea. And rather than just having to take credit for it, they say, hey, at least I'm getting what I want out of this, which is moving forward. And so they have this confident humility about them as they lead through change within the organization. So really, those are the soft skills. And I would say that those are really the superpower of RevOps leaders. You can know everything about the slide previously, CRM technology, data analysis, project management, go-to-market process development. You can know everything about those. But if you don't possess these traits as well, you're not going to be as effective as you could be if you had all these traits. And so these are really the superpowers of RevOps leaders. So the last thing I want to talk about is really kind of the progression that we've seen, these stages of go-to-market ops within an organization. And this is where if you're in any one of these stages, you can see the progression to the next stage likely within your organization. Likewise, not every organization has to hit all of these stages. Sometimes you'll skip over some, but many times this is what we've seen within organizations as they progress from really not having any operational structure or operational function in place to a fully developed revenue operations team. And it begins with first kind of ad hoc RevOps, or excuse me, ad hoc ops. So this is someone that's on a team. They have another role. They're a salesperson. They're a marketing person, customer success, but they begin performing ad hoc ops function, right? They're providing reports and data for decisions. They're that person that just is a little more bent towards looking how can we do things better. And they're exploring technology and the automation of tasks. But they're still performing their other's role. They're still a salesperson. Their title is sales. Their title is marketing. And that's kind of the first progression that we've seen. And then we see companies kind of move into these siloed ops roles. One of those teams, sales, marketing, customer success, one of them, usually we see it be sales first, says, hey, we got to hire our own ops individual. And so they either hire or they promote within their first ops role. And their initial focus is really siloed to that particular team. So they're saying, hey, we need better tools for our sales team. So let's get an operations person in here to build out our sales teams, our sales operations. And they're siloed to that. They're building systems and processes, but they're focused on that one particular team. KPIs, reportings, dashboard for data decision making. And oftentimes we see companies, they hire that first person and then maybe they say, hey, that worked. And now we're going to go get a marketing ops person. And those remain very siloed, right? There's a very strong line between each one of those. Then we see companies jump into this where they begin to understand the benefit of a true RevOps function. Oftentimes it starts with that first individual contributor, that first RevOps role, but it's very holistic approach to the operational effect on revenue generation. They realize that we have to be cross-functional. This person has access to sales, marketing, customer success, everybody within the organization. And it's full funnel. They're looking at the entire customer journey. They're not just siloed to all we care about is name one of the go-to-market teams. They're looking at everything across. And oftentimes we see this role now go from reporting to just a sales leader or just a marketing leader or a customer success leader to now reporting directly into the C-suite. They're reporting to a CRO or a CEO. And so because of that, they really have these dotted lines to all the different sales leaders, marketing leaders, and so forth. They touch all of the go-to-market functions. And then finally, this is kind of the last stage that we see is building out a fully functional RevOps team where you've got a strategic leader at the head of the RevOps team. So someone who is thinking holistically, strategically about what RevOps means within the organization, but then has a team of specialists underneath them. And those specialists are built out in a number of different ways. Sometimes we see them built out as they are focused on a particular go-to-market function. So it's a marketing specialist working underneath that RevOps person, and they're working with much of the data and the tech within the marketing side, sales and so forth. Or we've seen it built out where you have a technology specialist and a data specialist. And that technology specialist is working with tech across all the go-to-market function. And then you've got a data analyst who's working with data across all the go-to-market function. So there's a number of ways in which they can go about that. But really, if you're inside of an organization, if you looked at this slide and you said, hey, where am I right now? Where does not what my title says. We don't care about what the title says because we hear people say all the time, I'm in RevOps, and then you dive into their function and they're really just doing siloed sales ops. So where are you today? Then you can see the progression for how you get to that next stage. And the ultimate goal is to really get to that RevOps team where the company's scaled and grown enough to where they've got a VP of RevOps, an SVP of RevOps, and then they have 4, 5, 6 folks underneath them that are driving revenue operations forward. Yeah, so I know we're right at time here. Couple of things I just want to say, if we can help you, if we got leaders out there, 2 ways that we can help is if you're looking for your next opportunity, we'd be happy to talk to folks. And you can go onto our website. There's a button that says I'm a RevOps leader. Click that, book a time. We'll hear your story, hear about what you're looking for. And most of the placements that we do are folks that are not actively looking per se. They're happy with where they are, but we present an interesting opportunity for them. So if you'd love to be in touch with us, you can do it that way. And another way is to check out our podcast. That all the concepts that we've covered here have been covered at some point in the past on our podcast.
Thanks, Adam. Can you bring back the logo of the podcast?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guess which one's me?
You know, I think I also start thinking this podcast, right? So
yeah, exactly. There's been a number of guys on this talk today that could have started in this podcast.
Yeah, so I really like that we have this, resemblance, and we can speak at the end of the conference. Really insightful. I think, RevBrains is a revenue operations consulting business. You're a hiring company that is focused on revenue operations leaders. I think we have one common mission, and that is the moment where we start educating companies about the real, it's not, how to just call it, authentic revenue operations understanding. What we see from our experience, I don't know if you're going to agree with me, but companies, when they start hire without having the help of a consultant or like a consulting company as yours, they don't have the quiet understanding of what type of person they need to hire. And second of all, they think of this person, she or him or whatever, as the panacea, as the all-time savior. No, we're hiring someone, strategic role, she's going to solve everything. We see there are lots of problems. We heard about RevOps.
it's the new black, like it's very sexy. We just need to hire someone, posting on LinkedIn, then interviewing some bunch of people. So I think we need to like be very educational on that end as well, because and I'll just bring here on stage our blueprint model here once again. So if we see here on the Revops foundation building, and from our experience, actually, the path of reaching infinity loop or entering singularity is, where you realize that you need to do something on your current go-to market, and then you ask the experts. You don't hire right now, but you prepare for hiring by working on the first phase of the activation. And then when initiating RevOps transformation, there are two ways. You're either initiate this transformation with your current team and external consultants like RevBrains or other great companies around the world. And then together with them and companies like you, along the way, you build the right profile for the person that really suits you. And I really liked your mixture, because everybody's talking about hard skills when it comes to revenue operations. Everybody's talking about what you need to do in order to bring everything working. But two major important soft skills: change management and the right communication skill. So that's the most important. You can be the best data or whatever process driven person, but if you cannot communicate the impact, the value of this transformation, that is actually for the greater good and we're going to be better, you're going to fail. So I think in that direction we need just to work together to not only find the right people, but also empower the companies to understand more about revenue operations and the very context of the whole thing.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I think, we see companies all the time, and I think this is a great plan for them, is to begin with outsourcing some of their RevOps, whether that's through a consulting agency, fractional, because oftentimes, and these roles, just the reality is these roles are expensive. They're not, to get a very talented individual, it's a high cost. And so you want to get started as soon as possible. And so one of the best ways to do that is do that fractionally or through consulting. And oftentimes too, once there's the realization of the value that RevOps can bring to an organization, all of a sudden the light bulbs go on and they realize how much work is in front of them. And even if they had all the budget in the world to go and hire an amazing RevOps leader, there's only so much that person can do. And that's why project management for us is such a hard skill that we look for, because oftentimes when that leader comes in, they're coming in either already with some consulting, with some fractional help, or very quickly they're going to say, well, let's get somebody in here that can help us, because I'm just one person. There's only so much I can accomplish. And they're helping to manage that process. And so I love it. I think it's a great scenario where you've already got either a foundation or a partnership that's begun to be built with an organization like RevBrains, where they've come in and helped build it. And then the other thing is we love working with the consulting company, or sometimes it's the PE firm themselves, to say, this is the foundation. We need to hone what we're looking for to an exact person. This is the exact profile that we need, so we can get the right person to come in and pick up right where we are today and keep moving it forward.
Yeah, I really want to send a message exactly, and I really like that we are aligned here. But to everyone that is still watching us or is going towards the recording, we heard it a lot when we speak about business leaders, about what RevBrains can bring to them and so on. Oh yeah, I know about RevOps and stuff. We just hire someone, so let this person do his thing, because we have invested already, and we are not going to invest more in this, and I just want to send a message to this person. Don't be afraid of saying I'm a one-man show. Yes, I know things, but in order to drive this transformation, to move from inflection point to performance maximization, I need help. And there are two ways. Otherwise, first I can pull out people out of your team currently and start building a RevOps team, or entitle them with some stuff they need to do additionally to what they do now. or I can find people like me outside the company to work for a couple of months to build a foundation, to align on goals, to really speak with everybody within the company, to get to know each other, to have this kind of foundation building step by step and do some great things together. Yes, it will cost you more money, but that's the price of reaching singularity, reaching the infinity loop.
Yeah.
And I think just guys out there, it's a great if you work with Ref Search and you find the right match, and really you're very happy and passionate about what's coming ahead of you in your new company. If you sense that and most of the time there are some things that they're under the hood and you see it later, then really it's a good thing to stand before the board or the C-level team and just say, guys, in order to accelerate that, we need to do this and this with those people. Well, Adam, it was a real pleasure. Thank you so much. I think it was it was the cherry on top of the cake.
Well, thanks.
Your presentation. Have a great day. I will just wrap with a few words here, and we're going to hit the end stream button.
Awesome,
Finally.
Ivan. Well done, man. Thanks so much for having me, but well done on 2 days. A lot of work went into it.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, well, what should I say? It's for me personally, it was a great journey for those 2 days. It was heavy, and I think we managed to have around 100 people watching, in diverse times. Just what I said at the beginning, there will be people watching different slots because there are lots of slots, and there is not enough time to be educated and also to do stuff. So thanks a lot for each and every one of you, that were participating and watching us in those 2 days. It was real inspiration for us at Ref Brains. I hope you are going to stay tuned and connected for our next initiatives, and you can visit us on our website and also go over the go-to-market singularity blueprint. Give us a feedback, find us on LinkedIn, and of course, there will be great news coming very soon from us, on behalf of me and George, my partner. I just want to say a huge thank you for each and every one of you, and the biggest thank you to all of the people that were participating as speakers. I have something that I prepared here. Thank you. Thank you, warriors from all over the world. That's all from us. Have a great evening, day, whatever you are. Stay tuned for next great things from Rev Brains.